Good morning, Mr. Maharaj. I'm going to ask you to unmute quick. I just want to test your audio.
Okay. Hello. Hi,
Yes.
hello.
Yes, we can hear you this side, Mr. Maharaj. At the minute, you are seeing a banner with a countdown.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Perfect. I don't think we have an issue. So
Lovely.
we will. Okay, awesome.
I'm going to, can
to,
I stay in the meet? Can I
are you
stay
going to
and
be
rejoin? Or? Yeah.
You can stay in the meeting if you can.
Okay, cool.
All right. I'll just mute you and then I will ask you to unmute when it's your time to speak.
Lovely. Thank you, my brother. Well done.
Cheers.
1, 2. Sure.
Semakin. Semakin. Company. Oh. Disclosure and signing around yeah.
Good morning. How are you this morning? Good, 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 good. It is 6:05 on my watch, and I have been asked to start at 9, so I don't want to rush our speakers, so I'm starting the program. Let's do the logistics first. Oh, let me introduce myself, or I will introduce myself later. I'm Barnabas Masekwameng. I am the ICT executive at the W&RSETA. I will be facilitating or coordinating the first session of the program. And I just want to address the logistics quickly. Ablution facilities, immediately when you exit the main entrance, focus on your right hand. You will see the signs in terms of what needs to be done. So are you excited this morning? Are you happy to be here? You don't seem excited. If we were on Radio Metro, we'll go like, bo, 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 bo. Okay. I hope I will coordinate this this program the way that it's supposed to, and we will gain more insights in terms of the objective of the session today. And I would like the protocol colleagues to please ask everyone that is still standing outside to come in. You know, if I was in a classroom, I will say I'm marking the register, and I will give 5 points to the early birds, those who are adhering to time. I just got a signal to wait for the board members and other speakers to come through, and then we will proceed with the program. Oh. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the W&RSETA Inaugural Research Conference. We are pleased to have you here, and we hope that we will gain lots of insights from you. And we are looking forward to your full participation. And we hope as well that you will enjoy the content that will be shared today. And I wish you all well. I understand that we've got the audience that is joining us via Zoom. I will greatly appreciate, if we can observe the electronic etiquettes that deserves the professionalism of this nature. Please mute your mics if you are on Zoom, and please switch off your cameras, because the other audience and attendees would want not to be disrupted during the procession of this program. And to those who are here, once more, let me reintroduce myself. I am Barnabas Masikwameng, the ICT executive at the wholesale and retail sector. Today, we are looking at building wholesale and retail sector competitiveness through digitization for effective skills development. You know, research is something interesting. You are searching something that someone has already searched. So it will be interesting today to hear from you and to hear from the keynote speakers, what is it that has been researched and how best can the sector and the industry utilize that key insight. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, at this point in time, I would like to welcome on stage the chairperson of the wholesale and retail sector, Mr. Reggie Sibia, to do the opening and the welcome. Round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and greetings from the wholesale and retail sector. I'd like to first acknowledge the presence of the following people and constituencies amongst us. Firstly, Honorable Fayez Jacobs, Member of Parliament, if not here yet, she'll be joining us. He'll be joining us. And then with us here is the Statistician General of South Africa, Mr. Risenga Maluleke. Also in our midst is our beloved DDGs, one for Skills Development Branch, in the Department of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Zugile Mbalo, who is here representing the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blake Zimande. We also have Deputy Director General, DDG for TVET colleges, Mr. Sam Zungu. We're really honored to have both our DDGs here. Siyabulela kakhulu. Also, we'll be having the representatives from the Department of Small Business Development. I also want to recognize my fellow board members of the wholesale and retail sector because they are quite a group. I'm not going to call each one by name. So if they can just stand up so that we know who they are. All the wholesale and retail sector board members. So that we can, or there they come, some of them. Just give them a big hand of applause as they are walking into the platform. I see they were busy welcoming guests outside, which was good. You know, if you welcome visitors to your home, you must welcome the people first and then be the last to join them to make sure that they are settled. That's what my board members have done. Also, I'd like to acknowledge our wholesale and retail sector CEO, Mr. Tom Kwanazi. I don't think it needs any introduction by now. Everybody knows Tom, but just so that in case there's one person who doesn't know you, CEO, can you also stand up so that they can see you? This is our beloved CEO. We also have the CEOs from the other sectors. So far, I've only seen Gugu from INSETA. Stand up, Gugu, so that they know who you are as well. Very important, these collaborations with the CEO. If I've missed any, I'm sure during the program they will be introduced. Also, I believe we do have the CEO of the Black Business Council, Mr. Matabane. Also the COO of the Namibia Training Authority, Mr. Tobias Nambala. And then representatives from our wholesale and retail companies, education and training institutions that are here, all our esteemed speakers who will be taking us through the agenda of the day items, and then members of the media. I greet you all again. You know, I was actually on the plane from Joburg to here. I was reflecting about this conference. And you know, something just came out of me, you know, because when people see me, they either smell petrol or they think I drink petrol, one of the two. And so it's not always a good position to be, because, you know, fuel these days is not anything to go to town about. But that's how I'm known in terms of my role. But, you know, prior to this role, many people don't know that I actually started my career in FMCG. I started my career in Unilever. As a science graduate, I ended up in marketing. Now, in them days, as they say in Durban, in them days. Now, you know, those very, very old days, right? In them days. Unilever was actually called the University of Marketing. So if you said, I actually work in marketing from Unilever, people would like look at you and say, "Uke Sangan, what are you washing with? Are you washing with milk to be there?" So, but I'm sure time has advanced and there's been a lot of competition, but there's things that I'm actually carrying with me, and I've been out of marketing for quite some time. But you know, there were three things that in Unilever you'll be taught when you come in. It's called the ABC of marketing. They were very, very consistent with that. And that ABC of marketing, in principle, just define the approach to things that just let's simplify things every time we do them. ABC. And ABC was also about, let's go back to the drawing board. And then in this ABC, there were then three key pillars. The A stood for, or still stands for, analysis. And Unilever will not do anything without analysis, through research. So that just reminded me how important research was. And research would actually inform everything that we did. Before we even moved to the B, which was for brand image. And the last one, C, which is communication. So there was this thing of saying, to build a good brand image, you need a brand that is going to connect with people. You need a brand that is going to be authentic. In other words, people can relate to it. You need a brand that is responsible. So, and Unilever was able to actually cover that across the entire LSM profiles, you know, from the lower LSMs up to higher LSMs. And it was because of this research that Unilever invested a lot on. And you know, through Unilever, I also learned that even poor people have aspirations. And you need to understand people's aspirations so that you can then create a brand that's going to connect with their aspirations and meet their needs. So this is the significance of research. And I am very grateful to be standing here representing an organization that is taking research very seriously. And I think we need to give management a hand of applause. So with that introduction, I would then like to also emphasize something, that our Honorable Minister, Dr. Blake Zimande, always laments on, is this thing of the poor brand image for the SETAs. And I concur with him, 100%. And we need to start treating SETAs as brands. Yeah, that's why I started with this introduction. We need to start treating SETAs as brands. That's why we are here to research our brand and see how is it viewed out there, how relevant can it be? And we need to change this image of the SETAs. And this also is something I want to leave in this conference today, that it will be very sad that after spending all of this time today with all the expertise that we're going to be getting across from international speakers and local speakers, and that the solutions that we're going to be creating, we're then going to be walking out of here and that's it. Because the A is not the end, but the A is the beginning. The analysis is the beginning. We then need to change and transform the data into compelling and inspiring stories to our stakeholders, to our beneficiaries. And I know we always say that the W&RSETA, we want them to be a carrier of choice. Today, I want to add something to that, CEO. We want W&RSETA to be also, the wholesale and retail sector to be a sector of choice. When we talk about a sector of choice, we want the top aspiring entrepreneurs to think of the wholesale and retail sector first. We want the top and aspiring, SMMEs to actually think of our sector first. We want the top and the aspiring cooperatives to come and think of the wholesale and retail as a sector of choice. And of course, we want to maintain the fact that we want the top students in the land to actually consider wholesale and retail as a career of choice. That is why we are here. We are back to the basics. We have to look at all those aspects of who are our stakeholders, who are our beneficiaries, what inspires them. And of course here, we've got even institutions that we've partnered with to deliver that aspect of credible research, which are all here amongst us today. And we also got the international speakers. So we've got the retail leadership chairs, which we launched in 2011 as the wholesale and retail sector, or SETA, sorry. So these chairs, which are housed at Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Durban University of Technology, and University of Johannesburg, serve as a conduit between industry and the university in terms of constructive engagements, best practice in the industry locally and also internationally. So we are very grateful that we've partnered with these institutions to ensure that we get our A in the ABC right. We also got the Namibian Training Authority here, and we have already started a partnership with them in terms of sharing best practice and seeing how we can actually leverage on the fact that most of our stakeholders who are companies in our sector have actually started crossing borders to actually explore and expand their businesses. So we want to keep that partnership going. And, you know, I was also told that we do have other African countries that will be looking at to actually expand that partnership. So with the time that we've already started 10 minutes late, I don't want to be taking too much of your time, except really just to welcome you and to encourage people both who are here physically and those who are joining us online to actually participate and make this an event a successful one. And this is actually our first event. SETA has been doing research for a long time, so let's get that clear. But this is the first time we actually gathering to have this kind of inaugural research. So I'm sure we're gonna learn a lot from it. And there's a lot to take home, and I'm sure it will continue so that we can come back, you know, and revisit all the solutions that we actually came up with, or we're gonna come up with, sorry, at the end of this day and actually take this forward. So I am very grateful, and I'd like you all to just give yourself a hand of applause just for making this event successful. I also recognize the collaboration with W&RSETA. With the partnerships as well are very, very important. So we introduced Kukumkize here. So the collaboration between SETAs continues to grow in strength, and we work together to make a significantly impactful contribution to the people of South Africa as a collective. That's why we are today joined by the CEOs of various SETAs, and in particular, like to actually acknowledge and appreciate the support of W&RSETA as a partner to this conference. Let's give them a hand of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, today is a convergence of all role players in public and private sector that makes skills development possible. From our employers, labor, universities, government, TVET colleges, and private training providers. All the solutions to the skills gap and our challenging unemployment rate will need to be sorted out in this room. We look forward to your contribution to reduce the 3 ills facing our society. That is inequality, poverty, and unemployment. More than ever, the importance of research is shaping a globally competitive wholesale and retail sector. And this is becoming more and more important and significant. So we are very grateful that we are all here to translate and come with solutions so that we can create compelling and inspiring programs that connect with our stakeholders and our learners. So in closing, I'll just like to thanks once again all the speakers that are going to be speaking to us today, both locally and internationally. We are looking forward to you provoking and exciting us about, you know, the possibilities that lie ahead. We look forward to the engagements for the next few hours that we will spend here today as we deliberate on the skill supply and demand to find appropriate responses that will prepare the wholesale and retail sector for sustainable growth. I thank you.
I know which side my bread is buttered. I could not stand to our chairperson. So, ladies and gentlemen, to all our speakers that are going to follow suit, we've got a timer at the back. Please adhere to the timer. And when you see me standing up, it's not because I'm undermining you, but I'm reminding you to look at the timer. Is that clear? Now that we are welcomed, I can safely say that I've been made aware of in our presence, Chairperson, we've got Ms. Futsani, the DDG of Community Colleges as well. You're welcome, ma'am. You know, in case, do you mind standing up for a minute, for a few seconds? Just stand up. All of us. You notice I'm shining, my face is so shining on the screen. It's because usually I go and they puff my nose and I will look proper, but I've missed that session. So you don't mind the shining, it's a glow. Eh? So now I would like all of us to go rub your hands like that. You must feel the warmth, right? You must feel the warmth. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? Let's start clapping. No, heavily so. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So in case you're not going to give me a standing ovation, so I've got proof of evidence here that I indeed got one, and more so from my board members. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, Albert Georgi once said, research is seeing what everyone else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. This term research has been coined deliberately so to say you're not discovering, you are researching. And you know, even in research, there is what they call a scope limitation or limitation of scope. So we hope that today, the key insights that will be shared in this podium or in this forum will actually enhance our knowledge, and it will enhance our decision-making as the sector. And we will contribute towards the body of knowledge in terms of the lessons learned and the key messages. Well, as you all know, in research, they go like, for you to understand the problem, you must ask the 5 whys. Why is W&RSETA not performing? Why is W&RSETA not adopting digitalization? Why up until you get to the core? So I hope that the key messages or the key insights that are going to be presented here, they will trigger those whys, so that when we build up on our research journey, we will be able to resolve the sector-related problems. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker. Is no one else but Mr. Risenga Maluleka. Some call him SG, but he's a statistician general. Mr. Risenga Maluleka was appointed South African second statistician general. What a role! In November 2017. Prior to November 2017, Mr. Maluleka was the deputy director general for statistical collections and outreach. He has been with Statistics South Africa for the past 20 years He was responsible for the provincial offices, data collection for censuses and sample surveys, international statistical development and communications. Mr. Maluleka has also been instrumental in international statistical development. He has represented South Africa on countless occasions and has extensive experience in international and diplomatic matters. He has been instrumental in managing Stats SA participation in international meetings such as the UN Statistical Commission. He holds a BAc in mathematical statistics from the University of Limpopo and a master's in urban and regional science from the University of Stellenbosch. He has also completed senior executive programs with the University of the Witwatersrand and Harvard Business School. On that same note, I would like to welcome you, sir, on stage.
Yeah, I can be there with Meva. Yes, I can be there with Meva. Send us both the request with Meva to be there because ultimately I can talk the way
You think
the spirit is saying let's support, and then the money is there with them, so that we don't do this. So copy me and Meva on that request, and then we can
Let me
deal with
greet
it.
the chairperson of the board, Baba Sbia. You know the Sbias, Babia Ngenkomo, and they go all the way to praise themselves in all sorts of interesting ways, but I will keep it short today and say that let me greet also all board members have been advised that there's also a member of parliament that will join later. Let me take note of that. And let me greet the CEO of the Wholesale and Retail SETA, Babu Mkwanazi. Quite interesting, you know, the Mkwanazis, the Malulekes, Babu Masikwame, are called Bangwanati. So the Mkwanazis, when they went south, they changed from Mwanati to Mkwanazi. So, yeah. Let me also greet the colleagues from DHET, the DDGs, who we always meet in different meetings, Ms. Futsani, Bab Mvalo, and Bab Zungu. Appreciate this moment. I don't know why statisticians are always asked to be keynote speakers. I have never tried to understand that, but sometimes you can never present numbers without having a presentation. So I'm going to be talking to put my keynote in the form of numbers, but I want to make it easy. You know, colleagues from DHET, you know, when students enter university, the biggest problem they have is that they don't like numbers. So my teacher taught us something. If you know, when the inspectors are there and you are asked an answer, if you know the correct answer, raise your right hand. If you do not know the answer, raise your left hand. So we are going to proceed like that today. Let us talk about South Africa. How many people are in South Africa as we speak now? We are having about 60.6 million people in South Africa, and these people are not, as we talk about the census. Census 2022, we are going to come back next year with the results. We are still busy with downstream processes. And it's critical that when you talk about retail and wholesale, you need to know where the people are, particularly in Gauteng. In Gauteng, we have about 16.1 million people who account for 26.6% of the country's population. So more than a quarter of the country's population sits in Gauteng. KwaZulu-Natal was the most populous province in 1996, but it has been overtaken by Gauteng, and it's sitting now at 11.5 million. And as it does so, it accounts for 19%, followed by the Western Cape, where we are sitting at 7.2 million, accounting for 11.9%. The three provinces account for 57.2% of our population. And these are the provinces
where our economy in terms of the share of nominal GDP, these are the three provinces that dominate, with Gauteng accounting for about 33 to 35% of our GDP from time to time. The Northern Cape, with the biggest land mass, only has 1.3 million, accounting for 2.2%. So these are mid-year estimates that we release every year, since censuses take about 10 years to come and count people. Now, if I were a politician, especially that we are headed towards 2024, I would know which provinces to start investing in. Well, Masikwameng, maybe these are issues that you and I should talk about going forward when I finish my term. I heard you saying that my term started in 2017. It's actually ending end of October. And then as it ends end of October, we don't know what you and I will be doing. But let's talk about numbers now. I usually go to meetings, including political meetings. The benefit with being a statistician general is that you don't need a permission to go to any political party from our ministers. You just get invited and you go. You don't even report because you are supposed to be independent at all times. So as I go there, I usually hear young people saying, you know, the old people must be pushed out. It's even in the media narrative and all the like. But if you ask me, about 38 million of our country's population is younger than 34 years and younger. And these people account for 62.7% of our population. Those 60 years and older who tend to be endangered by being asked to give space for others only account for about 9.2%. So sometimes during apartheid years, we used to be told that, you know, whites have 87% of the land, while blacks have 13%. Now here are the elderly, accounting for 9.2% running the country. So some of us who are getting 60, we must start looking at how endangered we are becoming with all these younger generations. Now, let us get straight to the economy. The economy in the last quarter that we accounted for, that is second quarter of 2022, went on a slump by 0.7%. That is the negative. I don't want to worry you about the other circles, the two circles. We can worry about them more when we start talking later in the year. But I just want us to talk about this graph. We can see when we look at the right-hand side that by quarter four 2019, it was before we were hit by COVID-19. We were riding very high. First quarter 2020, we were riding very high. In that quarter, our economy, real GDP was sitting at 1.148 trillion. When COVID hit us, we went down to below $1 trillion. In real terms, real GDP, we went to about 952 billion. But we started recovering. And you can see that the recovery has been moving sideways in that by quarter one, 2022, we had gone to 1.151 trillion. But quarter two, we declined a bit. So what it means here is that our economy, while it is recovering, coming out of COVID-19, it hasn't fully recovered because it starts showing fluctuations, but we have made strides. But I want us to talk about this slide. Leave the two spikes that you see. Generally, and there's a slide I didn't bring here of our annual growth. Since 2011, our economy has not been growing better than the previous year. So every year that comes has been growing slower than the previous year. And in economy that is not growing sufficiently enough cannot create sufficient jobs. I'm not supposed to say that. I think if I start saying that, I'm going to be beaten a lot. So we can see, as I've already started, let us look at about 2010, 2011. That is, if you look at the left-hand side, there is a slump that is red. And then after that, it's 2010, 2011. After that, our economy has been growing slower and slower and slower. It did start recovering in 2016, going to 2017, 2018, but it hasn't shown sufficient recovery. And COVID just knocked us. And if we look at the right-hand side, we might think it has grown too high. Actually, we started from a low base because we are coming from COVID. So that is not a real growth that we would be expecting to see. So those are the kind of challenges. Now, 6 industries have not recovered from COVID-19 pandemic. As we can see, the other color, the lighter, not the lighter, maybe the pink color tells us that we are less than where we were during COVID times. It's only the blue colors that show that we have recovered. And it means that we have a lot of challenges. For example, we can see agriculture, general government, finance and not finance, agriculture and general government have shown recovery. The others haven't shown recovery. Construction has been depressed for quite some time, and it is losing a lot of jobs. So these are some of the things that we need to be looking at. Let us look at the labor context. And I want us to talk about the labor context. What has happened now? It's refusing. Okay. I want us to talk about the labor context. Always when we make numbers available, program director, I get beaten up. Why do you include children that are 15 years and they are supposed to be at school? The job of the statistician general is not to make laws, it's to measure. So parliamentarians sometimes bring me to parliament and beat me up, Maluleke, you are including children. And when they finish beating me up, I ask them, are you done beating me up? They say, yes. So I say, go and change the law. Yeah. Section 43 or 46.1A of the basic condition of employment says it is illegal to hire a child 14 years or younger, meaning that when they are 15 years or older and they are not at school, they can take up employment. So Maluleke gets beaten and Maluleke takes the beating. Now, when COVID hit us, before we were hit by COVID, we were sitting at about 16.4 million employed people. We are currently sitting at 15.6 million people. We are still about 800,000 less to recover. The number of the unemployed, we are sitting at 8 million, and that accounts for 33.9%. So when we release the headline number, these 8 million are people who are actively looking for employment. So when we come and talk to you and we ask you, in the week prior to the interview, were you looking for employment, and you say yes, then we include you in this 8 million. If you say no and you were discouraged, we take you to the 3.6 million, that is the discouraged work seekers. And I'll come and talk about those because sometimes we get beaten. They say we never put a real picture. And sometimes even members of the media will say, but the statistician general is hiding the numbers. So I always say, let us go to page what of our report. You will see the number you are asking for. So the 8 million actively looking for employment account for 33.9%. When we add over and above the 8 million, the 3.6 million discouraged work seekers plus another 700,000 who didn't look for employment for other reasons other than being discouraged, but would have taken employment had it been available, we come to 12.3 million. So this is the real challenge that we are facing as a country. About 45.5% of our population in the expanded definition is not working. Now, let us look at the provinces, and I'll start moving faster because that timer there says I have 17 minutes left. I know how to count. Let us look at the provinces. The Eastern Cape is always leading the pack. Don't look at the gray color yet. Look only at the brown color. The Eastern Cape is leading the pack in terms of unemployment, sitting at about 42.8%, followed by Limpopo, followed by Mpumalanga. Generally, rural provinces struggle with unemployment. But as of the second quarter of 2022, we can see that other rural provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Free State were below the national average. As you can see, that the national average is sitting at 33.9 and the others are sitting, KwaZulu-Natal at 32.7%. Now, when we move from the official definition, which is the brown color, to the gray color, which is the expanded definition, you can see all rural provinces jumping. Eastern Cape leading, and of course, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, the Northwest, and the other rural provinces, including the Northern Cape right at the bottom. Look at how far it jumps. Now, the biggest challenge we are facing here is that, you said I studied town and regional planning, right? The space that we live in South Africa is still prevalent of apartheid. And sometimes when we say this as those who measure the numbers, and we say, but people are staying far away from urban centers where they can go and look for employment. So many of us sitting here stay in leafy suburbs. And half the time there are people who establish in our neighborhoods called Plastic View. And we always want to say, we don't want them, they will make our houses lose value. The poor always follow the rich because they have to eat from the crumbs that fall off from the table of the rich man and rich woman. So those people that are in our neighborhood, we can never wish them away. They will always follow us. So we better start encouraging them to come stay next to us. Say, set up your mkukunyana here. Because it is cheaper for them to go to work. They don't even pay for transport. They walk to work. And it makes it cheaper for us to hire them because we don't have to pay them transport costs. I'm not going to talk much about the formal sector, except that it accounts for 68.1%. And I always hear that we must expand agriculture. Agriculture accounts for 5.6% of the number of those that are employed. But agriculture has not done very well over a period of time in terms of share of nominal GDP. It's only in this quarter that we are reporting on that it has shown a rise, but generally it has been between 1% and 2%. One of the things that I need to say, which is not in this presentation, is that manufacturing in 1994 was our number one, our lead industry. It is now our number 4. It has declined. The lead one is finance, followed by trade, followed by trade and personal services, and number 4 then sits manufacturing. Now, let us look, who is hit the most by this unemployment? Young people. Young people, 15 to 24 years, their unemployment rate is 61.4%. They are followed by those that are aged 25 to 34 years with an unemployment rate sitting at about 42.1%. Now, I want to say that when we talk about young people, we also have those that are not in employment, education, or training. So out of 10.2 million young people in South Africa, regardless of where they are, 3.7 million of those are not in employment, education, or training. And it's worrying. It's worrying. They walk the streets during the day. The mothers come home and say, have you cooked? They say, yes, we have cooked. And then the next thing, there's a grandchild coming and all the likes. There are serious social challenges that come with this group. Now, let us look at graduate unemployment, which is the lowest. So education, education, education. So the sitters that we have, higher education, DHED, the sitters that we have, the more we allow our young people to have skills, the more we allow our young people to go and study, they actually get better opportunities of getting jobs, because the unemployment rate for graduates is sitting at 10.2%, other tertiary sitting at 23.3%, Those with matric or less, they are actually higher than the national average. Now, we want to talk about population groups. When we look at population groups, the unemployment rate of Black Africans on the right and on the right-hand side is the highest, higher than the national average. As we can see, it's sitting at 37.8%, and that of the colored is sitting at 27.4%, Indian Asian 15.5%, white sitting at 8.6%. Actually, in all aspects, the Indian Asian population group is catching up with the white population group. If you look at education, if you look at wealth, they are actually catching up with the white population group. When you look at poverty, the Black Africans and the coloreds are actually trudging a bit harder. They're actually climbing a mountain, limping. As if unemployment is not a challenge for young people. For the Black African woman, it's even much worse. It's sitting at 39.3%. So it's even worse when you are a Black African and you are young. Now, when we make these numbers available and we start talking about white, colored, a Black African, they say, there's some of the things where they say in South Africa, it's taboo to say black and white. It's not taboo for statisticians. We have to say it. We have to know where we are coming from and where we are headed to. Now, in terms of trade, construction, and agriculture, these are the three industries that create more employment than their share of nominal GDP. So if you look at and trade, when you look at wholesale and retail, they sit here. Now, the line, the blue color surpasses the gray color. These are the three industries. So these are low-hanging fruits. This is where we should actually try and work a lot more to create employment, because they are already leading. We are left with 8 minutes there. Yeah. The biggest players in South Africa in retail industry: general dealers 44%, textile and clothing 16%, hardware, paint and glass 9%, food and beverages 9%, and household and furniture appliances 5%, and any other that we can't classify accounts for 10%. Top contributors to the total retail sales, it's meat, other food, pharmaceuticals, building material, women and girls clothing. They buy. Yeah. Cosmetics and toiletry. Look at men and boys down there. They don't buy. Look at me and Wamasikwa Menga, we don't buy. And right at the bottom, dairy products. So these are the areas. Meat is moving, 8.3%. I didn't say yet, I should have shown this slide. That's where meat is, yes. Yeah. We eat a lot of protein here. Now, non-specialized stores employ over a third of the workers. And you can see 38% is non-specialized stores, followed by clothing, followed by food and beverages. So this is what we are saying. Clothing, all these clothing shops, food and beverages, and pharmaceuticals and medicine account for larger share, while hardware, paint, and glass account for 6%. Now, let us look at retail trade industry, average salaries. Those in the pharmaceutical industries, and medical, they earn a lot. I want to go and join them. Statisticians are nowhere here. I usually hear that, look at the entire retail industry in blue, 113,000. Now, I always hear that those who sell food and beverages make a lot of money. They're right at the bottom. Yeah, so you can see repairs following pharmaceuticals and medical. Now, let us look at retail trade recovery from 2020. Textile and clothing is recovering 19.5%. Household furniture and appliances, hardware, paint, and glass. And of course, general dealers are not doing well in terms of recovery. While they account very well right there in the previous slide, in terms of recovery, they are not doing very well. Now I'm headed towards closing. I'm told I'm left with 6 minutes, so I'm going to. Now, let us look at wholesale trade again, recovery. We are going again looking at precious stones and jewelry. Yesterday, I saw the police raiding people that are selling all these precious stones, and look at how they are recovering. And then metal and metal ores, and of course, other intermediate products and scrap. All these ones that are sold in those markets that are sometimes not properly accounted for are recovering very well. But look at machinery and equipment. Look at food, beverages and tobacco right at the bottom, not making sufficient recovery. We have 5 minutes, so don't stand up yet. I'm going to skip this slide because I want to move in terms of what the DTI has done. The DTI has looked, we deal with the classification, international classification, as states say, but they come up with thresholds for what is small business, what is big business, and of course, and we can see in terms of, for example, forestry and fishing, big business, you just need to be sitting at about 37 billion to be called big business, 22 billion to be medium, 3.7 billion to be called small, very small, about 2 billion. So this is an example because we have to work with the DTI in terms of aligning our measurement as states say. Now, small business were reported for generating 2.3 trillion. That's about 23% of total turnover. And I want us to come here. That's what they were generating. I don't want to take much of your time. Within trade, small business share increased from 24% to 31% over a 7-year period. Now, it's very critical to watch this because these are numbers that we will need over time when we start. Informal sector, I want to talk about that. We are left with 3 minutes. 63.5% of people decided to start informal business due to unemployment. And that's where the majority of them are. We can see informal sector, it started well in 2001, very high in terms of 2.3 million persons. It declined. And now again, 2017, it's making a recovery from 2013, 1.5 million to 1.8 million. I'm going to skip this slide because I'm left with 3 minutes. I want to come and say, we spoke about young people earlier. Young people, chances of them, and I want to say at 8.1% of those aged 45 to 54 years of age group, they had the largest proportion of working age running non-VAT registered businesses. So what it means is that the older people are and they gain experience, the better they fare in terms of running a non-VAT registered businesses. Look at the young people 15 to 24. They are hit by unemployment. When you come again, look at how they are, where they should start, they are struggling. About 53% of informal businesses in trade had a turnover of 0 to 1,500 rands. It's nothing. It's nothing. 53%. This slide says Ndihela Kwala. I'm left with 1 minute, 55 seconds. It says Ndihela Kwala. And I have to give context. When I was small, growing up in the village, our mothers could not read and write. So we were their scribes. When they wanted to write letters to our fathers as their loved ones in urban centers. So they could not finish a letter to the husband with, I love you, my husband, or I miss you. Because we were the scribes, we were not supposed to hear those words, we were going to go deaf. And we were not going to, we were not allowed to write those words, we were going to go blind according to village legend. So our mothers had to finish a letter. It was standard in one of the languages, Xitsonga, which I happen to speak, that ndihela kwala, meaning that I finish here, because they had no other way of putting it. In Chivenda, they would say ndifelela hanefo. In Sepedi, Setswana, Sesotho, they would say ke fetsa hona mo. And then in isiZulu, they would say angnamaningi, meaning angnamaningi magama, angnamaningi. In isiXhosa, they would say ngiceda khona apha ngalomkhulu umbuliso. In isiZulu, they would say ngiceda khona lapha sekuphelile. But they would always finish angnamaningi. That's how they would finish. So, Wamasikwa, chairperson, CEO, board members, all of us from DHET, never and never again, Mandela once said, should we allow any section of the society, as we run government and we run business, whether they are women or young children or those young 15 to 24, to be excluded from being able to run their affairs when we are in charge. Because these are people who have waited for too long for democracy to reach them. And we don't know their pain when we are in charge. So in this Ndihela Kwala, in English and Afrikaans, it says finish and klaar. My next slide is blank. I thank you.
I've noticed that Mr. Maluleka was auctioneering numbers the last 5 minutes. He was auctioneering numbers and skipping slides, but don't worry. His presentation, all presentations are included in your packs in the memory stick. So, thank you very much. I'm going to allow 6 inputs or 6 questions, but we are going to coordinate them in this fashion. The first round, we will accommodate three participants. And then after Mr. Maluleka has responded to, we will accommodate the last 3. And then we will close the first session. We move to the second session. I would like marketing to assist in coordinating the Q&A session. There is one hand. I'm noting 1, 2, and 3 in that order. Thank you, sir. Yes. Yes. For people who are online, can you please write your question on the chat, and we will read your question here at the conference. And before I give you an opportunity, ma'am, sorry, let me brand some people who need some attention. Vukile, please mute your microphone. Online, Vukile, please mute your microphone. All right. And in our midst, we've got Maliviwe Lumka, Head of Secretariat, HRDC. You are welcome, sir. You can go forward now. Oops.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly just first thank the chairperson of the board for the opening and warm welcome, and big thank you to Mr. Maluleka. Mine is a very brief one, and I hope that it doesn't sound controversial. We are now in the country, there's a context when we're talking about employment, that whether legal or illegal foreigners are taking the jobs of which were supposed to be taken by South Africans. In the stats that you have of employment, do we know to what extent South African versus non-South Africans are participating in those jobs, particularly also the small industries and the non-informal sector, but all inclusive? Thank you very much.
The next question.
Thank you so much. Abusheni, Minjani, Tadamalulek. Aye. Okay, it's Noctula Spear from Food and Beverage SETA. I think I would have failed in my role if I don't ask the reason why the manufacturing dropped from 1994 from number 1 to number 4. I just want to find out what could be the cause of that. Thank you.
Zintle?
Morning, everybody. Kekeletso Mabizela. I just wanted to find out that the stats that the Statistician General presented are fantastic things, always quite factual, quite on the ground. But I feel that there's almost a disconnect in how those statistics are then applied, to the same departments that you service or that you give this data to. Then when we see unemployment being structural in the way that it is, it almost feels like the students that are studying the things that they're studying, the workers that are creating employment and space for that are almost not looking and applying solutions to the data itself. So almost kind of, my question is then, how does that gap close between the conversations that your data is informed by and how government and even private sector applies that? Thank you.
Is the hand before?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the board and the parliamentary representatives. And thank you very much, Mr. Maluleka. What a wonderful presentation, and scary and enlightening at the same time. My question is, you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that the economy is not growing to the extent that it was pre-1994 and again in 2009. What is it that structurally government needs to do, whether it's policy, regulations, to enable the private sector to do what it needs to do to create employment, to grow, and make sure that it's able to improve the stats that we have seen today? Thank you.
Let us start with the issue of South Africans versus non-South Africans. The first thing I must say is that the United States ran a census just before COVID-19, and then President Trump wanted to know the number of illegal immigrants. So this question went through courts. Even the most powerful President Trump was defeated in courts. So we conduct our operations through the United Nations fundamental principles of official statistics. And we do not have to exclude people based on their legal status in the country. And these are our reasons. You could have, look at Johannesburg, you have Berea and Hillbrow, where you have a lot of non-South Africans. Potentially, many of them may not be documented, but they need water, electricity, ablution facilities. Imagine you didn't count them. There would be a lot of challenges. So I sometimes hear politicians saying, you are South African, you are non-South African. For the Statistician General, I'm responsible for everyone who is within the borders of South Africa. And I'm not encouraging lawlessness. I sometimes hear politicians saying there are 9 million, there are 11 million, there are 17 million undocumented South Africans. In 1996, we had 860,000 who were not born in South Africa, documented or not documented, not born in South Africa. 2001, we had 2.5 million. 2011, we had 3.6 million. The jury is still to come when we go in, we release the results for census 2022. However, as regards employment, every 5 years we do a cohort, the last one done in 2017. So we are going to do one now where we ask people whether they were born in South Africa or not. At the time, in around 2017, of the 14 million people who were employed, about 1.2 million were not born in South Africa. And in terms of the unemployed at the time, only about 780 or 760 or 780 were not South African born. I can't remember the facts off the cuff. But largely, they are self-employed. The majority of them are in self-employment. And some of them are in the informal industry. There was an issue of why manufacturing dropped. I think it came from Noktula. There's an, you know, when I go and visit my Sangoma and Hlabuyalingana, in case you don't know how I became statistician general, usually the Sangoma throws the bones and says, man, you are being bewitched. Your contract maybe will not be renewed, but they don't say who's bewitching me. So the job of the statistician general is not to dabble into policy. There is a law in South Africa: when you drive, keep left, stay in your lane. So I have to stay in my lane. I can't get into the policy space. However, because these things, we see them. Manufacturing is not dependent only on what we do as South Africa. It's also how other countries see us. Look at when Mexico was in charge of manufacturing, especially motor vehicle and spare part manufacturing. When 1994 came, we didn't actually have investors moving from Mexico or South America straight into South Africa. They went to China. So there's a lot of policies that we need to look at. But investors, they always say, you know, when we attend these meetings, they always say, you know, in China, it's so cheap to produce and there are lesser strikes and everything. And I don't know how many strikes we have in South Africa. Perhaps we have one today, but I won't talk about that. I must stay in my lane. Now, let us talk about unemployment in relation to education. There was a question from there. We have what we call structural unemployment. Structural unemployment is when the skill set doesn't match what jobs are made available there. So that is why sometimes you will see jobs being advertised again and again because the skill set are not matching. And this is one of the areas where the SETAs should actually be assisting in addressing these issues. Economy is not growing enough. What is government supposed to do? I stay in my lane. So when politicians come and want to interfere in the numbers, I say, no, please don't get involved. It's for that reason that when we release numbers, my colleagues from government will tell you, every policy that they have to make public or any document must first be discussed with the minister, and it is taken to cabinet committee, sometimes to cabinet. I release the numbers first, and even the president sees them when you see them. So in this regard, I'm not supposed to get involved. I only give them the numbers, because when I give them the numbers, the economy and policy space are very difficult. Let's assume I tell them we must do the following. And in future, it happens that what I advise them, let's say, look at COVID when it came. What I advise them doesn't fall exactly in the way I had said. It means when the numbers don't confirm that, I will hide them because I'm afraid to say they are not confirming what I said. And once I hide them, I've lost my independence. And independence is something I guard jealously, like a duck guarding its eggs. I thank you.
Got few questions from online. Rulani will take us through.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mwanati. There are a few questions from online. And the first one is from Melen. How is, this one is for W&RSETA. How is the W&RSETA engaging government with our current crisis of load shedding, power disaster, and now recently water crisis? This impacts all sectors, more so our small businesses that cannot operate during load shedding, impacting on loss of profits and job losses. Okay. And then we've got another one from like Lucy Magudube. This is for everyone. Question, it's, she is requiring more details, please, on development of people with disabilities and prospective industries, job for the required economic growth. And then the last one, is there any data existing on how many foreigners are active in the retail sector?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The one for from Melanie, I won't answer it. It's for the seat at this one. The only thing I can say is that Miss Shingange, Martha, she's the one who said to me, I'll make you speak at our conference. And now, that's the only thing I can say, Chairperson. She even said I must come in person. I don't know how she made it, but I'm here. And then let us look at the whole issue of people with disability. The whole issue of people with disability is I think they generally get excluded because even when we run censuses, we ask a few questions. Are there people with disability in the household? That's how far we go. But I think with people with disability, we must just get into the issue of having a specific survey that addresses this issue so that we can unpack different disabilities, different forms of disability. Because I don't think we are doing enough, one as government and as the private sector, to get them on board. And even us as statisticians, we are not doing enough in making sure they are counted. I think the last question had to do with an issue I addressed already in terms of the people that are not, was that nationals or documented nationals. So if you allow me, Ntate Masikwame, there's a legend in my village that I don't stop talking. So if you want me to go on, just keep the questions coming.
Thank you, sir. Big round of applause for Mr. Maluleka. You're welcome. Thank you very much. You know, I thought Mr. Maluleka will be wearing a yellow jacket and a yellow suit.
Oh. I'm not going to take it. I'm not taking it. It's my job to speak and give numbers. So if I must be paid when I get paid, I'm not taking it. But I want to make a serious point that you get paid for doing this job. So if I have to get a gift, I appreciate it so much. But if I have to get a gift, then it sends a wrong message.
Thank you. Thank you, my good sir. So without wasting time, we are heading for the next speaker. The next speaker will be addressing challenges in the future retail landscape, trends, and skills development recommendations. Our speaker is Mr. Eric Van Zyl, who replaces Professor Arthur. and he's a lecturer in the Department of Retail Business Management Faculty of Business and Management Science at Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Eric started his career at management consulting business, where he was a human resource advisor and eventually the head of training and development. He joined the then Cape Technicon, later to become CPUT, a lecturer in 1997. His passion for education, youth development, and lifelong learning has enabled him to excel as a lecturer in the Retail Business Management Department. He focused his MTech business administration in organizational behavior and have been focusing on creativity, innovation, and leadership for the last 10 years. Before we clap for him, I must say, let's give him a round of applause, because he was not prepared to speak today, but he will, and he showed up for the occasion. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the best. The timer is at the back.
Wow, I've got people in front of me. What a privilege. I said to somebody this morning, I think the last 3 years, the most difficult thing for me as a lecturer wasn't being able to see my students, because we were doing online lecturing and you don't know your students. Last Friday, I quickly popped into the office and I was walking down the passage and somebody said to me, "Good morning, Mr. Van Zyl." And I looked at this stranger and I thought, who are you? I need to realize it's one of my third-year students that I physically have never seen because of isolation. I'm standing in awe, people sitting in front of me. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I thrive in talking to people. That's my passion. As I said, creativity. And I want to share, just before I start, just a short story. How did creativity become part of my life? I was a very young boy and growing up in Namibia. And I remember my dad, he was a keen cyclist and he came down to Cape Town to come do some cycling tournament. And he came back with a color TV. There wasn't TVs in Namibia at that stage because there was no signal. And one of the first evenings we could see something, there was somebody talking on a podium like this, and he had 2 microphones in front of him. And I said to my mum, "Mum, he must be important." Where's the camera? Mum, your son is standing in front of 2 microphones today. I apologize, I'll play the little clip. Creativity in my life. Being an educator my whole life, in the last 26 years, I've never had to work one single day. Because if you do something that you love, you don't work. It's my passion. I believe that's what I was made to be. And then my youngest son started his school career, and I think it was one of his first class tests that they had to read. You remember those class tests? You had to identify the shapes. Triangle, rectangle, circle, whatever. And the next day after the test, Mother Van Zyl and Father Van Zyl got called in by the teacher. And I said to my wife, "Do you know how far is matric and university?" And we get called in the first day after test 1 of our school careers with our youngster. Walking into the teacher's classroom, I was more intrigued by what the classroom looked like, all the paintings against the wall. I thought these kids are really, really, really creative in what we see. Thank you very much. Creative in what I see in the class. So I was really triggered by something else. And then came the reason for our visit. And the teacher told us, Mr. Van Zyl and Mrs. Van Zyl, your kid doesn't fit in to the education system. Shocker. And the problem was that when he described a green square, he described it as an object with 4 equal signs. This is a grade, what is it, grade 2 when you write your first test, grade 3? This is an object with 4 equal sides, with 4 equal size corners. And to get green, now somebody need to help me out of the audience, you mix blue and yellow, am I right? That was his answer. I didn't know he knew that. The teacher told us the answer should have been green square. And isn't that what's happening to us all in in our working careers, where we operate? The moment she told me that, I switched off. Because how can you tell an educator that his son is not creative or is too creative for education? My wife wasn't very pleased with me. Today, my youngest son is a final year electrical engineering. He still has problems. He still has problems. He's busy at the moment building a little remote car that he can operate with his cell phone that's got crash avoidance technology. Designed everything himself, programmed everything himself. So last night at home, he jumped in his car, said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I've got to go to the lab." I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "My car doesn't do this and this and this." I said, "But you're not supposed to do that." He said, "Yeah, but I'm going to show the professor that I can do things better than him." So I said to him, "Please, just do your work." But his mind is different. His mother once asked him and said to him, how does your mind work? And his answer was different. And that's what I want to leave you with today. When we look at retail for the future, let's look at it differently. We have to, regrettably. I need to now go to my next slide. Where am I? Okay. As we know, due to the fourth industrial revolution, we are now entering a phase where everything becomes largely technology driven. Everything that we do, everything that's happening is technology driven. And we need to be able to work with that. We're going to demand efficient and effective category management within retail, because our customers are going to demand new and different things. They experience things differently from than we used to be in the past. One of my favorite examples that I'm lately using, how technology is changing our companies. There was an article about 2 months ago where a Chinese game company has appointed the first humanoid as CEO of the company. Now just think how that's changing our mindset. Talk about statisticians. Do we have space for humanoids in our reports for employment? Those are kind of technology advances that we're going to see. It's going to change everything that we know, from supply chain demand right up to our customers' expectation. Interesting enough is that I always thought that the younger generation, the 20, 25-year-olds, will be the people that will use technology, but they're not. They are the people going back to the shops. It's slightly younger than me who are using technology now as their main objective. Also, we're going to have increased competition from various aspects in the retail sector. Non-traditional retailers will become part of our competition. And then the working environment is going to change. May I use the word drastically? I think one of my big concern as an educator at the university is that I'm training students to go out into the retail sector, but I'm not even sure what they're going to do, because jobs are going to change drastically. Some of the researchers tells us it's going to change 75% of the jobs doesn't even exist yet. I think that great emphasis is going to be on emotional skills. The ability to deal with people, the ability to deal with our customers. We talk about a new workforce. What is that going to look like? Where are we going to get those people that's going to do the job for us? Where are we going to get the training to train those people? And I'm always asking the question, are we ready for that? Are we ready for that? My passion for creativity leads me to believe that if you start with creativity, it's going to lead to innovation. Once you're at the innovation phase, you could lead to innovative management and innovative leadership. We're going to have to be able to train our people, our staff, to be creative in what they do. We talk about big data analysis. So they need to become tech literacy in how we operate. I'm 100% convinced that creativity is going to be able to carry us through all of these processes that we have to go through. The skills that we're going to require. My son, I phoned him the other day and I said to him, please help me with this concept of big data, of artificial intelligence. I'm a rookie when it comes to that. And he looked at me and he kind of turned away and he said to me, Dad, one word for you. I said, yes, what is the word? Please give me advice. Upskill. So one of the things that we're definitely going to have to do is upskill, reskill. But with that, I also believe there's a certain amount of unlearning that we need to do. Unlearn the way we've done things in the past. Like a practical example, some of our staff are now working from home. We used to manage productivity by seeing who's at the office. What time did somebody scan in? What time did somebody leave the office? Now they work remotely. So we need to be able to change the way we've managed people, change the way we deal with customers. I think we need to become more focused on our stakeholders and our customers. Customers are becoming more educated. The technology allows them to do price checks. Technology allows them to do searches to see what do I really need the product for. They become more knowledgeable about our products. One of my favorite examples is iPhone. iPhone have at one stage lost 25% of their market share. And when they did research, they realized, but their customers are realizing that we don't need the latest technology every 2 or 3 years. The cell phones that we have can now last longer. They became more knowledgeable about the product than we often do ourselves. My other favorite point is I do believe that we need to encourage creative thinking. I think we are trained from very young, and I call it the one answer mentality. One of the speakers just said, if you know the answer, put up your left hand, and if you don't know the answer, put up your right hand. But we get to the point where we believe that there's one answer, there's one solution to a problem. And this was clearly defined by Land when he did his study on creativity. And he did an 18-year study from age 4 years right up to the age of 21. And he was the project leader to identify creative leaders for NASA. And when he did this exercise with 4-year-olds, 89% of those 4-year-olds were creative geniuses, meaning that on their scores, they could get a job at NASA. Land waited 5 years, did the same test. That 89% dropped to 35%. By the time that age group became 21, there were 2% creative geniuses left. We as employers, we as industry, we need to create an environment where we can harvest and we can encourage creativity as part of our staff development. And we need to be able to analyze the skills of our organization and link that to the capabilities. We have to reskill our existing staff, and we're going to have to identify key skills. And thank you very much for the skills report from the W&RSETA that forms the basis of my classes, because in there you've stipulated what are the key skills we're looking for in the future, and students can relate to that. I think we need to change and also have a growth mindset. And looking at the speed of which things are changing, we need to adapt and make sure that we understand where we're heading so that we can grow as fast as the industry requires to do. So how do we do this? How do we do this? And these are, I've got 2 more slides that I'm done. I found this research very interesting. As an employer in the retail sector, I think it's critical that we create an environment where we expect creativity from our staff. How do we do that? Make it part of the company culture. I was listening to the CEO of Discovery. Creativity is part of the performance management process in the organization. You look at Dimension Data. Dimension Data will say to you, I team up with experts in the creativity environment. I pay money for them to encourage and motivate my staff to become creative. The second one is to create time for creativity within your organization. I was sitting with some people this morning and I was listening how they, I don't want to mention names, but somebody said I was working 3 o'clock this morning and then I put off my laptop and then I had 2 hours sleep and I had to get on the plane to be in. That becomes kind of our working environment now, isn't it? There's no distinction between home and work anymore. You roll out of the bed, you're in front of your laptop. And we've lost creativity due to that because we are busy, 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 busy. And researchers have showed us, even creative artists have shown us that you're often more creative away from the environment where you need to be creative. So take a break. If you need to solve that statistical problem, director, take a break. Take a break, and often you find solutions to the problem while you're not actively thinking about the problem. And then comes my third point, and this is the challenging one for all of us. Freedom to take the risk associated with creativity. What does that mean? That means as a line manager, I must be able to say to my staff, I give you the safety, the environment where I want you to be creative. And if there's an error slipping in, if there's a mistake, I, as the line manager, take responsibility for that, not the staff member. I reward failure in creativity as a good outcome. Because what happens then? Staff feel comfortable in taking opportunities. What more can you say than that? Create an environment where staff see it's okay to risk. There was a speaker at one of the TED Talks that said he gives his staff all his staff gets a red card, and there's not a nice word written on it, but it's I upped. And that card is your card that you can use once a year. Where you use creativity, it didn't work, and then it's like getting out of jail. You hand in your card. The flip side of that is that if you don't use your card in that first year, you get fired, because that means you become complacent. You're not part of the creativity process. My last slide, and I'm done. Thank you very much. So what do we need to do? Compassion, an accepting environment for creativity. Promote creative thinking and creative problem solving. Creativity is like a muscle. It needs to be exercised. You can't sit back and think, I'm going to become creative, if you don't play around with it, if you don't upskill yourself in that. Create that environment for your staff. Provide feedback. Provide feedback and encourage creativity. Tell your staff you're doing a good job in creativity, and explain to them where they can even improve. And as I said, create a safe environment for creative failure. Provide opportunity for staff to play. Picasso said, every child is a creative genius, but to keep an adult a creative genius, that's the trouble. Why? Because we become adults, we don't play anymore. We don't do things like children used to do. My time's up. Favorite practical that I like to do. If I now say, ask each of you, take a piece of paper and quickly draw the person next to you on that paper. Yes, I see some smiles. I see some people looking away. Why? Because we've been told that we're not good artists. We can't draw. Everybody can draw. You can draw a little stick man. You can draw. But why? Because the fear of failure, that person next to me is going to say, but that's not me, or I'm not that. You get my picture. And then lastly, I think it's important that we emphasize that creativity is not a relaxed sit-back activity. It's a process. It's a learning process. It's a process that we require in our companies, but we need to explain to our staff that there's a certain amount of effort associated with being creativity. Mr. Chairman, directors, I thank you for the opportunity. I really enjoyed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Van Zyl for you. I think I will take questions later on because we are sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are chasing time. We are 20 minutes behind schedule. I would request the CEO to come and do the presentation of the gift. And afterwards, we will have 15 minutes leg stretch and tea break. Thank you very much. 15 minutes tea break. Woo. welcome on stage Dr. Melanie van Roy, who is the head of marketing at Clicks Retailers. The topic that she will be addressing is winning in retail marketing, focusing more on big data and personalization. Mel, as she's known, is a highly driven and creative marketing and strategy executive, 20 years of strategy and marketing, and 35 years of analytics experience with a keen interest in marketing strategy and customer analysis, and the use thereof to improve customer experience, acquisition, retention, and growth. Her background in econometrics, strategy, and marketing has given her the opportunity to understand and implement the casualties that drive consumer behavior in the market. Mel holds a DCOM in econometrics from UJ, as well as an MBA from Northwest University. She has extensive experience in formulation of strategy, omni-channel marketing, data analytics and modeling, and consumer insights. Her career is spread over an array of industries, including banking, academia, hospitality, financial services, FMCG, and retail. Most recently, Mel was instrumental in the formulation of strategy as head of research and strategy in ABI Soft Drinks Division of SAB Limited. As marketing director at Macro Division of Massmart and group marketing director of Discam, Mel currently holds the position of head of marketing at Clicks Retailers and is responsible for the end-to-end omni-channel marketing efforts of the retailer, including brand marketing, advertising, digital marketing, analytics, customer experience, reputation management, and e-commerce. Mel is a mother of 2 young adults, Diane and Zanel, and a grandma to her beloved twins, Nina and Ben. Listen to this one. She's a lover of life and an eternal scholar. Whilst Dr. Mel is presenting, I would like the following panelists to also ascend the stage so that we can have a synchronized effort when after she finished presenting. Ms. Gugum Kize, Mr. Shahil Maharaj, Ms. Zintle Chikwe, Prof. Smith, Mr. Luvo Gray. Let's give them a round of applause.
I quickly want to check if this is working, gents. Not yet. Waiting.
You know, in this day and age, you don't want to, you know, nature does not leave vacuum. And vacuum, hello? Okay. And vacuum allows personalities like mine to chip in. You know, as a preacher, when you preach, other people, they like to say, hallelujah. Right? And there was someone who was disgruntled, a congregational member who was disgruntled. And instead of saying hallelujah, and the preacher was there at the podium. You know, preaching is a one-way stream. No? It's not like in this conference. It's a one-way stream. It's a thou shalt, thou shalt, thou shalt. So this disgruntled member looked at the preacher and said, how can I get back to this preacher? You see, a disgruntled member. You didn't tithe. Oops. You know, these are tendencies of people who are not paying tithe. So this disgruntled member, when the preacher was in the spirit and everyone was saying, hallelujah, praise the Lord. And the disgruntled member went and say, hallelujah, hallelujah. You know, interpreting it's a bit difficult for English speaking, because the disgruntled member was actually saying, you are a witch, you are a witch. Okay, and then here's this other one. You know, we IT specialists or IT technicians or subject matter experts, sometimes we talk, most of the time we talk technical jargon. And there was this guy whom his seniors came to him with a problem, and only to find out that the problem was that the battery for the mouse was not working. It was finished. So the CEO went to the IT technician and say, you know, my machine is no longer working. It's having an issue. Even my mouse is not functional. And then the IT executive went to the senior and say, CEO, it's an ID10T error. So CEO said, oh, okay, I understand, pretending as if he understands or she understands. And he said, but CEO, this is an ID10T error. And then when you look at the ID10T and you look at it with a research eye, it says it's an idiot error. I think the 4 minutes is lapsed. Thank you very much.
Is it working, guys? Give it a go. Right, technology. We can't go without it and we can't do with it. Hey, one of those. Let's just test it quickly. So no clicking yet. Not. I've got no jokes, preacher. So we'll just, I see they're waving, so we'll see when it's ready. Check, watch it.
I wonder what the panelist is thinking here. Everyone is like, what's happening? Wow. Look at them. For those who are online, we are still trying to put the presentation on so that you may be able to see it. And that is why we are pausing a little bit. Once we are ready, we should be able to proceed. Thank you very much.
We are indeed ready to proceed. Thank you, guys. I know it is hectic when you're behind there, and I can see the sweat from here. So thank you very much for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I'm really honored to be sharing some insights with esteemed colleagues. The topic that I'm talking about today, you'll see, is an absolute passion for me. Where did my presentation go now? Oh, we're there, but oh, there we go. I can see it there. So if I talk about clicks, I mean, I'm sure if I had to take a poll in this room, probably everybody in this room has been in a clicks. Now, the customer vision for clicks is really to be that first choice health, beauty, and wellness retailer. And to be able to execute against this vision, it is really imperative for us to truly understand our customer to the core and deliver that value and innovation to them, whilst at the same time surprising and delighting them in the process. Now, we engage our customers through an exciting omni-channel offering, which is data-led and customer-focused. Our goal with these efforts is the seamless integration and cooperation of the various channels that we use to interact with our consumers. And the goal really is to create a consistent brand experience and offer many opportunities for fulfillment. Now, this includes our 840 plus physical stores, our digital channels such as our website and our social media platforms. And at the moment, we are investing really heavily in marketing and digital initiatives ahead of the curve to capture all the opportunities within the omnichannel. And my focus today is really going to be primarily on digital channels. Now, leading in customer loyalty is one of our key top strategic priorities. And this is achieved by looking at 3 pillars. Firstly, the drive on Club Card as a key differentiator. Now, Club Card, as you know, is our loyalty program. It's a behavior-driven, tiered loyalty program that is linked to benefits with a high perceived value. And the reason we do that is obviously to retain, grow our customers and value for them. Secondly, what we have is a very rich customer data set of literally billions of data points that allow us to deliver true data-driven action points. And this enables us to generate personalized campaigns that are tailored to each segment or customer. And this in turn, thirdly, then leads to a superior omnichannel customer experience and journey aimed at addressing customer pain points and offering those wow moments that you want to have. At Clicks, understanding the need of our customer, knowing who they are and engaging with them when they are and when they want, where they want to be engaged with, is at the heart of our marketing strategy. Customer loyalty, guys, as you know, it increases profit, it improves sales success, and it allows for sustainable growth. And we are looking constantly for ways to add value to the card. And we've seen great growth in participation with some of our key partners, such as Engine and eBucks. Now, meaningful and personal relationships with your customer has become, I don't even want to say key in the modern retail world, it's the ticket to the game. And the fact that the war for the mind space of a customer is so fierce in South Africa has really propelled Clicks into a space where we had to rethink how we interact with our consumers through traditional relationships and then transform them through personalization to create a differentiated, relevant customer experience to drive loyalty. Now, it's become clear through our research that the customer that interacts with Clicks across the entire omnichannel, so not just in store, but across the entire omnichannel, is a customer that is increasingly more valuable. Within our 9.7 million active Club Card base, we've developed contactability across a number of channels in the omnichannel, including, point of sale in stores, email, WhatsApp, website, social media channels, etc. Now, over 4 million of these customers visit our website each month, spending about 3 minutes per session browsing products and content on the website. These customers, regular online shoppers, are by far our most valuable customers. Indeed, they've got a value of 3.7 times that of a normal active customer in store and has a whopping 32.5 visits per year. So we really, these are valuable customers, and interacting them in these channels is where the money lies. In fact, when a customer, whether they interact with us on the web or just browsing or on email or on the Clicks app, the digitally switched on customer is just so much more valuable than the normal average customer. To better serve this end, and based on the vision and our plan that we have, we've expanded our personalization and digitization efforts to enhance the efficacy of the omnichannel offerings. Our personalization program is truly set up to deliver the customer data and decisioning foundation that is required to deliver our customer vision. And to this end, we have implemented a very sophisticated marketing tech stack, as well as a customer data platform, a customer data lake, which includes all of our store data, all the digital data, and then any other unstructured data that we use, such as weather, load shedding, et cetera, et cetera. And this then ensures relevant communication across all of our channels. We've also implemented a preference center, with Poppy breathing down our necks. We want to make sure that we are talking to the right people, which allow customers to choose what they want to talk, what they want us to talk to them with. And as a result, we make sure that we target appropriate communication to the right customer. We're now providing our customer with a choice-based communication strategy based on their interests to make sure that we reduce our subscription churn, because as you know, if people talk to me that I don't want to be spoken to, I just press unsubscribe. Now, since the launch in May last year of this tool, there have been over 3 million visits to our preference center, and there's been less than 5% unsubscribes on this channel. So we're now talking to people about and how they want to, and our overall email open rates, for an example, has increased dramatically. Now, studies by McKinsey have shown clearly that triggered, personalized marketing communication can drive up to 4 times higher returns than that of traditional mass communication strategies, and it delivers a much higher level of engagement. A further extension of our MarTech suite has also been implemented to allow us to personalize the communication to the customer, but in that is triggered by in-context multi-channel communication based on customer preferences. So whether a mom is on the site buying a baby product, or whether a person is transacting and is now hitting the double point average, they will get triggered communication. So it's not a spray and pray approach any longer. We've set up these early automated journeys to promote loyalty, offerings and services, and we now have the ability to target what we want to say and drive it to the right customer. Now, there are several direct and indirect benefits for retailers to personalize and scale to the business. The first one, which my CEO personally loves the most, is that it definitely has an impact on the P&L, right? On the one hand, it definitely increases revenue, which we estimate to be about between 1.3% addition to revenue. But it also reduces your cost in both the traditional and digital marketing section, because you are not having a one-size-fits-all approach. Secondly, there is a profound impact on customer loyalty and the resulting improved retention of those customers. And then lastly, some of the indirect benefits to Clicks as we've embarked on this journey of personalization has been, for example, the establishment of a unique bespoke analytics unit specifically in the marketing team, which we call ADAC, which is an advanced analytics unit. And the data assets have now created a foundation for us to use this and fulfill some future use cases on analytics. So it has really been a great journey for us. Now, for any retailer to establish this capability, to be true to the personalization capability, it's not an overnight process. It requires a significant scale up in several aspects of the business. Now, Clicks has adopted an agile operating model in our marketing campaign teams, and we've made significant investments in marketing technology and also established, as I said, our own advanced data analytics capability. Furthermore, we've invested in a cloud-based enterprise data lake, which just rolled out a state-of-the-art customer data platform. But, and I think that is one of the big reasons why I'm here today and where I'm really interested to hear what the panel is going to say, is we need what I call unicorns. We need people that are skilled, that are coming from wherever they are, colleges, universities, training institutions, that understand, not only understand the importance of digitization as a skill, but we need marketing staff that can combine their creative flair, right, with deep analytic insight. So not to be the data scientist, obviously I need those as well. But I find the biggest lack that we have are marketers that coming out of the field that can take a data insight, take their creativity, combine that and be a unicorn and come up with amazing strategies. Now, in fact, with literally billions of data points to our disposal, a comprehensive data strategy combined with a focused skill set is really crucial for the long-term success of any marketing transformation. So based on everything that I've just said, I want to show you some of the practical applications of personalization in our business and really some of the key results so that you can understand why this is such a passion subject for me. Now, personalization within Clicks, as I said, covers multiple customer experience touch points across the omnichannel. The 4 key personalization domains include the redesign of all of our customer journeys, whether you're online or in a store. And it typically refers to things like, for instance, the website layout and content that we have on the website. And I'll show you an example. A second one that we do is the so-called next product to buy, where we have a bespoke AI recommender that runs on a dynamic algorithm to deliver recommendations through the website, through search, through the apps, through social media. And we do extensive A/B testing in this regard as well. Thirdly, we make use of personalized promotions and rewards personalized to a specific customer or customer segment to enhance loyalty and drive to prevent churn. And then lastly, personalized marketing within social media to advertise through personalized content for specific segments. And I'd love to show you a couple of examples. So if I take the website as part of digital innovation and personalization, key website pages on our online site have been personalized, where the emphasis is to provide customer a one-to-one recommendation. So if you go onto the Clicks website, you will have a different experience, you will have a different experience, and you will have a different experience. So what we do is we have personalized products specifically recommended by the AI recommender. We've seen some really high engagement here. And these recommendations are then filtered to promote partner brands. So partners will be suppliers that want to push certain products or launch certain products. Now, these carousels have generated, since we launched this about 8-9 months ago, more than 16 million impressions on the website, 400,000 product click-throughs, and over 1,000 resulting online product orders per month just from this page and just from this section of the page. And by targeting these segments, we've increased the click-through to, because what do you want when somebody's on your website? You don't just want them to be on the front page. You actually want them to click through and to go and ask for more. And we've seen that this personalization has increased these click-through by 2 to 3 times. Lastly, we've been really successful in using pop-ups, right? Which is specifically tailored to yourself, been very effective to talk to customers about anything about this is a person that is typically a chronic medicine user, or we talk about immunization of your child, or we talk about a deal that is coming through, but that has been quite successful as well. The personalized web carousels have steadily increased the net conversion of our customers on the Clicks website. And both these carousels, as I say, are driven through that artificial intelligence recommender algorithm that is refined literally constantly by our analytics team. So lots of heavy lifting happening behind that front page. We've also done some selected targeting communication, because, you know, often people think personalization is just about pushing me a deal. No, this was a test to see when will people click through to our digital magazine. And the one we fed the front page, on the other one we fed content. And that's how you can get better bang for your buck, getting people to actually click through and deliver the right content, because this was about a content strategy, not about a purchase strategy. We've also very much enhanced search on our website, because search is gold. Because if I know what you are searching for and where you are browsing, I can offer you the right deals. So not only are the results now faster because it's aimed at me as a person, but they're more relevant. They're based on business data inputs, such as, for instance, best-selling products, et cetera, but it also allows for the boosting of certain products, certain categories based on targeting rules, and it accommodates the personalized search results. From a business operations perspective, we now have vastly improved transparency about what our customers are doing. You know, this is gold, guys. I can't follow you around in every store, but I can follow you around on my website. And therefore, this is leading to the ability of retailers to actually commercialize these insights in terms of search, and also give our supply partners the ability to pitch in on this. We also have what we call the personalized My Club Card deals on our Clicks app, which is bespoke to per person. They're extremely popular and they grow. So these deals that we select are based on your customer affinity. Now, to date, more than 500,000 customers have signed up for these deals, and they voted the most popular feature in the app, with a total of 92% of customers on the app using it and 60% using it regularly. The customer value, the average customer value of a customer that is personalized through the My Club Card deal is 2.5 times that of the normal customer. And these Club Card sessions have just been growing year after year. The same with our dynamic personalized emailers, which we send through Salesforce Marketing Cloud. Our open rate is now way over 20%, and we've delivered almost 100%, which is way over the industry standard. They're dynamic, they generate millions of sales. In fact, if you open this mail this morning and you open it this afternoon, you're going to see 2 different mails, because it depends on what you did in the meantime. So it is truly dynamic. We've got a huge base of email marketable and engaged customers, and therefore we've got a relentless focus on what we feed our customers, because that's your gold. Your data is your gold and you don't want to lose it. We send them mails that they want and actually want to open. To give an idea, since we started, per week, we were sending 14 to 15 mails a week. We're now sending 5 or 6, and we're probably getting double the response that we used to have, just by targeting and being more deliberate. We've also recently done a refreshed RFM segmentation of our database. And for instance, it revealed a great insight about some of our high value customers that were leaving or at risk of leaving or lapsing and having a low average frequency. By doing that, we could personalize a voucher specific per person with a specific barcode. And by that, it's really led to an improvement in basket size and increased frequency. So to end off the following, there are a couple of initiatives that we're busy with now, because this never stops. That's the point of digitization in the marketing realm. You just never stop, because there's something new every day. We, for instance, are implementing a personalized vitamin and supplement recommender based on your history, based on your input, that will recommend vitamins and supplements for you. And the idea is then to introduce this, improving wellness of our customers, but then also selfishly so giving more insight about who you are and helping me to drive your health and wellness needs even further. We're also in the process of revamping our app experience. It's been downloaded more than 3 million times, but it's time to refresh and give our customers more, because ultimately, what is the aim of any head of marketing? We want to add value to the lives of our customer, because a happy customer comes back and they spend. And how do we do that? We offer them innovation through personalization in the omnichannel by applying what we know about you. It's based on the information that we've learned about you as an individual. And I always say this, personalization is defined as the act of tailoring an experience or a communication. Now, as long as there is human behavior, personalization will be forever evolving. And it is truly now part of our DNA. So thank you for that, Chair.
A question that comes to mind, whilst you're presenting and artificial intelligence, Mtate Maluleka comes to mind, because he was presenting the stats and the figures. And I'm wondering, how is this going to impact? You remember that slide from the Maluleka, the one that had the brown and the gray, the blue and the gray. I've conceptualized the blue and the gray. So the gray meaning it's more rural and semi-rural, and then the blue it's more urbanized. So I'm sitting there and I'm asking myself a question. What does this mean to the gray part of that particular presentation? You know, because digitalization is not something that we can avoid. So, but for that gray part, for the rural and the semi-rural, what does that mean? So at this point, I would like the panelists to introduce themselves. I will start from my board member there to present yourself, and then tell us from your point of view, based on what has been presented, what is the impact? What's your response? Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. My name is Zintle Kikwe. I'm the CEO of the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. Thank you, Melanie, for a great presentation. And as you were presenting, and I realized the conundrum that marketers have, because this goes back to the ethics and the governance of the systems and the tools that you are using to collect this information. And you touched the point of where you have to commercialize this information to your suppliers. And then in my mind, I'm thinking, I'm a consumer of clicks, I love clicks. As I go to clicks, as I interact with clicks, where else is my information going? You know, the apps that we're downloading, the information that Clicks has, that big data, the analytics that they have, the moment that I go into that store, they know Zintle is coming through. These are the trends. And this is just, as marketers, they just faced with that type of a conundrum. And it goes back to saying the future skill that we need. Yes, we do need the hard skills, the technical skills for people to be able to conduct the work, not just from an analytics perspective, the creativity perspective as well, but we also need the human part of it. Because, and I was speaking to my chairman the other time, we were talking about my son, about what he's doing. He said to me, Zintle, your son must go and study jobs, because companies need those people. Who's going to bring them back when they're going for profits and pushing numbers, pushing sales? Who's going to be able to bring them back and say, what is an impact on human? What is an impact of the work that you are doing to the community that you are servicing? So yes, I think that's a big conundrum that marketers, as well as all of us as you're in the sector, have. But yes, we do need the hard skills. I mean, the studies have shown that digitalization or digitization is a trend that we all need to be going through. But and there's a risk of people fearing the loss of jobs. But again, that human part is key. So that would be just my first thought. Thank you.
Mr. Luvo-Gray.
Yes, sir.
Your take on this?
Thank you very much. My name is Luvo-Gray. I am the president of the National Youth ICT Council, an organization we formed in 2021 when, as our program director mentioned, that nature does not allow a vacuum. We saw the vacuum, and as young people started to fill that vacuum. The reason why we filled that vacuum was because we saw that there are many opportunities in the ICT sector from a global perspective. And we realized that we are not being involved. So we decided to form the organization so that we can be able to be the bridge between government, the private sector, and the masses of young people in the country. Today, we've got about 3,500 users across South Africa who are, every day participating in upskilling themselves so that they can take advantage of this global economy, which is going to be driven by the digital sector. And on the other end, I run a company called EC Internet in the Eastern Cape, as she said, the gray area, the part of the country, which is quite rural. So my role as the managing director there, we formed this company in 2019, and we started growing in 2020 when there was lockdown, when everyone was at home and the internet penetration went up. So in a few months, we ended up getting about 100 clients, right? Whereas we didn't have clients, but that's a story for another day. So we connect clients in rural and mostly township communities. We've got about 935 clients across the Eastern Cape, and it should be growing to about 2,000 within the next 2 years. depending on on the market dynamics, right? So my comment on our speakers' presentation. The reason why I know that clicks will still be around in 100 years' time is because companies that utilize and exploit data are the companies that will exist in the future. Companies that fail to do that will fail, because data, as you've mentioned, you spoke about something called customer loyalty. I believe that customers are never loyal to brands, right? Customers are always loyal to themselves. So for as long as you are providing the client for the exact needs, you will always exist, right? Because customers are loyal to themselves. For as long as you're serving them, customers will always buy from you. The minute you stop serving your clients, that's when they'll stop buying from you. They'll start going to the competition, right? Because, if you talk about big data, right? Most retail stores in South Africa have been collecting data since 1990, whatever, right? But they haven't been able to utilize that data. If you go into clicks, they'll sell you exactly the products that you need, because they see your online activity, right? The algorithms tell them that this customer has pressed on this section and they've went to this section. So through that, they can be able to personalize their products, right? In as much as, of course, corporations will talk about we want to serve the client and we want to personalize. The personalization is based on one thing. It is on actually two things. It's profit maximization and customer retention. The only way you can do both those things is by utilizing the data. And that data, you don't sell it, right? The most valuable asset that any retail store or global corporation has, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Facebook and Twitter, it is the data, which they get it from us for free, right? We go onto these platforms, we don't pay anything, but the corporations are exploiting that information so that they can maximize profits, right? As a young person who represents young people across South Africa, and I see we've got quite a number of them, I want us to explore opportunities in the online sector, because if you look at countries that have exploited the opportunities that come with online, for example, if you look at the data economy, and the countries that are dominating in the data economy, it's always the same companies. Your United States of America, your China's, even the nice thing is that I'm seeing Brazil is also starting to exploit because of their numbers, right? And at the core of that is internet penetration. If we are not connecting our people to the internet, we will not take advantage of the data economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Gugu?
Thank you. I think the presentation, thank you for the great presentation. The presentation is a reaffirmation that every industry requires data to remain agile and relevant. So in our case, in the insurance industry, the data is used by our employers or the industry for risk selection, marketing, product development, as well as claims management. And we cannot do anything without data. But what is more critical is to touch on what Zinhle said about skills, to say, as we look at data analytics and all the lingo that surrounds big data, what will be the critical skills currently and in the future that will make our potential entrance into various industries relevant, and also look at what will make our young people, in other words, looking at specifically the education part of skilling, and ensuring that there's integration across the different post-school education providers to ensure that the skills that are imparted from a qualification perspective, whether it's soft or hard skills, are skills that make our young people to be ready for the world of work going forward. The Association for Insurance Supervisors in our sector confirmed that the data is so important that it actually assists with 4 key aspects. One, business intelligence. I remember at some point, I think it was 2016 or 17, when the CEO of Nokia, when they were closing Nokia, made an announcement that somehow we failed, but we did nothing, which means they had all this information at their disposal, competing in a global environment, but still they failed. And therefore, it's important that a business use the data that's available to remain agile, but also to respond to the needs of the society, whether current or future. But also what is important around the issue of data management is that it should be allowing those who are collecting it to be able to get information about their customers, but also products that are responsive. If you remember the funeral insurance, just as an example, the short-term insurance, when you took a cover many years ago, you would just get an insurance cover. But now there's so many products in the market that you get funeral products that will say, we also include airtime, we include grocery, we include so many other things. And that is based on the data that is being collected, has been collected over the years. So it's a reaffirmation that every industry requires data, but that data must translate into what kind of skills are required now and in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Prof. Smith?
Yes, thank you. My name is Holger Schmidt. I'm a professor of marketing at Koblenz University of Applied Sciences in Germany. And our institution has strong relations here in South Africa with the Durban University of Technology and the CPUT. And that's why I'm very happy to be here on the stage with my fellow panelists. And I was also a speaker yesterday at the research masterclass that was held also by the W&RSETA. I am not a retail expert and I'm not a data scientist. I'm a brand management guy, yeah? But I still feel that I'm at the right space here at this stage because data and data is very important for brand management, of course, and brand management is also very important in retail. So maybe it's also good to have a brand management person up here on the stage. And considering your presentation, thanks a lot for that impressive talk. There are basically 3 things that come to my mind. And the first one is very much aligned with what the others here said. One thing is to have and to collect data, and we have multiple opportunities to do that, and companies have as much data as never before. That is why we have the expression big data. The second thing is, how do you translate that data into knowledge? And as an educator, I ask myself, do we have the right approach to teach our students how to do that? And can we make them eager to work with data? And what I experience as a marketing professor is that students come to my classes and they want to talk about advertising, yeah. They want to talk about the big strategies, yeah, about internationalization. They want to talk about logo design and so on, yeah. But they do not want to talk about data. And how can we get them into that topic? How can we make it attractive to them to study that? And how can we make them understand that today a marketer that does his job needs to rely on data, otherwise it is not possible. Marketing is not a discipline that is only based on what you feel in your heart. Marketing is a discipline based on data today more than ever before. So that's the first point that comes to my mind, and this is also a call to all of us as educators to think about that topic. Second thing is, how far can we go with personalization to maximize the value for the customer? I give you an example from a completely different field, from human robotics, from service robotics. We know from many studies that if a company uses service robotics, for example, in the hotel business or in restaurants or in shops, not so often in South Africa, not so often in Germany, but in Japan and in Asian countries, quite often you will find that. We know that the customer experience is better if the service robot looks more human-like. Okay, the more human-like the service robot looks, the better is the customer experience, but only to a certain point. At the very moment when the service robot really looks like a human, exactly, and you cannot really differentiate that, that gets really spooky, and the customer does not like that. You know, he gets afraid, and the service experience gets worse. Now, translating that to personalization, at what point do we as a customer feel, hey, clicks, they know everything about me. Yeah, if they are able to personalize that message in that degree to my needs, maybe they know more about me than I want them to know about me. So how can we handle that to maximize customer value? And the third thing that comes to my mind related to the second one is, where are the risks of personalization? I talked with someone last week, and he told me, for example, that there are retailers. If you go to an online shop and you have a device from Apple, they know that people that have an iPhone usually are able to spend a little bit more money than people that do not have Apple devices. Of course, they can detect what device you're using to enter the online store. So they would set the price a few cents higher because they know you have an iPhone. You probably will be able to spend more money on it. You know? So I think, is that the right way to use data? As much as I agree that personalization is great, yeah, and that it can add a lot to customer value, the downside may be that we're facing risks. And I would be very happy to discuss that with the audience and with the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have Mr. Shahil Maharaj, who's online. Can we allow Mr. Shahil to respond? Please unmute. Mr. Maharaj, please unmute your mic. Seems like we are having a technical problem. Just hold on a second, Mr. Maharaj. Whilst they are sorting out the problem, did you know, Luvo made mention of data economy, that countries like USA, China, you said, they are exploiting that opportunity. Did you know that South Africa, we've got the terrestrial data collection that the whole world depends on in terms of processing data? Those satellites dishes that are sitting in the Northern Cape, they are actually supplying even NASA with terrestrial information, zooming into the cell phone level within countries and within our country. So we've got lots of technology within our country that collects data, and unfortunately we are not using it to our benefit. And also, don't be shocked or spooked by the term big data. You know, data without processing, it means nothing. So when they talk about big data, you know, everyone, for me, it builds a business case so that I can submit to the board to give us more approvals on CAPEX and so forth. Now that you're talking about big data, you're talking about analytics, it's a good sell for me. Hello. So, but data without processing, it adds no value. So processing, it's twofold. It's through technology and through our thought process. So I so urge our team to research it further in terms of how beneficial it can be to the sector. And then how many of us are wearing health wearables? Yeah. You notice we are no longer wearing our Rolex, we are wearing the iWatch and whatnot. They take the blood pressure, they take the heart rates, they measure your temperature, oxygen in your blood and whatnot. There is a study that has been conducted and also a pilot where someone was wearing a health wristband. He was in a heart failure position or situation, unaware.
Hello.
And the hospital was notified that Mr. So-and-so is in a heart failure state. He's not aware. He's in a heart failure state. He will be taken to your hospital. He's standing at the corner of Resik and Jorison. His position, he cannot move 10 minutes from where he is. We have sent out an ambulance to collect him. You are going to assist him, prepare for his arrival. So that's where we get the benefits of big data. Because remember, when you are wearing these wearables, you're transmitting data. It depends how you process it, how you receive it. If you have the good receptor of that data, you can actually commercialize it. Over to you, Prof.
Maybe just
Hello.
side, can you give me some juice here? Okay, so I'll just talk right loud. I think it's so valuable, the comments that you guys have made, and I want to urge people that are putting curricula together to also include the ethics of data into the marketing courses, because to all of your points, you could really, really do some really bad things. For instance, I mean, and no-nos, you do not sell a customer's information. You can sell an insight about a group of customers. So my team, when they start, one of the first things we do is 2-3 weeks of how do you deal with data? Because at the end of the day, to your point, it's your goal. If you lose the right to use data, then you've lost your right to communicate with your customer. But it is about the ethics of how you deal with your customers' data. I think that is super important, because it's all good and well to have the hard skill of data analytics and the tech stuff, but the soft skill, you talk about the human side, I think it's where ethics, and we can have a regulator that's a watchdog, but at the end of the day, it also needs to be a personal issue on how you deal with it.
Whilst we are fixing the technicalities, I think I will allow questions. If there are any, I'm noticing yourself, sir. You and 4 hands that I've noticed in that order.
All right. Thanks, Melanie, so over the weekend, I was driving through the great area of the country. I think it's something emergency reasons. So I came across the kids in the Karoo. It assisted. I've got 2 questions for you. Probably you've come across the one of them more often than you like. So they say there's either a consistency or inconsistency between a brand's failure based on whether it possesses substantial or positive equity or not. this question speaks to how has Clicks suffered from the Tresme saga, if at all,
Good.
right? The second question is that you are quite emphatic on personalization, right? So, and you finished off by speaking to Clicks DNA. So in brand, we're quite serious on on DNA and personality and whatnot. Is there a singular Clicks personality? Because as customers, we would want to associate ourselves with brands that are somewhat congruent to our own personalities. Is there a specific Clicks personality from a brand point of view, which may at times complement your emphasis on customer personalization? By the way, the gentleman that saw to me in Clicks Beaufort West, he left his counter and took me through 2 aisles to let me find what I was looking for. Thank you.
Good. That is a great question. So obviously, Clicks and Tresemme would be synonymous forever, right? I'll give you my view on that. Sometimes something like that happens to a company, actually at the end brings a lot of good. And I want to focus on the good things that it brought about. It brought about tremendous change in thinking, right? Because it's very easy to actually just assume that you're a great brand and everything's going great, and something like that happens and you lose brand equity literally overnight. It has caused us to have to look at all of our processes internally from a customer respect point of view, because at the end of the day, it was a respect issue, right? So we've implemented what we call the Advertising Advisory Council. Every single day for 90 minutes, a council consisting of people from finance, HR, marketing, wherever, sit and they scrutinize every piece of content, whether it's written, whether it is an image, whether it's a TV ad or a radio ad, scrutinizes it to make sure that we talk to our core customer and that we are respectful. So yes, I mean, it caused mayhem for us, but I think we've recovered. We've worked very nicely with the parties that were involved. A lot of people think we were bought off or we were paid. It was not true. But it took us 9 months to literally get to a point where we had the confidence to relaunch. In fact, we relaunched Tresemme last year, just after the riots, about 2-3 weeks after the riots. And most people didn't even notice that we put it back on shelf. So I think we've recovered, but it did make us much more acutely aware of the value of our customer and that they indeed can vote with their wallet. So I think we've recovered. Tresemme is back on shelf. It's doing well. But I'll tell you, we are all so vehemently now opposed against anything that just reeks of discrimination. We make very sure that we are respectful. To come to your point about the personality, it is quite difficult when you have such a diverse group of people that you service, right? We service, if it was only beauty needs or only health needs, it would have been easy for me to say, yes, we've got one personality. So what we've done is, I think we've got about 2 or 3 key personalities that we service in our environment, but it's seamless. I don't distinguish between, for instance, a lot of companies have a low income strategy and a high income strategy. We don't do that because we want a consistent brand experience. Our personality is a female, right? Our personality is much more skewed to the female. So thank you for still being a male and coming to our stores. But it is definitely a female. We call them beauty and shopping queens, actually. That's our segment name. It's the shopping queens. They're a majority. But then we also have a very distinct personality for people that come for our health offerings. And I guess our personality is around true quality value, right? To give a consumer not cheap stuff, but great stuff at a good price. And I guess that's the way we portray ourselves. We are not apologetic about servicing a lower end of the market as well as the higher end of the market. But to us, whether you're a customer in a rural area in an LSM2 store or whether you're in an LSM10 store, I still want my pharmacist to come out behind his counter and walk you through an aisle as a customer. But it's a tricky one because, you know, we try and make a TV ad to talk to everybody from an LSM3 to an LSM10. It's tricky, but I think we're quite firm on that and more. I think we're more about our personality, what we want to offer, than bothering too much to distinguish between specific customers. And we try to give that experience to everybody. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I know I've noted some of the hands and you are stakeholders, you are paying your levies, but the chairperson who's paying my check every month, I need to prioritize him, you know? Over to you, Chairperson.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, MC. You know, as we're doing these discussions, which are very valuable and very exciting, and as we develop strategies, I mean, there is always this issue of managing the risk. You know, because as we developing our systems, so are the consumers. And in particular, here is the legislation that I'm interested as to how we're dealing with it for now and going forward. And the two that comes in mind is the CPA protection and the POPI Act. And those are still pretty new acts in our environment. And you know that acts also develop. And we need to prepare ourselves because they can actually become a major risk in all of what we are actually planning for the future.
Hi, can you hear?
Just maybe just a comment to say we need to integrate the issue of legislation and regulations as we progress in this journey of digitization, and also the journey of getting more data from people and how we use it in future, just as an input into the strategic development. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Is Mr. Maharaj sorted?
Yes, hello.
If Mr. Maharaj is sorted, I remember you. I will take your questions after his contribution. Can we take Mr. Maharaj first?
Hi, good day. Can you guys hear me there? Hello.
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much. Apologies for that. There were some technical issues on the connecting side. My name is Shaya Miraj. I'm the managing director of Planet54.com, a fashion e-commerce business, been in the e-commerce space for the past 6 years. Part of the holding company, our holdco is the World Focus Group, very big in the supply and distribution, also local manufacturing of fashion in South Africa. We supply a lot of the big retailers, bigger chain stores as well as a strategic partner. And, you know, Melanie, phenomenal presentation. Well done. You know, I think back of the days, resonated with me going to Clicks with my mom. That journey translated back to me as a proud Clicks shopper. Excellent on the data touch points as well from the panelists. And where we look at and our viewpoint of how data and where the world and the economy is going through, we've launched internally, we've launched a create and influencer commerce platform that's purely focused on the creator economy in the future. And why we made that move is because we knew that the Gen Zs and the future consumer and how they behave and how they interact on platforms that are capturing consumer data is extremely important. And we're looking at how that plays a part in our complete group ecosystem in the whole supply chain. Some exciting stuff that data also gives us an understanding of knowing your customer and knowing the future predictions of purchase behavior. And some exciting stuff that we're working on as well is we're launching the first e-commerce last mile delivery green sustainability model, because we know that's where the space is going. And to touch on some of the questions that the panelists spoke about and the team discussed is, you know, when you look at data and you look at where data is moving to and what's the commodity of that, it's a very holistic experience. And we firmly believe that many data touch points, we know that many platforms, I see that Melanie, you guys are using Algolia, a phenomenal platform from a search perspective. How does that data solve problems in commerce, in retail, in supply chain, in serving the right customer, the right product, and the right price point? Because what Web 2 And Web 2 is where we currently are in the social space. In the e-commerce space is what Web 2 allowed us to do. It allowed us really to scale and grow businesses through the digital platforms and channels, like your socials, like your omni-channel, being a very big avid promoter of omni-channel and omni-channel in the ecosystem with the group as well. And one of our strategic positions and touch points was, how do we serve the brick and mortar, and how do we serve the e-commerce partners in a holistic scenario, and gather that data and understand your customer lifetime value and where you intercept them at the right places, providing value back into the ecosystem. And with the privacy and touching on some of iOS 16's updates, and a lot of the social platforms, the battles between the Silicon Valley tech companies as well, it's how do you provide, and this is where it gets exciting, is in the future, the next 5 to 10 years, where we are currently building technology for Web3, in decentralized automation, in centralized automation, in DAOs, and brands and retailers building their next line of business and product for community with culture is going to be the next phase of retail and the commerce space. If you look at how technology diversified over the years, and if you take an example of one of the biggest international fashion stores, a lot of your kids will know of, right? It's Shein. Shein is one of the largest fast fashion platforms in the world. And a lot of people, I was quite interested as well, where Shein is not an e-commerce store. It's not an online store. It's actually a data mining platform. And what they perfected through platforms like TikTok, right, where virality was the number one factor, they perfected something called, we all know the fast fashion space, something that we currently playing in our value prop in our group, is hyper fashion. Is they predicted with all their data touch points through all their social channels, integrating all the supply chain mechanisms around the world, they perfected a hyper fashion model. So very exciting of where the places are going and where the technology is playing. And something that's really exciting for us as well is looking at how data through the creator economy is going to change consumer behavior channels. We're seeing from our data as well, we're seeing massive plays in peer-to-peer selling, where retail a long time ago, brick and mortar, omni-channel, e-commerce, and now peer-to-peer selling through influencer commerce, creator economy, influencer marketing, and how that data determines future business predictions, where products and ranges will be tested through creators and also influencers to determine building a product for scale in the future market. So thank you so much again for having me. I will absolutely contribute to any type of questions being asked, and well done to all the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to give you an opportunity, and then the lady at the back, you'll be the last one. I'm only accommodating these three questions, and then we will move to the next item of the program. Or you can use Shop Steward's voice.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Fenter, and I'm the chairperson of the Informal Economy Development Forum. We represent the informal economy here today, both business, or as we term it, economic units, as well as informal labor across South Africa. This very topic is a very interesting one, which holds a lot of promise and opportunity, however, also exposes our sector to a lot of risk. if not carried out effectively. In the presentation that we've seen, I just want to build on a few pointers by the previous speakers. As our chairperson of the W&RSETA, Mr. C. has indicated, I think today's event should not just be one where we are talking, but one where we leave here today with action so that we can fix or improve this economy of South Africa by creating jobs. Mr. Maluleka raised very important point in his presentation that I would like to just raise now as leading to my comment on this particular topic, where he has indicated that in 2012, within the informal sector employment in 2012 was 2.2 million people. By 2022, 10 years later, informal sector employment has increased to 3 million people. That's an increase of 36% in informal employment over a 10-year period. If we look at formal sector employment, that was 10.2 million in 2012, and that has increased to 10.6 million by 2022. That's an increase of 3.9%. So one can see that informal sector employment is increasing at a remarkable rate. And as it stands now, informal sectors makes up of total employment, or compared to formal sector employment, close on to 30% of employment in South Africa. So when one looks at digitization, and this particular topic talks about digitization for employment in the wholesale and retail sector, one cannot ignore the informal economy in this discussion or this conversation. With digitization coming in and with e-commerce really becoming quite strong, and if I look at the presentation, I do believe, yes, that within the sector we have to compete in this arena. However, I want to just bring us back to a story that Mr. Maluleka has shared when he was a young boy and he had to write a letter for his mother. In today's times, we could say you've got your mother sitting there and you're a young boy or young girl typing on the cell phone, maybe doing an e-commerce purchase or buying something from Mr. D. So when we look at the informal economy, digitization, if not included in our townships and rural communities, and our program director has raised that point way earlier, no one has answered it. And he asked about the rural community and the townships. How is this being affected by this digital strategy? So my comment that I'd like to, or rather my question to the speakers is, how are you incorporating our townships and rural communities into your digitization strategies? And not putting such a strong focus on digitization that it ends up excluding our township and rural communities, which in turn opens up the market for non-South African products to enter into these spaces, who then still focus very strongly on traditional marketing strategies of selling cash. So my question again to the panel is, how are we incorporating township and rural communities, and how are we bringing the informal economy into this fourth industrial revolution so that our sector, our retail sector, continues to not just onboard current customers, but that we focus on the new customers that are still going to come up, which will be your future clientele. Thank you.
I'll use my shop steward voice in the meantime. My name is Nkuli Bukhopa, and I'm one of the board members with the Wholesale and Retail SETA. A question for the presentation from the head of marketing at Clicks, Doctor, just with respect to ESG as a key focus in our industries. I just would like to understand, and perhaps the question is for the panelists at large, how do we use the data that we exploit to understand our customers better and our communities better for better, except for just the exploitation and extraction from our communities? How do we take the S in our ESG and make a key focal area in terms of socio-economic contribution that we make as a sector in order to mitigate the risk of the riots that we saw, and also to mitigate the risk of a Clicks and Tresemme saga? So that's the question. But A second point I'd like to make is just to highlight how, as a SETA, we were able to respond positively. And this is a story, a very heartwarming story I'd like to share with your permission, Chair. When we saw the Clicks and Tresemme saga, it sparked creativity from us as a board in terms of a program that is now called the Shelf Readiness Program, whereby the SETA made a contribution, and we cannot thank enough the CGCSA for developing the actual program, which entails the informal SMMEs who have products that are tangible, that we know we can use, but have never been given an opportunity to exist on a shelf of a Clicks or a ShopRite or a Pick n Pay or any of those large retailers. And today we have some of those SMMEs. That program obviously sparked from that day when we were watching the news, me making a phone call to the CEO, the chairperson, and fast forward, that program has taken on 30 SMMEs, and we are proud to say 2 of whom, obviously we are developing it and learning as we go, but 2 of them have actually seen their products on the shelves of our largest national retailers today. And if that's not a proud story of creativity and doing something that is impactful in our communities, I don't know what is. So thank you for that.
Okay, the last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Virimai. I'm the head of Department of Retail Business Management at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. And thank you very much, Doc, for your excellent presentation. You know, in the course of my work, I supervise master's and PhD students who in many cases will be conducting research targeted at solving the research problems facing the retail industry. You know, what I've realized is, as you've rightly pointed out, that you are using technology to collect tons and tons of data that you use to personalize your offerings. My first question is, why is it that once you have collected this data, you're not willing to share this data with others? You find happiness and satisfaction in collecting data from your customers, but you don't want to share this data with colleagues. You know, if I may clarify that, when our students go to not only Clicks, but I would say almost all retailers, know, they want to do a research study at master's or PhD level. They want data about customers. They go to Clicks. They are sent to head office 1, head office 2, head office 3, until they hit a brick wall. I've never seen a case where a retailer actively provides data to a student to do their study. You know, I've got these 2 colleagues, my brother professors from Germany. They will attest to the fact that in Europe, there's a very close working relationship between institutions of higher learning and retailers. I've been in, for instance, in Sweden, where students are allowed to put in tables to talk to customers inside stores and collect data. But that would never happen in South Africa. I don't know where the problem is. Then my second question, you know, as institutions of higher learning, we've got professors and experts in retailing or so many other fields of study. Why is it that, you know, for retailers like Clicks or the other retailers in South Africa, when they face business challenges, they don't come to universities as their first port of call? They would rather go to these one-man briefcase companies who masquerade as consultants and pay millions of dollars. But within institutions of higher learning, we've got professors with PhDs we've got quite a lot of expert knowledge, but they are not used by the retail industry. So the question here is, what are you possibly going to do in order to foster very good working relationships between the retail industry and the academy? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to the panel and Doctor.
Some loaded questions there. Shall I attempt a couple? Because
Yes.
I'm also conscious of time. So I want to say to the lady at the back there about doing good. I think you are so right, you know, because it can become just a very commercialized discussion. And one of the things that happened out of the Theresa May scandal was we started a movement called Building a Healthier Future. And in that, we concentrate on building a healthier community, building healthier lives, building a healthier planet, and building a healthier economy. So we are using our data insights to drive those 4 pillars through different initiatives that we have. And one of the best initiatives that came out of the Theresa May scandal was the acceleration of our supplier development program to focus on Black and women-owned small businesses. I cannot tell you how proud I am. You'll have to stop me because I'll talk for 40 minutes on end. We have, I mean, I can just tell you, there are success stories that I can share with you with female-owned businesses. Kayalicha Cookies comes to mind, a lady that was employing 3 people literally in a garage that now has a fully fledged cookie making business that is a supplier to Clicks. We've probably in the last year landed 30 of those, and they're on our shelves, and we are extremely proud. So to your point, and we share that data with them. We do share insights with them. The second loaded question that I want to, and maybe just to come to your point, and I'm just going to comment. I never thought in my life that I would have a lawyer sitting in marketing meetings, but that's where we are. We literally, when we design our customer data lake, our customer data platforms, the lawyers are in the room with us to keep us accountable in terms of how we use that data and how we project. So I think it is such an interesting way now. You never thought you had to have lawyers, and they love it, by the way. They can't wait to attend our meetings. And then lastly, I think you've got very valid points around the interaction between academia and industry. Now, I've got I'm a, what is that fancy title, Beata, that I have? A professor of practice. That's what I am at UJ. And that has been amazing. So I literally lecture a course in practical marketing where I don't have a textbook, where I talk about these things. But you are right. We tend to go to the expensive consultants. And I'll tell you one thing, a student has never come through my door that I have not helped. So they've hit the wrong head office. There's only one corner of Searle and Pontiac. But I urge you, get my contact details. And let's see if we can get something, because you're on our doorstep, guys. But it is also something that I just think it is not understanding academia and not understanding what they can offer. And I do think there's great opportunity for us to work much closer. So I'm going to reach out the hand of friendship there to my Cape Town colleagues, and let's see what we can do with a couple of those. So obviously, we have to be very careful in terms of competitor information and getting out to the competitor. We're all very careful. But as long as we can ring fence some of that information, I'm sure we can work together.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. I would like to call on stage, thank you, panelists. I would like to call on stage the CFO of the W&RSETA. Is that a question? Okay. Okay.
Sorry, thank you. A question that you, program director, and the gentleman raised, just to highlight and say, the panel, there's one question that has not been answered or addressed, yes, and I'm quite interested in it as well, on how do we tap into that gray rural area that is perhaps doesn't have a limitation in terms of access to the digital infrastructure. And of course, this is a great inaugural conference where we may not have more contribution and input from what the future looks like in implementing that infrastructure going forward, so that we can open up the opportunity for the retail sector and for us to go into those spaces. So I'm really interested to hear from your perspectives as the panel on how do we start getting there.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. I think I will take that one. I think for us, as I said, I work for the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. We're a member organization representing retailers as well as manufacturers, the consumer goods sector. So I think the research that we have done from just a skills perspective, the future skills and how to get South Africa future fit because of the environment that we are operating in. I think there's technical skills, whether is it digitalization, big data analytics, mobile coding and applications and all those are key skills. And the soft skills where you're able to do, to adapt and be creative, agile, business acumen, they are key. But I think for us to bridge that gap, it starts with education, which is why it's so important for the SETA to really embark on that. Because if you are going to be teaching, the professor earlier on talked about creative thinking. How do you teach a person creative thinking? You have to teach them in school level. You cannot, in the workplace, yes, eventually if you create an enable environment, an individual will be able to be creative and be analytic. But if you teach them from a school level, where when in a high school or even primary school, in my view, apologies, I think in the primary school where you teach our children to say when they're answering a question, not one question like you said, like exactly like you said, Professor, the answer, any question does not have one question answer, it has multiple answers. The kids must be taught about how do they apply that question. Where do you apply that? How do you then do comparison definitions and even be able to say, how do I then, where else can I apply this? Is teaching logical thinking, creative thinking, analytical thinking. So it starts there. By the time they come to university, because again, there's a huge mismatch between university and the workplace. How do we bring that together? So and closer together, there's one of the national skills, NSDP, CEO. It says, how do you bring closer the workplace and university? We are struggling to do that because we are thinking the only way to do that is through learnerships or through graduate placements. That's not it. Is exactly what the professor they were saying. How do we get businesses to operate in the structures of the university and the universities operating and coming into the structures of university? So for me, how do we get the rural peoples to change the syllabus of South African education? To say, how do we teach our kids to be prepared for the workplace or create their own employment? Thank you.
Slalo, I cannot deny you.
Days. We discovered one thing is that even poor communities have aspirations. That's where we need to start. I've been to rural areas. I tell you, if we look at the slides that Mr. Maluleka showed us, the percentage of young people in our populations, even in rural areas. So when we think rural, let's not think of my fathers and my mothers. Our fathers and our mothers. There is a youth there, and I've seen almost every youth in the rural area carrying a cell phone. So we must live here knowing that they are accessible. Because if we live here thinking that they are not accessible, we are starting on a wrong footing. The youth in rural areas is very much accessible. And that is where we as SETAs as well, as Zinhle was saying, we need them to tap into the technology that they already have to actually make sure that they are skilled and that they actually participate meaningfully through technology. So let's not walk out here thinking that they are excluded because they are already part of this digital environment space. I just wanted to respond to that because it's very, very important. Yes, there's still more that we need to do, but we already have an infrastructure to access them. That's just what I wanted to say, MC. Sorry I know time is against us.
When the elders have spoken, you don't have to act. So at this point in time, I would like to request the CFO to come and extend a hand out, a token of appreciation to our speaker, and marketing comms will direct how we are handing out to the rest of the panel.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can leave.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much. huh?
Thank
It was a
you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, we are expressing our appreciation. By the way, this is not bribe, eh? This is not brown envelopes. We don't want it to be part of Scopa agenda. You know, I've been observing the audience and being a preacher of note, I've noticed that there are people who are busy interceding for me and interceding for the speakers. Whilst the speakers are presenting the key insights and they are deep in intercession and prayer and meditation. Thank you very much for that. Yeah? Let's give them a round of applause. Woo. All right. We are not doing good on when it comes to time. However, this one, I'd like to introduce her. Okay, her title has changed, by the way. The next topic, it's around W&RSETA completed research reports. It's a reflection on key findings and recommendation. And the speaker, it's none other than Dr. D.B. Mashad. I nearly said Deborah. You notice I paused, ne? Because she doesn't like me calling her Deborah because she will tell me, only my mom will call me Deborah. Dr. Debbie Mashad. So Debbie Mashad has worked in education, training, and development sector for the past 34 years. Hey, how old was I at that time? You. With experience in executive strategic business management, project management, quality assurance, monitoring and evaluation, business management. You know, when I was growing up, there was this general dealer store called Makulu Hopan. It had everything from a bicycle tube and whatnot and whatnot. So reading your resume, ma'am. Wow, okay. So project management, quality assurance, monitoring and evaluation, business management, student leadership and research. She has worked across subsectors of learning and development, post-schooling, higher education and technical, vocational education and training, and skills development, and for many development agencies like USAID, Danida, GTZ. Debbie worked in the establishment of the first sector education and training authority for the education, training and development, EDP-SETA sector from 1999 to 2003. As the new chief executive officer, she joined an international education company, IDP Education Australia, from 2003 to 2005, and as the director for Southern Africa to broaden her international experience. In 2005, she established her own company, DMA Pty Ltd. Did you declare, ma'am? Okay. And worked as a consultant for 13 years in institutional strategic planning, policy development, and quality assurance. She worked with GTZ and Department of Higher Education and Training as a task team member in the establishment of the Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, QCTO as it is known, from 2005 to 2010. Debbie has project managed and participated in several research projects for organizations such as ILO in curriculum development for the Department of Education, Malawi, and the development of new boat building curriculum for the Department of Trade and Industry in the Eastern Cape. She expanded her research experience as a senior researcher for Center for Education Policy Development, CEPD, between 2015 and 2016, and that was established by the Minister of Higher Education and Training in 2005. She has supervised master's students for UNISA and undergraduate students at Wits University. Debbie completed her PhD in environmental management from UNISA in 2022. Come on. She holds a double master's MSc a double master's MSc Environmental Management from University of Johannesburg and Masters in Education, Adult Education and Training from UJ. BA Honors in Geography, Political and Urban Development, and a BA Education, Secondary Education, majoring in Pedagogics, Geography and History from Nelson Mandela University. Welcome on stage, Dr. Debbie Marshall. You've got quite a resume.
And at the end of all that, all I want to do is go back teaching. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to respectively say all protocols observed. And after that, I've noticed that my time has been significantly reduced. Colleagues, I've been asked to reflect on the research that the W&RSETA has done over the past couple of years, but specifically, obviously, with the emphasis on 4IR and the impact of 4IR on the sector, but how we're looking at it and how we want to and intend to go forward. In just a little bit of background as well, which really I find myself as an educationist, almost like I've landed the sweetie jar. And in listening to all the presentations today, just realized how critical the role of research is in the SETA that we've been building progressively over the last couple of years. And if you're looking at our sector skills plan, for example, Statistician General, in fact, we use the stats significantly now compared to 2 or 3 years ago. And certainly starting to become quite influential in profiling the sector and what we plan to do within the sector in terms of skills development. In relation to the research underway over the past couple of years, I just wanted to just give me a second to just go in here quickly and open up my presentation and with technology. Hey, great. So with respect to the themes of the conference and the work that's been done in the SETA as well, I mean, we're taking very, very seriously not only the research component, but also the implementation of our projects and the return of those projects with respect to data and what the analysis of that data is telling us, and how we begin to respond and how we begin to focus the lens based on data and data analytics, but also there's the quantitative side of that, but there is a huge qualitative component that through the SETA right through to its officers, working on the ground and feeding that information qualitatively back up again to inform and to influence strategy. So there's quite a diverse and quite a versatile set of information that is circulating, that is being spoken about, being dealt with, being analyzed. And I think in the last 2 or 3 years, through the custodianship of this board and the foresight of the board and management within the business unit that I currently head up, there is a very strong focus now swinging. It's taken a couple of years, and I think because we're trying to move big machinery, and with a strong focus now on the research, but the business analytics, so that we start to have a far more diversified approach to the way that we plan, the way that we implement, and the way that we operationalize, and how we strategize. Also, I was in a conversation just last week. Yes, it is the Sector Education and Training Authority that happens to represent the W&R sector, but it's certainly not the solution to every single component within the sector. And you've heard so many interesting stories today. But what is critical is the use of the data and the use of information in how we respond through either structured partnerships, consortiums, cooperatives, and multiple layers, and how we facilitate and transact in terms of that to try and address a number of issues that have been raised since this morning's presentation. But let me get back to the topic at hand, and just in terms of illustrating some of the focus areas that we spent quite a bit of time on in the past 5 years. And what is interesting is, ladies and gentlemen, all this information is on the W&RSETA website. There is a tab for research. All the documentation is there, available. And if you're needing other kinds of documentation, in the sense of by the end of this year, we'll be putting together a publication on our research and digitizing that as well, so it's easily accessible. But you'll see the research areas that we've looked at in terms of the past 5 years. We've certainly, in the sense, and it's come through every single component today and every single conversation and presentation, is youth development and graduate employability. So a lot of our attention is focused on that particular area. Something that we haven't been entirely good at, but it'll come, is in terms of measuring impact. And that's why you'll see that the SETA, again, through the guidance of its governance structures and members of the board asking the questions all the time, is around monitoring and evaluation and the measuring of impact. And how we now start to move within tracer studies. So also on the website, you'll see that there will load up, and it hasn't been loaded up already, is the latest tracer study that the SETA has undertaken across the sector. Today, obviously, the conversation is around 4IR and future of work. And we started this conversation with other relevant SETAs, specifically around partnerships and conversations with this perspective. And there's a close relationship with the SETA and SETAs who are working specifically in this area and maneuvering forward. So there's some research that's been done there. There's also the research in terms of small and medium enterprises and the informal traders, which is quite recent. Employment and unemployment in the sector, and particularly there's a nice piece of research that's available as well on we did it sort of the first year of the pandemic, and then we did it again at the end of the pandemic to see what what was happening and the impact on specifically employed and unemployed. Best practice in education and training and skills development. There's a piece of research on there, and improving the sector's performance through research. There's a piece of research on that. But let me get rather closer to home in the sense of what I was asked to present today. and working with the colleagues in the strategic planning, research, and monitoring and evaluation area within the SETA. One of the really interesting, and this is going to be a kind of high level summary because I now also stand squash for time and between you and lunch. So let me move on swiftly because I never want to be in that position as a mother of 2 6-foot strapping boys. I know what it is when you stand between them and the fridge. So one of the things that we've really focused on with regards to this piece of research and growing employment and opportunities is around partnerships. And what we've seen in the research and written up in the research specifically, and I think it came through today, was the multiple varied levels of partnershipping. Partnershipping is not just at this highest level. Partnershipping is across both a horizontal axis and vertical. In other words, from the highest structures right through to district, municipal, a whole myriad of partnerships and opportunities. And now that we, when mentioned this morning, we have international partnerships, not only through our research chairs, but also through cross-border, SADC, and potentially, and now that also that the South African Qualifications Council has put a SADC agreement on the table, we're experiencing around qualifications and curriculum, we'll be able to explore that further. But we have partnerships in home province like myself, the Eastern Cape, where we're involved in district and municipal levels, in rural areas, peri-urban areas, and urban areas as well. So that's what I'm saying. It's not just simply this, let's all be bright, shiny, and up there, and let's globalize, but it's about how this works practically on the ground. Interesting enough, in the sense of also critical partners in our own sector is the partnerships we have with the SETAs, trying to understand with the mixed SETA, trying to understand big data and cloud technologies with MERSETA, trying to understand how retailing works across from agri through to fiber processing and technologies, and we're sitting in the middle, just right or left, depending which way you want to look at it, with food bev. So, those are critical areas. And then, of course, through our implementers and as education at heart, our partnerships with TVET colleges, CET colleges, universities of technology, academic universities, etc. The very important thing that we've realized in this piece of research as well, and if you look at some of the areas in terms of, and I'll just go through these very quickly just now, is around the skills identified and where these skills start to be developed, for want of a better word. And something that we are working with through our careers development opportunities is with the Department of Basic Education, in terms of where does awareness and retailing specificity start, and how do we begin to influence something as important as school curriculums. Change management, you've heard this morning. I mean, at one time I had a kind of like a slight palpitation because I don't know whether excitement or just, the overwhelmedness of the potentials and the possibility using innovation and technology and creativity and allowing that space. And I predict, as I stand here today, in the sense of as we're reviewing our new curriculums to be, and there was a comment made about some of the new innovations we don't even know about yet because we're not even thinking in terms of that. How creativity and the soft skills are going to play a part. In the old days when we were developing curriculums, we often used to pur. There's a nice Afrikaans word there for you. The critical cross-field outcomes in the qualification, because we thought they were kind of SACWA-ish compliance things. And it's astounding how those aspects are now becoming so crucial in the design of our new curriculums. And when I'm talking about the critical cross-field outcomes, they're actually the soft skills that we would call today. So the issues about complex problem solving and the issues around critical thinking and creativity are so vital in how we deal with an issue like change management. How are we going to get, not only, I heard a lot about consumers, I'm going to stick out, I won't get involved in the politics between clicks and Discam. I'll stay, as the Statistician General said, neutral. But how do we begin to, at consumer levels and in terms of employee levels, change as the technology changes? And how do we prepare and build those skills in? And I fundamentally believe that it's going to be the soft skills that rule, because the technical skills will follow. And then, of course, the uncertainty of the impact of 4IR, and I think you've heard today, and our research paper that we did in fact, we did this last year, is showing that there's going to be significant impact, and we better be ready for the tidal wave. So the recommendations that were made in the research, and I'm really flying quite high here, the detail is available, and I think it's on your stick maybe, or just on the website. Recommendations on the impact of 4IR, the employment and the growth in the wholesale and retail sector is, and as I've mentioned earlier on, this is not a SETA problem. This is not an aspect, if you think of the breadth and the depth of this, that the SETA is tasked with only resolving. SETA's resolving and resolutions is across this multiple partnerships that I've alluded to. So involvement in stakeholder forums, cooperation with other SETAs, government departments, targeted global partnerships, partners with industry, partners with rural community organizations, partnerships with agricultural forums, partnerships with peri-urban, because there's also the gray area that was spoken about today. And then, of course, the impact of change management focuses on effective subsectors. So, for example, stakeholders across the different sectors, segments indicating that customers have a number of questions and queries, but we did hear just now in the panel discussion how customer interaction and customer facing has changed. And then, of course, there is some of the aspects of a negative component. I mean, I suppose with every good side, there's a bad side, is that we need to watch the issue around risk. We need to watch the issue around personal information. And even in that, there's potential for skills programs and skills development for people to look after the security of data and information. Now, just in our research paper that we did, some of the focus areas, which is interesting because we engaged with employers across the sector, focused on reskilling and upskilling. And I think that this is the major gap that the SETA through, and this research is showing it, is that yes, there is the conventional occupational route and occupations that, that will enable and create a workforce. But then there's the opportunity of reskilling and upskilling as well. And what was quite interesting is that this, 46% of the survey respondents in this research and international and national literature on this research said that there is a significant opportunity for retraining and upskilling. Also, hiring outside of the industry. And this is where the collaboration and the partnerships potentially could fast track that opportunity. I don't think W&RSETA can sit in its silo and say, well, we're going to just look after potential opportunities within the W&R sector. It is now more than evident, and it's probably been there for the last 10 years, is that not only does it work in its cluster and its economic sector, but it works across the 21. It can't work by itself. And I know that there are many forums where this collaboration is discussed. Establishing strong pipeline direct from education. Hence, a lot of effort and time has been spent on the development of a careers opportunity and platform. And the idea is to take that right into the schools. Because I agree that, you know, a career choice for retail or a career choice in wholesale should be a first choice. And the speakers this afternoon will probably engage on that aspect as well, in terms of how the classroom situation is changing, where opportunities, specifically in innovation and technology, are now becoming overt to youngsters who want to bring that into the retail space. And then, of course, the changing composition of the workforce between permanent and contingent. Are we talking about, 100% permanency, or are we talking about a different hybrid that is going to emerge with regards to that? So some of the engagement outcomes I've mentioned. Most common skills gaps were around leadership skills, digital literacy, change management. And this was the fascinating point. And this is why the research paper that we did last year is showing there is no ways you can work in isolation. Just look at these new and emerging top skills needed, and you'll find that in the sector skills plan of the W&RSETA as well. I think chapter 2 or chapter 3, but this is the strong emphasis on digital marketing, data analytics, technical skills to cope with digitalization, occupational health and safety, customer client relations, and e-learning development. And I want to throw in e-assessment into that pot as well, because it's a fast emerging potential delivery. And then, of course, priority interventions for the sector, such as ICT training, digital technology, digital marketing, e-learning management systems, etc. And then, of course, the reskilling and taking people with occupational skills and moving people with these skills into a whole reskilling, or what sometimes I refer to as retooling for the industry. And I know that I'm saying for every let's work in partnerships. I'm sure what will happen to the wholesale and retail sector as well is that people will move out of that into ICT, or out of that into security, or providing those kinds of services. But it's a career opportunity, and it's an employment opportunity. And that employment opportunity can be quite versatile in terms of a blended approach to that. I don't want to spend some time here. It's in the presentation, is pretty much what I've been saying, but really exciting areas and opportunities for particularly youngsters, and can I also say particularly focusing on people with disabilities. They might not be able to climb and be the first woman crane drivers in Kucha, or go underground and mining. But if there's ever an opportunity to create an upskill and newly skilled people with disabilities, these are the components that make up, and particularly in the wholesale and retail sector. Some of the issues that we found, and I think we've spoken about it today, is skills required in cybersecurity, the risk aspects of those. There's also a financial component and risk to those particular skills. Business intelligence, data analysis, programming skills, machine learning, and AI. But within the context of the wholesale and retail sector, and particularly the stratas of engagement that I was talking about, there is quite an emphasis to go back to internet on training, or internet in the sense of the acquisition of these literacy skills, and using the technology that is available to improve on that and to allow for greater access. Decreased emphasis on physical monitoring, as for example, of stock, some of the amazing stories, not only in terms of the previous contribution, but a number of our retailers and how that is working in particularly in the areas of logistics and how logistics has changed in terms of measuring shelf stock and replenishing of shelf stock through to DCs and the creation of opportunities within the whole logistics spectrum. So the way forward, just to end up with, really just watching the time, which I see has almost run out, but how we need to embrace the 4IR component to grow the economy and to create jobs and to create opportunities, prioritize ICT literacy training aligned to the trends that we are seeing, to strengthen the inter-SETA collaboration, e-learning platforms to promote access to training in rural areas and in townships, also e-learning platforms to create opportunities for learning that takes into the context of where people are at. So if I'm in full-time employment, but I want to do a reskilling and an upskilling program and I can only do it after hours, why can't I do it online? So to broaden that and to strengthen that opportunity as well, because the face-to-face classroom situation has, I think, during the pandemic been shaken to its core and has changed. I know post-pandemic, now we've almost got to orientate ourselves back into, but it's a blended approach. And do our instruments for quality assurance take up those challenges? And that's why, just in the last couple of weeks, there is a conversation around e-assessment. You know, do people have the time to sit in these huge halls and write exams? Anyway, so increasing employee competitiveness through reskilling and retraining aligned to change management, skills development interventions to prepare youth for employability and entrepreneurship from high school. We have work readiness programs. We're designing new work readiness programs, starting as potentially as early as grade 10, vacation work, experience the retail space, experience the back room of the retail space, etc. We obviously need to invest in quite a bit of more research into the innovation, into understanding the technologies. And that's why our partnership with W&RSETA around big data and cloud is so critical in the sense of to understand that space. Training from school level to build a solid foundation and confidence in working with 4IR technologies. Upskilling is just one of the elements of a comprehensive package to create a workforce of the future. And upskilling efforts must target fundamental skills gaps, instilling at least a baseline of digital acumen with an eye towards building a flexible workforce for the future. And that's the dichotomy that occupational qualifications development is going to face very, very soon, is that the workforce is changing, curriculums need to change because the style of work has to change. And it's almost, I kind of sat today and I thought a bit retrospectively, it's a pity we started the review of our curriculums in our occupational space about 18 months ago, because this innovation and technology has literally snowballed in the last 18 months, 2 years. Maybe because of pandemic, we kind of had nothing better to do but to think. And I think bringing these into the new occupations and with all the soft skills that I was mentioning early on is going to be so, so important. Emotional intelligence, judgment and decision-making, service orientation, negotiation, cognitive flexibility are now becoming really, really important and critical components of that curriculum review, and certainly for new skills programs and short course interventions leading to full qualifications. And you can hear that I'm not potentially a great proponent of these full lengthy qualifications. going forward in the future. Opportunities for growth, we need to really focus on upskilling and lateral skilling. We need to build around the technical skills such as computer literacy and all these soft skills that I mentioned earlier on, because our customer interface and the world in which we work has changed. Our emotional intelligence needs to be able to address these changes. Training that starts from school level. We need to capitalize on new jobs and skills demands that are created, that are reflected in our strategies and in our strategic plans. And in terms of 4IR is not likely to change this. However, employees will need to be trained to utilize 4IR technologies to assist in providing high quality customer services. So understanding not only the product now, but how do I engage online? How do I take online offline? What are the technologies that lie behind that? And then of course, how do I interpret the data that I'm looking at and the information that I've been fed to be able to translate that into a customer satisfaction service? Colleagues and guests and executives, thank you very much. That's where it is. And I think we are going to leave it there. Thank you.
Are you going to take questions? Yes. All right, colleagues, I'm adjusting the program a little bit. We are not going to take questions. We are heading straight to lunch. You have been a good audience. So I'm leaving you in capable hands of Zahira Yusuf. My payroll ends here. Enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is scheduled for 45 minutes, but I will appreciate it if you can make it 30 minutes so that we can catch up with the time lost. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Special greetings to the CEO, members of the board, delegates, industry partners, and research and education partners. My name is Zahira Jusuf. I'm the CFO of an independent company in KZN, Tradeport Distribution. I am tasked to take you through this post-lunch session of this amazing engagement. But before I proceed, I just like to inform all of the subscribers on Zoom to please make sure that your mics are muted, as it is interfering with the delivery of the presentations. Judging from the high-level deliberations so far, I can guarantee you that we are not done as yet, and the remainder of our program is equally exhilarating. I have been handed the gauntlet by your program director, Mr. Barnabas. You're a pastor, I can't match you, sir. So I'm going to try and just touch up to your standard. I wanted them to pay you overtime, but since they're not, I'd rather take over from you. Before I commence this session, I would like to applaud the conference organizers for not only inviting industry partners to the conference, but for allowing us to be part of this conference in its entirety. As I sat writing notes, and I had a good half day to be nervous and have anxiety, Lerato told me I must just smile at her and then I'd lose all my nervousness. But just as an industry partner sitting here and observing the discussions that took place today, just to provide a little bit of my insight. Mr. Van Zyl, poignant factor, unskill, reskill. I found those two terms very poignant because unskill and reskill, how do you unskill somebody? And how do we reskill a sector? Secondly, Mr. Maluleke, with regards to the industry and wholesale and retail and how we as a food and beverage sector align to what's been statistically delivered. How true are we that our industry is falling behind in terms of what's been promulgated for us in the industry? 2022 being a very harsh year for us with the rise in the petrol price, the war in Ukraine, the increase in the exchange rate and Forex, with the resultant effect that all of us are facing the increase in the price of commodities. This increase is going to then be seen in the statistical amounts that are then produced for us next year. But is this going to be a true reflection because you're selling the same quantities, the same commodities, but with no increase in actual revenue? The other point that came to my point was Ms. Dr. Melanie van Roy, data analytics and the impact of data. The effect of the word unicorn, I was really touched by that because we need unicorns in every sphere of our industry. And I think that's a term that we can actually coin and term and take from us here, that every single sector, whether it be marketing, whether it be finance, whether it be HR, whether it be payroll, we all need a unicorn that comes and transforms our images. I am confident, as the other aspect that I would like to go on is Dr. Deborah Mashad. You mentioned skills, you mentioned change management, you mentioned fourth IR. These are all the things that talk to the heart of our industry. We are so into not looking at what our structures are developing into that we are going with the textbook manual. We need to change our industry thinking so that research and industry talks the same language. And you've spoken to our heart by the research and findings of what you had. 3 of the speakers spoke about disabilities. I have to say that I am so touched by this. Being a mother of an autistic boy who's 25 years old, I really, really appreciate the effort to look at disabilities and to improve the lifestyles of children with disabilities. So in that context, I'm confident as the conference matures, there'll be great industry engagement in years ahead, with the conference being more than a day and to offer us a wider platform of emerging researchers and industry partners to immerse themselves into sector-relevant conversations. This year's theme is engaging as we traverse and navigate through realities of new markets. The ground has shifted in the marketplace, and the seismic movements require seismic shifts in thoughts and engagements as we move the sector to be in alignment technologically in terms of the skill set development and meeting the demands of the economy. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our next speaker, who is no stranger to our shores and has been a great friend of our retail chairs and CPUT and DUT. Professor Dobbelstein is from the Market Research Institute, Baden-Württemberg Cooperative State University in Ravensburg, Germany. The university has a great reputation for being trailblazers in research, and their associations with industry partners ensure their students have work experience integrally linked to their qualifications. He has published around 105 international journals, did more than 140 presentations, and more than 45 university projects together with companies. However, this afternoon, he will shed light on his comparative study between Germany and South Africa and the use of smart appliances. It gives me immense pleasure to call upon Professor Dobbelstein to share his thoughts with us. Professor Dobbelstein.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So maybe before I start, is there something like a remote control that I might use to go through my slides? I just can't see any, so probably that might be a good thing. So ladies and gentlemen, also welcome from my side. So as mentioned, I'm from a quite small university in the very southern part of Germany, and you pointed out that industry and research should speak the same language. So that is what we do pretty much at our university, because our university is quite a young university, founded roughly in the 1970s, and on the initiative mainly of Mercedes-Benz, because Mercedes-Benz went to the government and said the students coming from the traditional universities, they are useless for us. We need too much training for them. So they introduced a new system where the students apply at the company, and the company select the students and send them to our university, and then they study for 3 months, go to university for 3 months until they got their bachelor degree, and then they're fully functioning after they've got their bachelor degree. So that is why we have got very close connections to the industry. So speaking about one research project that we did here, that also was driven by the industry. So when you mentioned that industry and universities should speak the same language, unfortunately, as a researcher, you have to speak 2 languages. The one language is the scientific language, and the other language is transferred to the industry so that the industry can get use out of it. When I saw that this is a research conference, I prepared for the other audience. I prepared for the researchers who are very much in the details and to light all the nitty-gritty figures. So therefore, please forgive me. I tried to adjust it a little bit, and I saw that my time just went up from 3 minutes left to 18 minutes left. Okay, so maybe a little bit about so smart household appliances. And I would like to speak about that applied project, and you see that was done together with a German colleague and together with a colleague from University of Johannesburg. So our research problem. So if you have a look how at the diffusion of smart household appliances, you can see that it's much lower than predicted. It's much lower than assumed, and especially in Germany, it's much lower than assumed. And we have seen that several times. So when the big flat screen came up, the Italians, they already had bought big flat screens for their home. But the Germans, they were, oh, we do not know, and so blah, blah, blah. So the question is, why is it like this? So the question is, what makes the people buying these smart household appliances, and what makes them to resist? What makes them not buying them? And So these were our main research questions. So meaning, why are smart household appliances, why are they not adopted? And of course, in all the research that we do, because my heart is very much attached to South Africa, what we do is that we compare the situation in South Africa and in Germany, like yesterday we had at the master class where we said, okay, we want to see how we can revitalize farmers markets in Germany and South Africa after the pandemic. So a little bit of definition of what is a smart household appliances. And that is now one part that mainly attracts the academics, because the academics, they always want a nice and nitty-gritty definition of whatever they analyze. So maybe I will not go through that definition, but now speaking the other language, I just want to give you an example. I want to give you an example of a usual smart fridge. So no future technology, a usual smart fridge. Here, I've chosen the one from Samsung, and because that shows very much what it can do. So the simple thing is that you can watch and have a look into your fridge, what is available there. The next thing, and that might be useful for people like me, so based on the things that are in your fridge, and because the smart fridge is connected to the internet, is connected to other household devices, so you can go to their database and then you can get recommendations. They tell you, okay, there are 2 pieces of meat, there are 2 eggs, so you might cook that and that and that dish with the things that are available in your fridge. Or the fridge might tell you, oh, if you would like to cook that and that, we can see you have got ingredients number 1, 2, 3 in your fridge. So here's your shopping list. Please go and buy the things that are missing. And it can not only do that with one person in the household, it also can do it with others. So you can easily sit at home or sit at work, look at your fridge and say, okay, I would like to eat that tonight. And then the woman can send a shopping list to her husband on the smartphone, please go and buy the products XYZ. So these are the facilities that the opportunities that the smart fridge might offer. Good, so our question was, what do we have to do? So why are they adopted and why is there a resistance? And as usual, what the researchers do, the researchers, they start with a proper literature analysis. They start with a proper literature analysis. So, and in the literature, we find out which criteria might influence the resistance and the adoptions. And here you see criteria, for example, like the perceived uselessness, the perceived novelty, of course, the price, the intrusiveness, very, very important. We will see that later on. Then, of course, we have got some characteristics regarding the persons themselves. So what do they think? How self-efficient they are? Do they have some privacy concerns and personality constructs, for example, like that there's something like a nostalgic influence. So you know that in the old days, everything was better. So these are very much personality traits. So that came from the literature. And then what we did, so we tried to measure these things. So now the big question is, how can we measure that? How can we measure how innovative a person is? How can we measure the intrusiveness and things like this? And maybe here one little gadget regarding the intrusiveness. And we heard about clicks and the use of customer data. So probably you don't want that a supplier, you don't want that a company knows too much about you. So if the company knows what you are wearing today, you might be shocked a little bit. Yeah. By the way, that is that is a very big topic. Maybe you have heard about that big thing about Target in the United States. That it was a big scandal. So they analyzed the consumer profiles based on the loyalty cards. And based on the loyalty cards, they sent a 16-year-old girl an email recommending dietary nutritional supplements that pregnant women need. So the parents complained and said, how can you write that email to my little 16-year-old blah, blah, blah? And at the end of the day, it came out, she really was pregnant. So it was a big scandal in the United States. You can Google it, you will pretty much find it. But and that is when I speak to my students, I always kid, I'm always kidding. If I have got your consumer data, I know that you are pregnant even before you have dated the guy. So that's, that's okay. Unfortunately, good. So now our database. So what we did, we targeted the South African market and the German market, specific way of how to collect the data. And at the end of the day, you see we had roughly 900 and 600 consumers who answered our database. And we used a smart refrigerator, which we described as an example. So now, as mentioned, the question is, how can I measure something? How can I measure something? And you see here all these ugly things that the statisticians need to see whether a measurement is good or not good. So we might not go into the details, but maybe give you some examples here of how we measure the things. So for example, like the innovation here, you can read some of the statements. I'm often among the people who test new products first. And again, there's no right or wrong of measuring things. So that innovativeness is in a specific context here. And it depends on the context how you measure the things. Customer loyalty. So let's say you are buying your clothes at Woolworths or whatever, then you can be, when I measure your customer loyalty, you can be a loyal customer to Woolworths, to H&M, and whatever companies that offer products. So you can be a loyal customer to more than one company. And according to that, I will measure customer loyalty. But if I go to my wife and if I tell her, well, honey, I'm loyal to you, but also to Renate and Andiswa and Karen, that might cause some problems, okay? For further discussion, that is what the statistics, what the academics say. We need further discussion, yeah. Okay, so that is just the example. And then we did some tests if we really measured the right things. So that's called a factor analysis. Maybe we do not go into the detail that much, just to show you that it was really a proper research, because sometimes the research results, they look very, very, very easy. But the theory behind it is sometimes more complex. And usually if you speak the applied language, you would not show that, but based on the briefing. So now you see a lot of data here, ugly. And the job of the researcher is to make the data talking to you. So you see here our dependent variable that was adoption and resistance. So how well are they adopted or how well are they resisted? And then we had the independent variables, like we said, the perceived novelty, the perceived price, the intrusiveness, and whatever. Very interesting result, or the alpha value. I will not talk about that. That's just how well is the measurement. So all values above 0.7, they're usually quite good. Maybe I want to point out one thing. You see, we use the scale from 1 very low to 7 very high. And now if you look at the adoption and at the resistance, the overall value, it's both roughly around 4. That's the overall value. So meaning somewhere in the middle of the scale. So adoption is not very high, resistance is not very high, so blah, 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 somewhere in the middle. But now, and that I loved that result. I really loved that result. Now have a look at the difference between the South Africans and the Germans. See, what's the adoption value? Remember, 1 is low, 7 is high. The adoption value for the South Africans is 4.99. That one for the Germans only 3.4. The resistance value for the Germans is 4.3. So the resistance is much higher than the resistance on the South African side, 3.4. And probably that is what some people might call the German Angst. So the Germans, they're always afraid. That's the German Angst, ladies and gentlemen. So the Germans, they're always very, very careful. Where you see the South Africans, they're much more willing to try things. They're much more adaptive. And we saw that in some other studies also. Yeah. And so here you see some of the criteria that were rated high or low. So for example, the perceived novelty. And we see, of course, the price that has something to do with, let's say, egoistic answers. Of course, the price was not rated that high, and all the other values were somewhere in the middle. And again, we see perceived novelty. So the South Africans, they perceived it as much more novel than as more new than the Germans do. Same like with the innovativeness. So much more open-minded to new products. Other ugly figures for the researchers, for those who like to crunch the numbers. That is, so we did a regression analysis. Now we wanted to know how strong is the influence of our independent variables here on the adoption. And the last area shows us whether the results are significant or not. And I just wanted to point out 2 or 3 things. So here you see, so that beta value, the higher that beta value, the higher a positive beta value, the stronger the influence is. So we see here the spirit of innovation has got quite a high influence, and the perceived novelty has got quite a high influence. And of course, the other way around, the intrusiveness. So the higher the perceived intrusiveness, the lower is the willing to adopt it. Okay, perceived price, etc. The interesting thing was there is a difference between the willingness to adopt between the South Africans and the Germans, yes. But the criteria that influence the willingness to adopt, so here, for example, the spirit of innovation and the perceived novelty, they are the same. So meaning the things that influence the behavior are the same, but the willingness to behavior is different. So that was the adoption, and on the other side, there is the resistance, and so again, we see nearly all the criteria were significant, and obviously we see the intrusiveness. The higher the perceived the intrusiveness is, the more I think the fridge knows about me, knows about my behavior, the less I'm concerned, the more I'm concerned. And that's the tricky thing. And that's the same tricky thing that we had with with clicks. And sometimes I can tell you, when I'm analyzing the data, maybe just a side aspect, when I'm analyzing the data, sometimes I do not know whether I'm on the bright side or whether I'm on the dark side of the game. It's sometimes you do analysis, and the analysis that you have done sometimes is really abused. Maybe just one little example, just to give you a feeling that sometimes there might be a dark side. With my institute, I worked for a company, and they have got roughly 30,000 people in sales. And they wanted to know, what is the difference? What drives a salesperson who is successful, and what drives a salesperson who is not successful? What is the motivation? So we did psychological profiles of the successful ones. We analyzed what does drive them by having a psychological questionnaire. Because they said to me, I want to know how I can motivate them. That was fine. I saw that as the bright side, the nice side. But what happened afterwards, whenever somebody applied to become a new sales agent, they took that psychological questionnaire, they gave that psychological questionnaire to the person, and if the answers were not the same like of the successful salespeople, they didn't even invite the person for an interview. So then you never know what happens to your data, whether it's used for the good side or for the bad side. So sorry for that, but here coming back, so we see the intrusiveness and of course the perceived uselessness as criteria that influence the resistance, and of course the spirit of innovations. The higher my spirit of innovation is, my personal spirit of innovation, the less the resistance is. Okay, so what does that mean? So as said, a short summary. So we see the South Africans, they are much more adaptive, they're much more open-minded than the Germans. They don't show less resistance, they're more willing to at least test new things than the German are. So that's the one thing that we might conclude. So of course, it is something like the novelty that has an influence, the perceived novelty. And here we are always speaking about the perception. That is what we do in marketing. So we are just measuring the perception of the people. We do not measure whether something is really innovative or not. And I think we spoke about that, novelty and intrusiveness, and the drivers. So the criteria that influence the behavior, they are the same. So what would be the conclusions? So adoption, we see here the positive influence, the person's spirit of innovation. So we see here a very big influencing factor is not the quality of the fridge itself. A very important influencing factor is the personality traits. So like the person's spirit of innovation, how big is it or how low is it? And so then the resistance we see, that is the thing that I mentioned before, the intrusiveness. Intrusiveness, and that is why we always have to be careful with data, is a very, very big thing. So what can the industry do now? So the one thing is, because the perceived uselessness was a criterion that was showed quite often. So the one thing is, as Samsung did quite well on their homepage, and hopefully also the sales staff does, explain the use that you might have when you use that fridge, explain the novelty, and that's the second recommendation, do not only stop with the characteristics of the fridge, also apply to the person's spirit of innovation. So apply not only to their heart, to their brain, what the intelligent fridge might do, but also apply to their heart. Apply that they are innovative persons. And that, I think that's the thing that the marketing guys very often discuss, that is the relation between the brain and the heart. So you know, probably the men, they might like fast cars, okay? So by heart, they like to have a fast car. But when they have to justify it to themselves and to their wives, they say, oh no, I just need it because there might be critical situations when I need to overtake another car. So I might need, that is how they justify the things that are in their heart. And that's sometimes the tricky thing. So here we also have applied to the person's spirit of innovation. Good. I see there is a red 6 times 0. So they're on the prompter there. Yeah. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you very much for your attention.
As we embrace the digital world. By the way, you didn't notice me standing there, but you noticed the clock. You didn't notice me standing here, but you noticed the clock saying 0.
That is what it's trained for, huh?
Okay, so the floor is open to questions, if you don't mind. Anybody's got any questions for Professor? Yes.
Usually it's a bad sign if there are no questions, but I will be fine with it.
Okay, there's a lady there.
South Africans being more open. To what do you attribute the differences between South Africa and Germany in as far as being more open to the, all of this data that is being taken? Has it got to do with the level of education and literacy, perhaps, in terms of the knowledge of how far and how much can one's data be exploited? Or is it attributed to something else? Thanks.
I do not know. It's only hypothesis that I have. And I think one hypothesis is that to a certain extent, it's really down to the German nature. So you know that word, the German that innovation curve in Germany compared to other countries is quite flat. Yeah.
Okay, there.
one of the influencing factors is the spirit of positivity and or negativity. Now, that slide says that one of the interventions that could be made is to, or recommendations is to curb resistance. How do you do that in the context of it being influenced by a particular spirit?
Yeah, well, you see, we had at the beginning, we had the ABC. Okay, so my job is the A. Let me give you one little example how the market research. I had a customer, and that customer said, he was a manufacturer of fibers. And he said, I'm interested that more carpets are sold for commercial purposes in Germany, because my fiber is used in 80% of all of the commercial carpets. Please tell me how we can do that. And now the A comes, okay? And we found out who is the target group, who are the people that influence the decision, and what do they want. So the result was that we as the A, we said, look, the target group, your target group are architects, because when somebody builds a new house, it's the architect who makes the recommendation. And they recommend carpets because for commercial purposes, they recommend carpets because it's noise absorbing. And then we said, look, here's a list of the 5,000 leading architects in Germany. That was the A. And I'm an A. I'm not creative. And then the marketing guys came. And then the question was, how do the marketing guys, how do they transfer that? And they did it brilliantly. What they did, they created a little marble track made of wood. And then you took the marble, you throw the marble in, and then the marble fell down on stone. When it fell down, it made a specific noise. When it was rolling over the stone, it made a noise. It fell down on wood. When it was falling down on the wood, which is another floor, it made a specific noise. It fell down on some type of plastic, and it fell down on carpet. And it became more and more and more and more silent. So that is how they visualize to the architects how noise reducing it is. And that is, I think it's the big thing, how the marketing people and the analysis people, how they can work together. But of course, I agree, you need a specific understanding of marketing and of the marketing tools that are available. But I'm not the creative guy, unfortunately. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Dobbelstein. On that note, I'd like to call on Mr. Robert Sibia to please come and present as a token of appreciation. Reggie Sibia, as a token of appreciation to Professor Dobbelstein. Thank you, Professor. So ladies, I was just thinking, so we've got an app now that can tell us what's in our fridge. We've got an app now that tells us what we need to cook and what ingredients we don't have. Where's the app that's going to cook it for us? Okay, so colleagues, risk is common in various contexts, from security risks, health and safety risks, and risks in business survival. Being the CFO of a large organization, I'm at a cold face of financial risk on a daily basis. And risk management has become the DNA of how we interact in our varying environments. Within this backdrop, we now move on to a presentation by Keke Mabizela, who is a senior digital media manager at Momentum Metropolitan Holdings. She is responsible for managing the execution of the performance marketing strategy to drive renewed share of vote for the brand, product awareness, and value proposition, and the overall increase in leads and conversion through the sales channels. Colleagues, kindly extend a warm welcome to Keke, whose topic is risk management as defense pillar for smaller W&R providers.
Am I audible? Yes, round of hands, show of hands. Am I audible? Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not too sure how I feel about being the last speaker after lunch, after a long day, after people have been traveling, but I think we'll manage. I think we'll manage. And I don't know if Kolisi and the organizing team were very deliberate about having, you know, Professor Doppelstein and then me, because he's the A, and I'm definitely the B and the C. So brand identity, communications, 100% me. So I think, Professor, I will definitely, you know, address what you were actually then researching and analyzing accordingly. Can you guys see my screen, my slides? Are they up yet? No? Okay, so while we wait for the slides, let me just give you everybody some context. So I think I stand here in a very particularly special situation where I am, you know, within the private sector space, always have worked corporate, never worked government, never worked anything else. But also if you ever see me speaking or ever collaborate within any type of research and conference scenario, I will only ever speak about SMEs and small business. I am very passionate about it. I am almost frantically deliberate about the subject matter. So if you ever see Keke Mabizela in any agenda, it's probably going to be about SMEs. I generally do not speak, even though I work and I understand big business and, you know, public sector. But I always say, and I said it when I worked with the Gauteng sector, to say, big business will always make a plan. Big business have the money, they've got the resources, they've got the business. You know, so even when I listened earlier on to the presentation from, you know, the Clicks Group and their head of marketing, absolutely love it because I am a marketer at my core and a communication specialist, but also Clicks, they've got the budgets. They've got the, you know, the agility and the ability to even be able to kind of pivot and morph and change. You know, with COVID having happened, they were able to kind of make a plan and come back from that. So for the South African SME, what does that mean? What does the South African SME, how do they come back? We've been told, and they've been told, that they are the foundation, the backbone of South Africa's economy, right? We've told them that they are the future employers. We've told them that, you know, with all of the skills gaps and all of the positions that private and public sector cannot fill for the youth that are qualifying in whatever skill sets, we've said to the SMEs that you are the guys that are able to then fulfill that for us. So therefore, how do we help you? And indeed, how do we help SMEs? So very deliberately today, I believe very much in, you know, no death by PowerPoint. So I've literally got 5 slides. And these 5 slides will be touching on these points. So at a very foundational level, when we envision what we believe a solid functional SME to be, this SME is registered, so we trust that they are registered with the CIPC. If not, then they're almost classifying them as the informal sector. So when we look at stats, they say 2.6 million businesses qualify within the small micro sector. Of that, 50 or rather 37% are considered formal. Of that 37%, 54% of them are actually, what would you say, micro, and then an additional 15% are in the rural space. So when we look at all these different subsects of what an SME is, when we say that they should be registered, some of them and a huge majority of them actually aren't. Secondly, we expect that an SME has a transactional account. They should have a business account. But how many SMEs, by show of hands, you've gone to a small business and they've either said to you, send an e-wallet, they've said to you to pay, I've got my Capitec account. If you support SMEs, that's probably how they're generating and getting the income from you, right? Similarly, we talk about, to Mr. Sbia's point earlier on, they are indeed the ABC of marketing, but there's also the 5 Ps of marketing. So we talk about product, we talk price, promotion, and we're expecting that SMEs have this on lock. We're expecting that these are the things that they've kind of understood and put in place for their business. They have a product, they have a price point, They have people that they've identified as their core audience. They know how to promote. So they are on social media. They understand how to market. They understand, and have a building where you can find them and talk about place and location. But a lot of them actually don't. Then on top of that, we talk about and we tell them that there's funding and they must find funders. And there's grants and there's applications for this and there's incubators. But what if then as an SME, I don't need funding? What if my need and my direct ask to public or private sector is something else? But we're not asking them the actual things that they need. We're simply saying at a foundation level, this is what you should be having, or this is what you should be asking for. Similarly, we then say to them, create employment. If I'm a one-woman show, who am I even hiring when actually the operations of my SME are for me to feed my own family month on month, day to day, and that is how I'm surviving. And then lastly, we say they must grow from strength to strength from that point on. So I must employ people and grow from strength to strength and have a positive bank balance. I'm doing quite a lot as an SME. So what we should actually then be, looking forward from 2022 beyond this particular session that we're having now, we should be asking SMEs different questions. We should be providing them with a different type of support. And this support is what I've detailed on the right-hand side of the slide, to say what they need is broad sector knowledge. So beyond understanding that, yes, are you registered? Yes, do you have a bank account? We're saying to them, understand what the needs of your location are. Not because you're in your location is Soweto, your location of broadly the market you operate in. We're saying to them, understand your competitors, understand terminology. So when Professor Doppelstein is here standing here and he's talking about all this technical IoT stuff, as an SME, are you even ready? Are you even equipped to be able to understand the terminology and the changes and advancements in technology for your sector that you operate in, for you to then be able to say, I get it, therefore I can implement it, therefore it is directly what I believe my business is about and therefore needs. Similarly, we say they must have a digital footprint. In the olden days, a footprint was a website. If they said to you, does your business have a website? You were like, yes. Therefore, you're good to go, you must succeed. But in these days, a digital footprint is beyond a website. It is, yes, are you on social media? Yes, do you advertise? Where do you advertise? It is, out of the ecosystems of where you operate. Are you working with other businesses in case you don't have stock sometimes? Are you working with other businesses, for couriering? What is the ecosystem that you've built for your functionality and for your business operations? Equally with e-commerce and, to the clicks group, narrative where you can't just be selling and expecting that people will walk into your shop. You can't even be in a brick and mortar anymore. That's what COVID showed us. So are you even giving people the capability to click and add to cart and sign out? And then capacity. When we talk about capacity, can an SME envision themselves to grow by volumes of stock, by volumes of people, by volumes of, if I do fall sick and I am the SME owner, so if I'm not there, then the business isn't working. So volumes is staffing, it is stock, it is growth, it is in them changing their mindsets and being able to see themselves as beyond just where they're at and the point where they're at. And when we talk about data analytics, and I think the research, so I was absolutely loving the research that came out and was presented, because data is then the actual currency that we need with no matter the size of your business. Because by having the data to then say, I somehow as an SME performed really well in the month of September last year. So why was that? Just to say and imagine that, okay, maybe it was because people had money and people were in the spring mode. No, it wasn't because of that. So data as an SME at whatever level you are, whether you're making 1,000 Rand a month in revenue or you're making 1 million Rand, the data needs to inform and give you the capability once you're there and once you're ready and once you're scaling to be able to inform certain things about your business and grow into that habit, if you would. And then that brings me then to the point of how, why I chose to speak about this today. Because once you have the data and you have the learnings and you're able to understand that you want your business to grow, then you need to be able to manage the conundrum and the magnitude of risks that those things bring. With more technology, with IoT, with all of that stuff that's happening, risk comes into it. Just when we think, oh, we're mitigating manual processes by introducing, cloud computing and IoT and, machine learning, then we have the hackers who are coming into your data and actually hacking it and wanting to find out what your business is doing. So how are you as a business ready to be able to do that? And to my earlier point about an SME in a certain location, an SME in whatever sector are not one thing. I think the most common or the generic quality that all SMEs have is at the very, very foundation of it. They all have the heart. As an SME owner, as an entrepreneur, all you have is passion, because you love and you believe in the stream of yours. But more than anything else, everything is a constant balancing scale of time and product versus service, funding versus cash flow. And they're always constantly trying to prioritize. And how I prioritize as an SME in Gauteng probably won't be how an SME owner in the Northern Cape prioritizes. Their needs, their wants, their ambitions are probably a lot different than the others who are in a more urban area. So this is basically just very high level, the type of constant balancing act that an SME in South Africa is doing. And how then again, do you support, do you capacitate, do you help in the way that we are always saying as public and private sector that we want to help and activate SMEs. In that anatomy, we think that the perceived need, they need coaching, they need mentorship, they need funding, they need digitization, because that is the current word. We are all talking for IR, we are all believing that we must digitize, and therefore when you digitize, you'll grow and you'll be great. Then we also say that they need support and guidance, right? And that's always so beautiful to imagine, like what does support and guidance actually mean? But at the crux of it, and when you actually go out and ask SMEs, because that's another thing where when we do research, a lot of research doesn't actually speak to SMEs. It's quite generic, it's quite desktop at most, and not enough people and not enough entities are going out to the streets, to the SMEs to saying, hi, Nitingani, what is it that you actually want? And taking the time out to be able to do that is where you get the actual nuanced needs of the SMEs and how you're able to then say, with our big budgets or with whatever scale that we have, how do we respond and answer to these very nuanced, very particular, very not one size fits all needs? And with that, we actually get to the actual need of the SME, not the one that we perceived. Those needs go anything from co-creation. Don't tell me that my business needs funding and therefore if I get funding, I'll be fine. Co-create a place where I have so much funding and I have so much capital that I can then be able to scale up and to grow. Get me to a point where I'm able to say, I have 3 employees now, but when you do this and you do that and you take this data, can you actually envision and see your business at a point where you've got 7 instead of 3? And you're constantly stress testing this, because as big business, you have again, the agility, the budgets, the scale to be able to stress test. And if something doesn't work, it's fine. But the world doesn't stop. So SMEs need the support of the bigger guys to be able to teach them and get them into the habit of stress testing, of co-creating, of envisioning a bigger space and a better space than where they're at right now. Similarly, don't just give funding. We give so much funding. There's funding everywhere. There's angel investors, there is grants, there's tons of funding. Don't give funding, give financial management. Because as an SME, you say to me, it's like, you're giving Keke's cakes 25,000 Rand. I'm like, fantastic. Am I actually going to take the 25,000 Rand to address the fact that, yes, I didn't have enough stock sometimes. Therefore, when customers came and wanted my scones, they weren't there. No, what's going to probably end up happening is that I'm going to envision that my mom's roof and that geyser's been leaking. So now the funding is going towards something else. It's the financial management of a business and in understanding that you need to then scale and do X to be able to get you to from 25,000 Rand to 25 million Rand. But that jump doesn't just happen, it isn't sporadic. And that's how a lot of SMEs don't even make it to that success level of after 36 months, 7 out of 10 SMEs don't even get to that point because they fail. Then we have change management and practical upskilling. Don't just say that you're going to digitize me. What does technology even mean? It goes back to the terminology part. When you're saying to me, oh no, stop using paper and filing. If you're saying to me, I should then have an app that does this and I should have a tool that does that, and you're talking cloud computing, machine learning, virtual reality, artificial reality, you haven't even gotten me to the point where I understood just cognitively what all these terms meant. So in doing programs, in doing upskilling, almost make it a financial literacy or an, technology literacy part, where you are teaching these people that this is what for IR. Yes, holistically, we talk about all the IRs, but actually what it is this. And this is how this part can apply to your business, because you don't have to have all of the parts, because it's not applicable. You don't have to have it. But there's this pressure that, oh, wow, if my business is not info IR, or if I'm not doing cloud computing, am I even doing anything at all? And then lastly, sponsors. Don't give support and guidance. What is the actual tangible meaning of sponsorship and guidance? It's sponsoring. It's somebody saying to you, I will hold your hand, I will co-create, I will stress test, I will pick it apart with you until we get to a point where you're comfortable with it. So sponsorship is that, referrals is that, knowing about my business and not telling your friends. Are you really then supporting me and giving guidance? Tell your friends, if I'm really doing a fantastic job, if you really find an SME that is miles away from where they actually are, but they're performing at a higher level, tell somebody about them. The referral is the actual knock on the head. It is the actual nod to say, job well done. Not just writing it on my social media page and saying, wow, wonderful service, 5 stars. And then because I'm looking at the timer there, wow. So when we then capacitate, and once an SME has gotten all this success and this support, we then capacitate themselves because they've got the knowledge, they've got all those things, where they now understand how to mitigate and how to manage risk. So once I've got technology, once I've got 7 employees, once my business is indeed netting 25 million, I actually am at a higher risk then of losing everything and not being able to come back from it. So how do we then ensure that an SME owner and SMEs holistically in South Africa as a standard understand how to capacitate for risk? Whether the risk is the stock getting stolen, whether the risk is in customer expectations. If I as a customer expected that my delivery would come on Tuesday and it's now Thursday, I'm either blowing up your phone, I'm sending emails, I am writing on social media, I'm doing a reputational risk to your business that you should have mitigated for, that shouldn't be happening. But how do a person know that they should be doing this if nobody's talking about it? So I think just very high level, understanding as an SME your internal risk, illness, time off, theft, whatever happens, with the looting that occurred, a lot of SMEs couldn't come back from that because you had your little shop. And once they came in there and took your stock and burnt the shop or set it alight, post taking the stuff, how do you come back from that? You wake up the next morning and there's nothing there. Did you have, buildings insurance? Did you have contents insurance? That wasn't even a consideration because all you thought was, with whatever money I get, I must buy more stock. Similarly, then understanding the external risk. So it's understanding your location, your micro, your macro environments to say, okay, when petrol is now 4 million like it is currently, what does it mean then for my stocking? Do I have a vehicle that I use for the stocking? Do I pay somebody else who has a van that brings my stock? If that guy suddenly says, I'm going to charge you 25 Rand more per load, I can't fight that because I'm understanding the effects that actually then go into our ecosystem, into our value chain, to be able to then make me get to a point where, does it mean then that I need to increase my pricing? Does it mean that my customers, when I increase my pricing, will feel some type of way about it? 100% they will. But how do you ensure that at the crux of it, you are maintaining the business, you're maintaining the customer service that you give, and your business doesn't fail simply because of one thing that you hadn't mitigated for? Risk-wise. And then lastly, also understanding very simply what the different insurances are. Again, insurance, or rather knowledge at a terminology point, at a need point, and then at an application point to say, is it then the insurance that I need for my business? So in conclusion, with my 45 seconds, beyond 2022, what does it mean then to support and to mitigate, support SMEs and have SMEs be able to mitigate their risk? It means Yes, they have the passion. Yes, they have passion, and process now has to actually be the foundation, not just because they love what they do. They have to actually passionately love it and then have processes in place to be able to take it to the next step. Then we have planning and capacitation. Once you plan better, you do better. It's as simple as that. Yes, you can plan many, many, many things. And from planning, you can see risks and opportunities. But when you plan better, you do better. And that should just be the premise of it. And then lastly, constant iteration. I'm a very big believer in iteration. If you do it once, you learn from it, you change it, you keep doing it, and fail forward. That is the whole point, where SMEs currently believe that if something didn't work, you let it go, you're despondent, you give up. But sometimes don't give up. And sometimes with the right support and the bigger entities that are supporting, when you don't give up is where you're actually getting the learnings. And I think, as a ending note, where as big business and as sector, trying to assist SMEs better, don't give up on them when they're at that despondent point. Thank you.
Through this journey, and we can actually feel your passion for the SME. Truly grateful for that. Being a service provider to SMEs, I kind of make it a personal trait to take at least 5 service providers and incubate them.
Yes.
I've actually walked small SME providers to a bank and said, like, let's open your account. Let's guide you. Let's motivate you. Let's grow you. So it talks right to the heart.
Absolutely. Thank you so
Ladies and
much.
gentlemen, the floor is open to discussion. Questions? I'd like to call upon our CEO, Tom Makonazi, to just present a token of appreciation. Are there any questions on the floor? Nothing.
Thank you. Absolute pleasure.
No, she isn't.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Do I stay on for the panel?
That's all. No, it's on, yeah, for the panel. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think the public is missing my face, so I need to show them. Ladies and gentlemen, our next segment allows us to get into the brain and thoughts of our panel of experts from a range of constituencies, but on the common trajectory of the theme of our conference. Panel discussions offer us open engagement of minds, and I'm humbled to call upon our panel for this session, Mr. David Venter, Chairperson, Informal Economy Development Forum, IEDF, Mr. Moloti Nkone, CIO, MIC-SETA, Mr. Ndongo, Manager Research and Planning, Namibia Training Authority, NTA, Mr. Lucas Ramashlodi, Labor Representative and W&RSETA Board Member, as well as Ms. Keke, to join our panel for a discussion of today. Thank you. We'll leave the panel to introduce themselves and take discussions further. Thank you. I think we've had a lot to intake for today, and we'll start on our extreme left. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Venter, and I am the chairperson of the Informal Economy Development Forum, just for abbreviation's sake, the IEDF. The IEDF is an organization that has taken 20 years to form in the South African informal economy, with a process that has started in 2002. And in May of 2022, 13 of the largest and most representative national member-based organizations in the informal economy, representing different sectors in South Africa, came together and developed and formed the IEDF as a doorway to the informal economy for economic development. This is the first time in South African history that this has taken place. And I sit here today to thank the W&RSETA for inviting the informal economy and to be recognized here today. I also want to take this opportunity to thank and note the leadership of the W&RSETA, who has included the informal economy on its research panel, so as to better to understand the needs of this economy and what it is that needs to be done with our involvement so that the informal economy is not just an economy or sector that we deem this is what the sector needs, but that we are part and included in the design. As informal economy, again, we are very grateful for being here. We also support what the W&RSETA is proposing and putting forward as collaboration. We believe that collaboration is the only means by which we can create jobs in this country in a rapid manner. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of time, as we are forecasting a 68% unemployment rate in our youth looking at 2020. So this process here, again, we want to just commend the leadership. With regards to the topic on discussion today, I just want to go back to the abstract, which says, once an SME in the W&R sector has digitized processes, in other words, payment systems, online marketing strategies, stock and logistics management, then the next real consideration should be risk management and insurance to mitigate disruptions and protect business continuity and the persons who work to keep the lights on. Comrades, today I sit here, and colleagues, to say that I am the son of an informal business owner. My father worked from his garage to support our family. My mother had to leave her job to support my dad in his business. I'm one of four, and I'm the eldest in my family, the only one who's managed to get formal education and a qualification. So when we say and we talk risk management, I know what it's like when your family has to cash in on their long-term savings just to support the family. Small businesses, and I'm going to move beyond the term small businesses, because in that abbreviation, colleagues and comrades, we are missing the I. We refer to SMEs, small and micro enterprises. We are not talking about informal, micro and small enterprises. When we sit in all these discussions, there's no I, yet we don't ask the question, where do these micro enterprises stem from? Where do small businesses originate from? They originate, colleagues, from the informal economy. Also want to take just this opportunity to expand a bit and to say, and I've read in the document, the informal economy is not informal traders. The informal economy is not vulnerable workers. The informal economy is a combination of the informal sector, and the informal sector represents informal business, and as our speaker rightfully said, businesses that aren't registered. That is the informal sector. We then have informal employees. These are the workers working for the informal businesses, and workers that are working for formal businesses, but do not have legal or social protection. Others, I'm working for a formal business, but I'm not registered for UIF, or I don't have an employment contract. The combination of the informal sector and informal employment is what we term the informal economy. I was hoping I could see our statistician general here today to verify some numbers. But as it stands, the forecasted number of the informal economy is not 3 million. 3 million is the informal sector, the number of businesses. But when you add the 1.2 million domestic workers who are informal employees as well to that number, and when you add the waste pickers to that number, and the people working for them, the informal economy, colleagues and comrades here today, is in excess of 7 million people estimated in South Africa. If we are to create this economic reform in a rapid manner, then these are the discussions that we have to have as led by the W&RSETA, where the informal economy is included in these discussions and part of the solution, not just an economy which we talk about. Insurance and risk management is a critical component. It cannot wait till after the fact when a business has grown. Insurance should come into the sector much earlier. How many of and I'm sure there's people in this panel today like me that have been raised by an informal trader or an informal business owner and whose parents never saved up for retirement. And now today, they are too old to work. What happens now? If we are talking about wealth creation in our country, we cannot just look at this generation. We have to look at wealth creation, wealth for the generation afterwards. Yes, when we are youth, we work for ourselves. But when we are older, we tend to work for our children and the next generation. And we cannot start saving or put life investments or these savings away when we are in our 50s. We have to start when we are much younger. So from our comment as the informal economy, we welcome this discussion. We believe that there should be financial inclusion within the informal economy. We believe that in the financial sector in its entirety, not just the insurance sector, but the financial service, the financial sector in its entirety should focus on financial inclusion of the informal economy. And with the amount of opportunity, colleagues and comrades, as we know, this particular sector is dominated by cash. I think when one looks at the opportunities that exist here, that is something that cannot be overlooked. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Muloti Nkuni. Am I audible? Yes. Right. I'm from the Media and ICT SETA, so a sister company to the W&RSETA. We are basically entities under the Department of Higher Education and Training, responsible for skills development. The topic that we've been trusted here to discuss, I think I'm the CIO of the MICT SETA, sorry about that. So for me, this sits at the center of what we need to be doing as CIOs. I mean, we come from just a recent past where you would talk to businesses about technology and probably risk management, which will actually take a second phase of everything else. However, you've seen that most businesses that have come into life today, post even COVID, are those that would have actually mitigated risks to remain alive and took advantage of technology to ensure that they actually able to operate. The two issues here that are at the center of this discussion is in the main the issue of resilience and scalability. That's what businesses are actually for, to ensure that they are resilient and they are able to then grow and grow while they are actually competing with all the available parties or available competitions or even emerging businesses. Technology itself has shown that it can actually disrupt a business to the level that will put it out of business. So we see this happening almost every day. So you even today, whilst we're thinking that we are consuming technologies that we are seeing now, probably if you ask a professor, he will tell you, or a businessman, he will tell you that, no, actually, I started to envision this solution in 2010. And when you then go and ask a professor, but prof, in 2010, this business is saying they started to think of this solution. What is your understanding of this matter? Prof will tell you, look here, I've published an article on the same solution in actually 1999. Then you start to look backwards that we are actually almost slower in terms of adoption. As it has been said here, the issue of data, the concept there is that data is a new gold. So if you don't have data, you're almost blind because you would not know what to be bringing into business, and you may not be able to then go and compete. What we have, and maybe let me talk to the board members and the CEOs here. In my life as the CIO, with Mr. Masuka Misikwameng here, who was here earlier on, we are challenged here by ensuring that we create platforms that would be able to then bring data at the hands of when you are engaging with your principals at any level. You should be able to have GIS systems that will be able to tell you information in different corners, because you may have this business that is operating in this area having an idea which could be relevant in that area. Now, when they don't have this data, they will never know that there is actually an opportunity for them to can make impact elsewhere. So if we make this information available and we are able to then, actually another impact that we can have to our SMEs is to then make sure that they are able to see that, and they then also collaborate so that they would know what is required in other areas. The issue of businesses, and I had Keke here earlier on indicating that you find that businesses in this area, they say, no, send me a cash send, etc., etc. There is this issue of fintechs that we have seen coming into disrupt actually traditional banks. And you see also banks shaping up because they are now being disrupted. And we anticipate that banks will in the future become fintechs. Now, the SMEs here should be able to then take that space and ensure that their product life cycle does from entry allow for a convenience in terms of the consumer. From them accessing the product until they checking it out, delivery into their household. Recently, I've also visited a local retail market, and when I got into the shop, I find people in the shop actually running up and down with trolleys, scanning, putting these things, and I could not understand what is happening. Can't you know, they just using their one of their apps that consumers use to order products. I wanted some information, but nobody was there because they were running against time. They say they have 60 minutes to can respond and deliver the product to a user. Earlier on, I talked about being proactive and being able to be futuristic. That we, for example, I gave example of solutions that would have been envisaged maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago that we are seeing here. It's required that the stakeholders in this, and by the way, I see that they actually at the center of the economy, because this is the area where they interact with the actual clients. And not anyone can say, I'm not consuming any product from retail or wholesale. That would not be practical. Now, the Department of Higher Education, the CETAs, the universities, TVET colleges, and the CET colleges are going to play a critical role in ensuring that we have a workforce that will be able to then help the SMEs here to be ready for the future. In the main, as MICT CETA, we are in the process of developing future skills like drone technician, cyber security specialists, etc., etc. So those are going to ensure that if they are actually taken and we accredit here, we train, etc., we will have workforce that will be able to respond to this future demand. I previously spoke at a municipal council, and I said to the councillors, we have an opportunity, it was in a rural area, we have an opportunity to introduce the concept of smart cities. And they told me that I was almost becoming relevant because they were not a city. I immediately had to then conceptualize and say, no, I can utilize the word smart communities. And they actually received it and said, no, we understand we are a community. Now, what we then mean by that is that when we look at all the sectors or the whole country, the statistician general earlier on talked about provinces in terms of population, et cetera, et cetera. Let's not leave the consumers that are sitting in other rural areas. We should be able to understand what is it that is actually their product that they need to consume on a daily basis. We should be able to then talk about what is it that they could be consuming in the future that they may not be seeing at that point in time. So for us, we recognize that this is the space that should be able to sit at the center of the economy. And if we can do this proper, we are also contributing to the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Moderator, I feel like maybe we should reset the time because I have to introduce myself, I have to introduce the country, but nevertheless, Namibia does not need an introduction.
Yeah.
I think it does already introduce itself in one way or the other. But nevertheless, maybe before I introduce myself, I would like to share with you. Yesterday when we flew in, I have an opportunity to go to the waterfront. And of course, I met some young people there. Then we were in the conversation and they asked me, where are you from? I say, I'm coming from Namibia. They say, did you come to get the money? I say, that depends. So then the conversation went on. And then of course, we were talking about the skills development. To my surprise, most of them, until the incident happened, of course, there were other incidents. If you remember during COVID, South Africa used to kind of mock us a bit to say somebody should cross over to check if those guys are still alive there or maybe COVID has finished them. So I think Namibia and South Africa are kind of having that relationship that we cannot run away from. My name is Indongo. My surname is also Indongo. Yeah. So it's Indongo. And I'm coming from an organization called the Namibia Training Authority. The Namibia Training Authority, it's like the SETAs combined together. The setup is in that because of our nature that we find ourselves in. Namibia, it's a big country with a very, very small population. So, and I'm putting that emphasis that it's not a small country because I know that there have been some South African advocating Namibia should just become another province. What are they doing there? So we are very big. It's a country that is over 800,000 square kilometers, but with less than 3 million people that are living there. And of course, our journey with W&RSETA is coming a long way. We have been having quite good relationship, which of course you would hear in more detail when we give our official statements. But nevertheless, to speak to the issue while I'm here is that Namibia, it's in a stage of developing its education system. The retail and wholesale sector is the third largest employing sector in Namibia, with close to 90,000 people that are working within that particular sector, but only 20% are having formal qualification. I wish the DG was here because me and him, we have crossed in many of the international platforms, I think at the ILO conferences, when I was with the Statistic Agency of Namibia as well. And the rest of the people, about 60-something thousand, are classified as unskilled laborers. And I think these are some of the things that we wanted always to take on the ILO, some of these classifications, because these people that are employing this sector doesn't necessarily mean they are not skilled. They are skilled, they have been working within the sectors for many, many years, but because of the classifications of the ILO that we use, we somehow misclassify them and somehow denying them an opportunity. So I'm starting from this angle to say that for us as Namibian Training Authority, there is a huge opportunity for us to actually first of all, formalize our education process and ensure that our workforce is skilled up, either through the conventional method, which is your normal training, or through your work integrated learning and so on. And in addition to that, of course, for us, what we're putting more emphasis is that we don't want to do things in isolation. Hence, back and forth, we are trying to establish partnership with different partners around the globe, including South Africa, because we believe that it's really an opportunity for us to learn, particularly from systems that are a bit matured. And we know that the education system of South Africa is way much matured. We have quite a number of Namibians that are trained in South Africa as we speak, and those that have exited the system. And for us, it's really an opportunity that we don't want to miss, because we know that if you miss that opportunity, then we are going to make the mistakes that you have made, and quite a lot of resources that would be wasted. So in terms of the topic, we believe that there's quite a lot that can be done. My GM, who would deliver a speech, will talk about the agreements that we have with W&RSETA. And as we speak in Namibia, there are less than 5 training providers that are providing for the retail and wholesales. And of course, that is really just a drop in an ocean. And what we're looking at is really how do we ensure that we hold hand these training providers, we link them up to the right institution right here in South Africa and beyond, to ensure that their training interventions are aligned and they are able to actually mitigate the factors in terms of the risk that they might run into. So we really appreciate the opportunity that W&RSETA always expanded to us. And we are really looking forward to hearing from the rest of the colleagues and also learning in terms of what is happening here in South Africa. So thank you very much.
So it's me.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Well, let me start by thanking Oskeke. The passion that you dispense around the SMEs actually makes me very, very happy. My name is Lucas Ramatlodi, and I'm a trade unionist. In my entire working life, I've been exposed to the trade union movement. I must say I grew up in Ekasi, the bedrock of small and micro enterprises, and have been exposed to the rural setting, which is also a haven for small businesses, both formal and informal. And again, I'm a member of the W&RSETA, and I must also say that both the CEO and the chairperson of the board are very passionate around driving an all-rounded development of an all-rounded small entrepreneur, apart from building the skills for the sector and ensuring that we've got a ready and able provision of skilled labor within the sector. But I must also indicate that we find it a bit difficult to master the small businesses out of the challenge that it faces, because it is naturally a very vulnerable sector, naturally, because as much as it is not a heavyweight, it is actually it is forced to compete with the heavyweights, with the big boys encroaching the space that has traditionally belonged to the small entrepreneurs. Your big businesses developing the chains that are targeting the market that belongs naturally to the small businesses. So we find it quite difficult, but it is not a lost cause. We believe that there must be a deliberate push to ensure that the big players are actually become the foundation through which the small businesses can live and then begin to find themselves. What is a bit disturbing is that there are arguments, and Siskeke put it quite nicely, that we're looking at the small businesses to grow. We're looking at them to digitize. We're looking at them to do all those other things. But when you come to practicalizing these solutions that are perceived by the economy for the small businesses. If you try to practicalize it, you have a small business that is practically living from hand to mouth. So if you go into effect any change, they are supposed to do a juggernaut of whether to invest this few thousand rands into stocking or to provide it as a resource to finance risk management. Every single small entrepreneur would rather throw the money into the stock with the hope and a prayer that the big boys would not come and take the chunk of the customer base and therefore leave you with stock that might rot, for example. And if you start to grow the informal sector of the small businesses is also being encroached. And I must say it would sound very, very xenophobic, but it is encroached by foreign nationals, you know, to an extent that in all the cases, you see a lot of foreign nationals taking up space that used to belong to your locals. As a result, this sector is struggling quite a bit, but we believe that if the big boys played their role, we would be able to, as a SETA, provide a skilled labor force for the big boys, but at the same time, create a perfect foundation for the small ones to also begin to find themselves. And I think you put it nicely, from informal to formal small, and then it goes on. But then at the moment, the chain is broken. It is a more of everyone for himself, God for us all situation, with the big boys always bullying the small ones, sometimes bullying them out of business. You know, so we believe that it is important that the vulnerability of the small businesses is not exploited by the big ones. In that way, they would have the comfort of splitting the small resources that they have into ensuring that they're able to manage their risks better, they're able to stock up, and they have a customer base that they can rely on. At the moment, the only businesses that can afford to have a captive market is the big boys in the industry. The small ones can only rely on the crumbs. And if the crumbs do come, it is the big boy that decides where they go, because they occupy all the corners of those spaces that used to belong to the small and micro entrepreneurs. We believe that, yes, it's important that they are upskilled. We believe that they provide proper risk management and so forth. But the reality is that once they get funding, the distribution of funding, it's a fight as to which area is being prioritized. And sometimes it's very difficult to know what the market looks for, particularly in your township setting, because the same market base actually goes out from the township in order to support the big boys. So even if the small ones stock up, they stock up and hope and pray that people don't go to the big boys to expand. With the little money that people are able to spend, our spending capacity has been reduced drastically, and the first casualties have been the small and micro entrepreneurs, and they've been dying a slow and painful death. It's about time that we all stepped up, and we believe big business should actually put the money where the mouth is. Most of the time when big business speaks about managing risk and the likes, it's all about business and business growth. Very little is about how do we ensure that the economy becomes a space where even the small ones are able to survive, but also boost the big ones. It's a difficult situation, but the reality is that we do need this. It's a big economic player. The small and micro enterprises are huge economic players because you find them almost all over the show. And we can only survive and have vibrant township and local economies that are alive if this sector is alive. Big business should not kill small business. I thank you.
Wow. We have to commend you, sir. First person in the time.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are open for discussion. Any questions for the panel? I think we've gone a bit subdued in the afternoon. Huh? There was a lot of vibrancy in the morning.
It's graveyard shift.
Of course.
It's graveyard.
Of course. I think the mic too is going to sleep. It's really going to sleep.
Yeah.
It's graveyard.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Very insightful input, obviously from various backgrounds and experiences. I think, colleagues, at some point, we will need to address the elephant in the rooms, I suppose. I wanted to ask Prof. Dobbelstein earlier on, and I suppose that question has been addressed by this current sitting to say we really need to bridge the gap between what industry colleagues are doing and what we as academics are doing. Perhaps to address the elephant in the room that I allude to, which I suspect directly impacts small and medium-sized enterprises. I'm no politician, I'm a mere academic. I'm often impatient with political rhetoric, but I think the question of international visitors and how they affect the South African economy needs to be addressed on an urgent basis. We see this on mainstream media on how, right or wrong, internationalists or foreigners are seen to be impeding in certain spaces at the compromise of nationals. Again, I'm saying political rhetoric will tell you that, no, we pan-Africanists or Africanists will all move from this and that. Economically, that directly affects South Africans. I don't know the solution. I don't have the solutions, but I think with industry partners, with retail colleagues, I think collectively we can come to solutions to this problem, because these are everyday problems and these are discussions as I speak to rooms that we speak. Lastly, someone gave me an analogy to say, if we are saying the issue of internationals in a South African context are not affecting the economy at the compromise of South Africans, why do you, the question was asked by somebody else, I won't mention to somebody else, why do you have your house fenced? So no question to international people, but to South Africans, why is your home fenced? I think colleagues can then arrive at that answer as to the importance of why this question of foreigners in a South African context really needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Panel, over to you. Go.
Very good question. Question, and it is a point that is very sensitive now in the informal economy, as we all know, we watch the news. I'm not going to dive deep into the answer because I don't think it's a collective answer. I'm going to get to that. I want to say though that the South African government is doing a lot for informal businesses and within the townships and rural communities. However, we are not working together. I say that because I know within SEPA, there's 2.4 billion rand that's made available for township businesses to access that funding. The problem is we're not accessing the funding. W&RSETA is making training available, budgets, funding, and you're training people that see that and don't even support it. And once W&RSETA is trained, the MRCTC might be training someone else. So because we're not working together, colleagues, we are taking our funding and we are spreading it as a net. We are not doing sector-specific strategies in how we can create economic reform. Without the informal economy's involvement in the efforts of government, we're going to have this problem. There is a lot of support from corporate South Africa as well. However, we are not touching the same businesses. If one could take this as an example, what if W&RSETA trained 1,000 businesses today in the informal economy? Once they are done, they go, the same 1,000 people goes to the MRCTC to digitize them. The minute that is done, the insurance SETA trains them on financial education. Then you've got a bank coming on board, helping that very same crowd of businesses, training them on what banking really is. And then you've got a retail company that says, I want to access the township economy. So how about I invest in these 1,000 businesses and start moving product? Now we're talking impact. So I think, Thomas, many times we look at the result of what is happening when others are encroaching on the opportunities that are there for us as South Africans. But I think if we just work closer together in a better way, we'll be able to solve a lot of those problems as well.
Any other questions from the floor? Okay.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sorry, I was looking there. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question to the panelists, especially the last presenter. You know, in South Africa, there is this phenomenon of a new kind of business called the tenderpreneur, you know, who is basically a kind of a briefcase company or a one-man band who really has access to the supply chain and access to contracts, you know. I wanted to find out, how do you categorize such businesses, you know? And from a risk management perspective, what kind of role do those kind of businesses play in economic development? You know, thank you.
Someone should take this. Okay.
Well, maybe starting off with the tenderpreneur issue. I think it would be a big mistake to locate the tenderpreneur practices within the SME and the informal trades as we look at them. Because the tenderpreneur, as I understand that concept, relates to people that are hopping from tender to tender, and because they've got connections and whatever. Whether that is right or wrong, it's a story for another day. But in the stream that we engaged with, we focusing on those businesses that need to be held by hand in order for them to be able to find their footing and be able to compete fairly in the space that traditionally has belonged to them, but it has been encroached by big business. The issue that has been raised, for example, around funding, and Keke qualified it. If there is funding, how much more do we do to ensure that once funding lands in the laps of the small businesses, they are able to properly manage the finances in a manner that would help grow their businesses, but at the same time being risk aware and conscious to an extent that as the business grows, the vulnerability to the risks that come with growth do not impact in a big way. So those who are one-man shows and what have you, in most instances, unfortunately, you have a lot of frauds masquerading as business people because they just want to make a quick buck and it's all about them and no one else. But you've got businesses that really want to make an economical impact. If you were to give them proper money and guidance tomorrow, they would most probably employ 15 people because they want to play a role. But the ones that you're talking about, even if you were to give them millions over millions, they have no business ensuring that there's economic viability for anyone else. And yes, the question that you raised, why would you have your fence around, is to ensure that you do not have those that are foreign to your own family encroaching your space without permission. Now, in the business circles, we see over and over, you get people that are from outside particular locals getting into those locals and getting economically vibrant with no benefit to the locals there. And that creates a bit of a problem because then you have a mini revolt, you've got uprisings, you've got people turning against the authority and so forth. These are the remnants and rippling effect of such kind of accessibility of things. Thank you.
We possibly have time just for one more question.
Thank you very much. My question, I think the first thing that needs to be put into perspective is the issue, the key insights that are coming out, which needs to make sure that we fashion them in such a way that we come up with interventions that are going to inform skills development in our specific areas. I come from mining and mineral sector. And then what I have observed in many fora is that we always talk about unemployment, inequality, poverty. That is what, and we're saying skills interventions are very necessary in order to eliminate those particular evils as you may. But the big elephant in the room that we are not addressing, I thought the union rep will address that particular issue. You indicated that big business should not kill small businesses, but you don't address the bigger picture. The bigger picture is about the economic system. The economics, I might sound like Marxist, but I think we need that tool of analysis in order to understand the situation. So all this that I've mentioned, I'm saying to what extent is the economic system, which is based on competition, based on exploitation, that is going to help us. To what extent is the system playing a very important role in ensuring that those particular problems are persisting? We need to address that. We cannot engage the system within its own logic. Otherwise, we are not going to come up with solutions that are fit to purpose. We need to understand the system. How are we going to work around strategically within the system to ensure that we address issues of skills? So it is in the nature of capitalism, Marxism would argue, that there would be the haves and the have-nots, the propertied and the propertyless. That the working class and the middle class, different, the society being stratified across different strata, if you will. So we need to address that. If we were not addressing this, we'll be talking about the very same situation. That is why it is a pipe dream. Every time you talk about inequality and you talk about the superstructure, you're scratching on the surface. I want us to engage with the system. Let us think about the end of capitalism without the end of humankind. If we can address that particular issue, I think I would like to just hear the views from different people on this particular issue, because this issue is linked to the socio-economic political structure that influences everything that happens on the ground with respect to skills development. Thank you.
I'm not sure there's a question there. I think it's just more comment.
Well, there is, and I think I'm happy it came about. I introduced myself as representing the W&RSETA. So I thought that question belongs elsewhere. However, it's important to appreciate the fact that despite us being in a system that we might not like, our life does not come to an end. We still have to survive within the same system that we hate. Therefore, we must work within the confines of that system to pursue an agenda that might help us to get to where we want to, which is why, as the W&RSETA, we're not only looking at ensuring that we build the appropriate skills for the sector, but we are also pushing so that you've got the small players becoming entrepreneurs in their own right. In that way, they would impact on the socio-economy of the local economics, and also somehow we might be fortunate and to an extent that they might as well drive the socio-politic of the day. If we were to talk about capitalism, socialism, and the rest of the principles that apply, or the systems, we would have a problem of saying, do we stagnate now and continue fighting the system until we overthrow the system and then begin to live after the fact? That would not be okay. At the moment, we are in a system. Unfortunately, our life should revolve around that system. As you struggle to overthrow it, you must continue to make ends meet within that same system. Otherwise, you must succumb and die. Wait for socialism to come, and then you will re-emerge in the afterlife and enjoy socialism, because capitalism is dead.
Yep.
That's not how you approach it.
With those fine words, I have to call the session closed. We have to thank our panel for their wonderful contribution, such diverse and wonderful contribution. Please give a hand of applause to everybody, please. I'd like to call upon Mr. Tomo Akunazi to present a token of appreciation to our guests, and then we'll break.
Thank you, Sissy. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh.
Just come here.
Is this a group photo?
They want him on the top.
Thank you,
Yeah,
brother.
on the top.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, brother.
Group photo for everybody.
Oh, lady power. You
Thanks,
mean?
bro.
They're saying lady power. Of course.
Some topics belong somewhere else.
Woman
okay.
power. Go through, I'll go to the end. Thanks.
Oh, it's done. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much.
Mkhulu uyasibonja.
Yeah.
Dialectics, yo. Eh, Is it me?
So you work for which association? So when they do all this informal economy research, do they start at your office? Because most of our informal economy sector is not fully research. And there's quite a lot that needs to be done in terms of research. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we close the session and we will meet up at 4 p.m. for tea, small tea break. Please come back promptly at 4 p.m. so that we can conclude and have our closure and reflection.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, my gents were definitely just
Ladies and gentlemen, can we make our way back into the auditorium so we can do the final closure and reflection? Can people please make their ways back to their seats? Oh, okay. Very well, thank you.
I don't know whether were you there. My name is. I'm looking at my name is Margaret.
Right.
We came to the trade port last year. Yes. Can we talk before we go?
No
Because I wrote to the MD because I said we're having women who would like to open like wholesale depots in rural areas. He never responded to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask people to return to their seats? We'd like to complete the presentations. Deliberations of a conference is only as good as what emerges thereof. It is a question of translating our thoughts, ideas, and studies into sustainable action. The day's proceedings have presented to us a multitude of thought-provoking action points, which ultimately speaks to skills development and a brighter economic outlook. We will leave this conference probably inspired, concerned, or driven in terms of our touch points. However, what we do post this conference is critical as we start walking the talk. To help us unpack these deliberations, and I'm delighted to call upon the captain of the ship who has brought us into these current laden waters so that we convert our doggy paddle of digital anxiety to us confidently swimming the tides of digital transformation. Our CEO, Mr. Tom Mokonazi, will lead us into a discussion on the way forward for the W&RSETA, the industry, and skills development. I present to you Mr. Tom Mokonazi.
Thank you, Program Director. Just to acknowledge everyone, and I would also say all protocol observed. In the interest of time, I'm sure all of you are tired. After such an what I would call an interesting day for us in terms of our research conference. And I'm hoping that we're able to achieve everything that we had hoped to achieve, and also we also, as a W&RSETA as an organization, we've learned a lot. Obviously, a lot of the team is here, and we are all listening. We want to be a listening SETA. We don't just want to implement programs for the sake of implementing them. We want to listen and hear. And as an organization, when we started, or when I started, just over 3 years ago, I was amazed at an amount of research that as an organization we have done over a period of time. And I think a year or two ago, we decided to then took through the new board that started through the research programs that we've had over time. And what we then did, we then created a booklet with all the research programs that we have done, including the recommendations, so that it could be available to the stakeholders, because we are not, I do not want to, we are not an institution that is just doing research for the sake of doing it. We're doing it for the sector. So we've done a lot of research from informal economy to SMME, to learnerships, to community colleges, to TVET colleges, to everything that you can ever think of. So please go into our website. We do have that information available to you, so that you can then just see. What we've tried to do is to simplify it so that you can read. We know that you are busy people, so we do not want you to read 60 pages of documents. So what we've tried to do is to consolidate it into a readable a document. So just to also as a way forward, just to indicate that really we found that the discussions today were really quite insightful for us. So what I would just do quickly, I'm looking at my time, is to quickly look at what then is the way forward. So just to look at the summary of the issues that we've looked at today. So we started with the chairperson, and the chairperson said we should be treating our SETAs as brands. And I think we're taking that away as the key issue, and build that brand that attract W&R, and not only as a carrier of choice, but as a sector of choice. And I think we've taken that point as an important point for us to moving forward. And I think it is an action that we are putting forward, that we are going to be presenting to ourselves and to the sector back. The SG really presented a picture of the economy of this country. But in particular, I think for us, it's an issue of the unemployment, especially youth unemployment, especially for those people that are not in education and not in employment and not in training. But what became very clear to us is the fact that education improves youth prospects. So it means, therefore, the programs that we are implementing are really not useless programs. So it means we need to amplify and make sure that they become better. And I think there are a lot of discussions that we must continue to have in terms of how we can do that. But we also found out, as there was a discussion taking place, that the sector is resilient, is one of the sectors that is resilient, and that is creating employment. The meantime, in the interest of time. So I think what we have realized in his presentation is the fact that the sector is resilient. There's really an opportunity for us to create more employment, which therefore means we need more skilled young people in the sector, and also reskilling of those that are in the sector. Dr. Melanie Van Roy spoke about hyper personalization at a scale of using data and increasing experience and revenue. So we need then therefore strong skills. So that's our takeaway in terms of action moving forward: strong skills in digitization and the ability to combine creativity with deep data insight, but also ethical use of data. So it means the issue that was raised was the fact that maybe in our curriculum, we must now talk about the issues of the use of data. And I think another point that came up very, very clearly is the fact that the sector or industry and the higher education institution must start working together in order to assist young people so that we can use that data. And I'm sure in that process, there are ethical conduct issues that are dealt with in terms of that particular research. So outside, we had conversations regarding that. I think Debbie also just shared with us, that was just some of the research that we have done as W&RSETA Youth Development, 4IR, SMME, Education and Best Practice, Improving Sector Performance, Skills Required, especially in digital marketing, data analytics, skills to cope with digitization, occupational health and safety. Obviously with COVID-19, that became really a big issue related to occupational health and safety. I'm sure a lot of us were quite shocked that comes up very clearly. E-learning. The e-learning platforms are quite important to ensure that we change the way that we're dealing with training provision. So what then would be the action from us? Okay, I think another point that was really raised here lastly was the issue of responsible toolkit and actual and perceived needs of the SMMEs. Okay, I think we've learned a lot there in terms of the programs that we implement. W&RSETA has got 3 programs. Currently, we've got one on entrepreneurship and one on SMMEs and one on informal economy. So we've got these 3 programs, and I think we need to go back and look at these programs and ensure whether they are really fit for purpose and they are doing what they are supposed to do. And I think we've learned a lot there. And obviously, as a SETA, we can't do all these things on our own. Collaboration is quite important. And I think we've already started as a SETA to work with Department of Economic Development of each provinces. I mean, we've just signed 2 MOUs with the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Development and also with the Gauteng one, and we've got one with small business development. Those are the actions that are already in place, and I think we need to therefore scale it up through my stakeholder engagement programs that we have started in this year that I've just finished. That's the message that I've been sending out, because if we do not work together, there will be really duplication of resources and the wastage of resources. And we, when I was speaking in one of the conference last year, I came up with a name and I called it value chain funding. And I think we should start talking about value chain funding. I didn't know what was it, but what I was talking about was the fact that if we are funding for training, someone else must be coming in and funding it for infrastructure support and for whatever support and another support, so that we can then start working together. But also we're working with other SETAs in terms of ensuring that within the value chain itself. Okay, so let's say AgriSETA has trained small scale farmers. They've only trained them just to grow the product. But what about the route to market? So those are the issues that we need to start looking at, and that's the action that we are looking at in terms of the programs that we're looking at. We want to also invest on more bursaries to stimulate education with the focus on Black women, aggressive investment in assistance and education and mentoring, and growing of entrepreneurs in retail to help stimulate employment opportunities and growing the sector and economy as a whole. I was quite touched in my last stakeholder engagement. We have got a program of entrepreneurs for each year, where a young person came in, said, we started the program. I was unemployed during COVID-19. I got unemployed, and the W&RSETA program came. I got into the program, and in this program, I'm now selling small food packages for abogogo, you know, the ladies from the SASA, and I'm now distributing that, and I'm now employing one person, and I've got a car through the program that we've put through as W&RSETA. Okay, engagement with the industry to identify exact digitalization, AI overall for our skills development requirement, invest aggressively in skills development developing these skills through bursaries, workshop, new W&RSETA programs, university and TVET courses. And I'm glad that both the DGG for TVET and the DGG for CETs, they are here because we want to ensure that we work together and ensure that through the training provision process, we are able to work together and scale this up. Research to continue to deepen our partnership. Obviously, I think David did this in detail, that our partnerships are at different levels within the organization, and we just want to continue to deepen them and ensure that we work through collaboration with other institutions. I think another point that came out here was the issue of digitization within the informal sector for inclusion. And I think the chair made a point about the fact that there is already some technology, people have got cell phones, but we think that we can do more. I mean, I think we already have a project COO in KwaZulu-Natal where we are assisting with the Department of Economic Development, where we are training and the Department of Economic Development is giving them gadgets to be able to order stock and working with one of the, one of the cash and carry in KZN. So those are the things that we are looking at, and we think that for inclusion purposes, that will assist, and it will also deal with some of the issues that have been raised here in terms of assisting those informal traders with bulk buying. We know that there is a competition out there, but in this conversation, I want to stay in my lane. Translating data knowledge for application within the sector. That's also what we really want to do. We want to use the data and really apply it to our sector. Targeted skills development intervention to respond to structural unemployment. And I say this all the time as I move around and I talk to the stakeholder, that sometimes our sector skills plan does not talk to what the real need is out there in the industry in terms of the skills demand. It is therefore important that the sector really gets involved to actually tell us what are the skills needs, out there, because that's really important for us. Otherwise, we will be channeling our funding into the skills where there is no need for those particular skills. So DDG, in one of the college, I asked the principal and I said, you are presenting these programs that you want us to approve. Did you speak to the industry? Who are you training for? Okay, so, and I've also asked the principal and I said, principal, do you really go and look at the sector skills plan of the SETAs? Because the SETAs are much more closer to the industry in terms of the sector skills plan. And I challenged the principal in that particular environment. And I think, and I also challenged employers to be closer to the TVET colleges or the CETs in their own environment, because it's no good saying the quality of learners that are coming out from the TVET colleges are not up to standard. So what are you doing? So that collaboration for us is quite important, and we are there as a SETA to ensure that we work together regarding those particular issues. Effective use of statistics to respond to unemployment and socioeconomic challenges. And I think as a SETA, we've done it, whether we were hit by COVID-19, we were swiftly started having programs to deal with issues related to COVID-19. When we were hit by the what do you call the KZN and Gauteng looting, we swiftly had to go back and look at our program and see how we can then respond to those particular issues. But I think another important issue, and I think in our research agenda, but I'll talk about that later on, collaboration between higher institutions of learning and employers, e.g. research. I think that issue was raised here, and I think it is quite important. We're already doing some work with DUT, with CPUT and UJ. I think we can do more. Incorporation of ethics and governance into big data and marketing, curriculum development, and I've challenged the research department, and I said, DDG for skills and the sector challenges us constantly about the whole curriculum review process, that the process is quite elaborate, it takes longer while the environment is changing, so we're doing some research and we'll present it through to you. So I've challenged the research department and I said, let's go and do a research and say, these are the issues and these are the challenges that we are having. What can we then do in order for us to improve on that particular point? I mean, we've done work with DUT, retail chair, and I think we're with you, DDG. And we came back and we struggled with some of these institutions, like your CHE, when we want to implement programs that are progressive, that are going to take us into a point where we move further than where we're supposed to be moving to. So for us, those are the issues that I think we need to take as action. We've already challenged the DDG for TVET, and we said, if we are not winning with the CHE, let's challenge you for the TVET and see whether we can do something on that particular area. SETA to position themselves as brands, and I think for us, that is really, really important from the chairperson. And then the last issue that I think was raised here is that enable SMMEs to market in collaboration with business. So the issue of route to market is a very, very, very important point for us. And I think one of the members of the board did indicate the program that we've had, the shelf readiness program. We had one collaboration with Boxer, where we have we've looked at 300 small scale farmers in the Eastern Cape, where we are training them, and their commitment is to therefore make sure that they buy the products from these small scale farmers so that they will understand the quality of the product, because they're already there, they're already doing business, but they need to sell. So program director, let me take, I can go on and on and on. I think those are the call for action that we are looking from our side. We will request more.
Thank you,
if
thank you,
we've
Mr.
left out
Thomas
something.
Benazi, for presenting and defining the navigation route, the roadmap for us. Truly appreciate that. It gives me great pleasure. Thank you, sir, so much. It gives me great pleasure in calling upon Mr. Zukile Muvalo, Deputy Director General, Skills Development Branch, Department of Higher Education and Training, DHET, to give us a few words. Yeah. Okay, I don't see him here. Oh, is he- Okay, come through. I thought you ran away on us.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say, also I'm going to dispense with protocols. I don't think this time of the day protocols will really assist us. Except to say, except to say all protocols observed. I know we've been observing these protocols since early hours of the day. We can't continue ad infinitum or in perpetuity. Those who have come before us, I should think they've done an excellent job. Well, I must say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite very happy as well that we are having the department well represented here. And then I was complaining earlier on to the chairperson of the wholesale and retail SETA to say, you know, it's very expensive to have 3 DDGs of the department seated, listening carefully in each and every statement being made in an occasion of this nature. It's a very expensive exercise. And I was saying, it's for the first time, I don't recall having gone to any SETA whereby we had DDGs, 3 of them in one session. Well, I don't know the wisdom, I don't know the glue that we are using to attract them to be here. You know, even a bit far away, not in Gauteng where we were based, it was easy to quickly drive to the venue. You know, it's a logistical nightmare to be leaving Gauteng and getting into other provinces. But then we really, colleagues, appreciate this honor that we are invited to be part of this conference. And I must mention, what makes us to be very happy is also the language, the lingua franca that we are using here, digital economy, as well as entrepreneur development. You see, whilst I was seated there, I was just going through some of the literature, and I found this one to be very important and relevant with regard to a 4th industrial revolution. A small country called Estonia. It's a very small country with about 1.5 million population. In that country, taxes are completed online within 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, taxes are completed online. 99% of Estonia's public services are web available 24 hours a day, public services. 99% online available public services. Nearly 50% of citizens vote online. It's a country of about 1.3.5 million. And there is this one, which is very interesting. There is what is referred to e-residence. E-residency means that you open a business in that country without being in that country. They call it e-residence. So individuals, they start businesses. And we are told that European Union sees this as a launching pad, whereby you have people outside Estonia, they've opened businesses in Estonia. It's about 66,000 of them, 66,000 e-residency business. Now I'm just trying to think in South Africa, perhaps something we can also, practice. Okay, we have provinces, maybe someone we have some e-residency business in other province while someone is based in another province. So it's something quite very interesting, especially when we speak the language of digital economy. And also entrepreneurial development. Because you are saying, if we are going to make impact in unemployment in this country, in fact, it's a national development plan. It's saying about 90% of the jobs will be created in your small, medium, micro enterprises. So the NDP is envisaging that out of 11 million jobs to be created from now up until 2030, and 90% of them must be from your small, medium, micro enterprises. So the language that is being used here is quite very timely, especially at the time we need really to grow our economy. So that is why then, therefore, we are saying we are very much blessed to be part of this great occasion. We all agree in this conference that the wholesale and retail sector will need to find creative and innovative ways of embracing the fourth industrial revolution to grow the economy and to create jobs. Because if we're embracing 4IR without growing the economy or creating jobs, then it means then therefore we're making no impact. And then that the 4IR is rapidly changing the way humans create, exchange, and distribute value, resulting in systemic change across many sectors and aspects of human life, with cross-cutting social, political, cultural, and economic implications. Then you could see that 4IR is almost everywhere, in our lives. And unfortunately, we are not going to be running away from it. It is here to stay. And that 4IR is not a social phenomenon with a predetermined trajectory, while many commentators seek to highlight the negative social consequences of it, particularly in terms of job losses. We believe that the social effects of the 4IR will depend predominantly on how we in the wholesale and retail sector and in South Africa choose to harness it. So Nelson Mandela used to say, it is in our hands. So that becomes contemporary to us as we've conversed here. I'm just trying to operate two devices at one time, trying to multitask. So it's part of the language that was being used. We must be creative as well. So that is why I'm trying to manage two devices at the time, at one go. So if the values and principles on which this vision is based underpin the 4IR, its technologies and tools can be harnessed in a myriad of ways to create a better, more inclusive wholesale and retail sector. So we must always have that in our minds, that we want this sector to be a more inclusive sector. And it is this generation which is going to make this sector to be more inclusive. A lot has been said about the fact that we are going to be requiring to create, maintain, and leverage these new technologies. And then obviously, we as the post-school education and training system were expected to be much agile. The CEO was saying here, we're busy with curriculum development or curriculum reforms. By the time you finish with that, we no longer require that occupation. So we must be agile in what we are doing. The industry within the wholesale and retail sector and everyone require us that we must be agile. If we need training of today, we need training of today. You can't wait for 12 months and you start training us on something that you should have trained us in 12 months ago. So that is not going to grow the economy. That is not going to create jobs, which are so required in our country. You will see there, ours is not to interpret the world. Let's leave that to philosophers. Ours is to change the world. And we have to change the world now, not tomorrow. You see, if we are having, as the SG was telling us this morning, close to, it's 12.3 people who are unemployed using an expanded definition of unemployment. If one day those people can mobilize, organize themselves, this country will be on a standstill. And if you say it's a government's responsibility, is so and so responsibility, by that day, it will be responsibility for all of us. Because you cannot drive your car, you cannot move, nothing you could do. So that is why then, therefore, it's quite very urgent for us to really make impact in our interventions. At a government level, obviously, we do have policy instruments, and colleagues, as we started earlier on, they have navigated through these policy instruments. So we don't need even to repeat in this converted audience, because you are in the sector and we are best placed to implement these policies. I'm not going to get through. It's your NDP, your white paper for post-school education and training system, national skills development plan, which is quite very important, especially for supporting entrepreneurial development and cooperatives. Especially in this sector, we need to be quite very active in terms of ensuring we're supporting entrepreneurial development, we're supporting cooperatives. There, it's just a demonstration, because I see there is a nexus in the language that we've been using since we started here at 9, and key strategic outcomes of the Department of Higher Education and Training up to 5 years, up to 2025. Expanding access to post-school opportunities. When we're saying expanding access, we mean the sector must expand access. Whether you speak entrepreneurial development, learnerships, internships, and the like. So this expanded access to these opportunities is speaking to all of us. So there is that call that is being made for all of us to ensure that we are opening up these opportunities. Improved quality of post-school provisioning. The business and everyone out there is expecting, when we train someone, that be of quality training. And it's a training that you're responding to the demand within wholesale and retail sector. Because we are saying, if we are not responding to what is required by the wholesale and retail sector, that implies then, therefore, we are not training for wholesale and retail sector. So we must always have that, in our minds. To say we speak of a quality training for the sector, we speak of being responsive to what is required by the sector. Expanded access, what are those training opportunities are required in our sector, and thereby opening more opportunities, especially for young people. Okay, basically this one is about impact, because all what we are saying, let's make impact. Because there is no use of us gathering here from 9 o'clock up until 6 o'clock, but at the end of the day, our conversation is not going to make impact into this sector. So when we gather here quite very clear that we will be making impact in this sector. Well, you'll see there, it's a huge budget as the Department of Higher Education and Training that we are having just for only this year, 109 billion, which is spent in the main in skills development or training. And you'll see also skills development levy, which is there. So we're saying our training, our interventions must be demand-led. Because if you are demand-led, you are going to address what most of the speakers were referring to as a skills mismatch. Skills mismatch is quite very high. Oh, it's only now that I'm checking the time. Ne? I should think you'll give me extra. It's only now that I'm checking there is a time. I'll try to summarize within those red 0, 6 of them. I see something is running quick now there. Okay. Oh, okay, here, I should think it's almost the last slide, this one. It's almost the last slide, that one. Basically, as the country in 2020, the president launched the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. And I'm quite very happy with the language that we're using since 9 o'clock. Is almost speaking to all those areas because there is a value chain within wholesale and retail sector. I'm not going to go through to those areas. So these are the priority sectors identified in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Perhaps just to add on, as the department, we developed a skill strategy to support Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. So if you look into occupations which we have identified in that skill strategy, all those occupations are meant to support ERRP. So I think we have identified about 103 occupations there, but then there'll always be emerging occupations. Lastly, now, that's the message I think is very important for all of us, that the National Development Plan articulates well our path, that our future make it work. South Africa belongs to all these people, and the future of our country is a collective future. This is what we see here. Making it work is our collective responsibility. That is what we are seeing here. All South Africans seek a better future for themselves and their children. This is saying quite very nicely. Now that I've not gone deficit there, I can end now. You can see 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, meaning which I completed my presentation on time because there is no minus something. Thanks very much, Program Director.
National Training Fund, Namibian Training Authority. It's fabulous to see that our engagement partners from the continent are here to support this conference and initiatives. Mrs. Virginia Kemua. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Kemu.
Good afternoon. Yeah, and as per the previous speaker, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. Now, for the interest of time, we've been given 5 minutes, and I have a formal message from my institutions, the Namibia Training Authority. So I'm going to go into the speech, and after that, if there's some time, just a brief reflection of my experience here today. The Namibia Training Authority, commonly known as the NTA, is a state-owned enterprise established through the Vocational Education and Training Act of 2008. The NTA's core mandate is to effectively regulate and to fund the TVET sector in Namibia. Among others, the NTA, through its TVET transformation and expansion strategy, seeks to enhance the realization of our country's national development agendas, such as our Vision 2030, the National Human Resources Development Plan, and the Growth at Home strategy. At the beginning of this year, the NTA successfully hosted the second World Skills Africa competition, where over 1,000 international guests, including TVET experts, descended on our beautiful coastal town, Swakopmund. South Africa, being our next door neighbor, had over close to 200 guests, including competitors, of which some of them won great prizes in their respective skills areas. Indeed, you were there. It was indeed a very competitive competition. Yeah, so at the TVET conference, there was also, at this competition, there was also a TVET conference which covered quite a wide range of topics, which today's conference actually raised similar topics. Seemingly, we seem to have the same agenda as to how we would like to use the TVET sector as a development tool for our countries. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to focus on the partnership agreement that we as NTA have with W&RSETA. We call you W&RSETA. On the 24th of February, 2022, the NTA and W&RSETA signed a memorandum of understanding. This MOU focused on our institutions assisting each other in the developing of research, educational and training projects. This MOU further ensures that the mutual planning and collaborative activities are in accordance with the set standards and policies and are also of mutual benefits to both parties. It further makes provision for technical expertise and capacity building, for which there is quite a great need in the region. The collaboration is anticipated to be following key areas, amongst others, skills demand and supply forecasting, which was mentioned earlier today, curriculum and training material development, the strengthening of research capacity. I must say in our country, Mr. Indongo is the only one in our research section. So it shows there's still room for development in that area. So we have quite taken some lessons from this intervention today. We also will be focusing on standard settings, monitoring and evaluation, the training of trainers, which is popular, including industrial exposure, assessment and certification, as well as work integrated learning, just to highlight a few. One of the speakers here today said that perhaps work integrated learning is not sufficient in itself. However, on the other side of the Orange River, this is a product that our private sector really is favoring. It is indeed my understanding that ever since the signing of this MOU, our two institutions have deepened the work being done under this agreement. Part of the implementation plan requires that our two institutions meet regularly. Therefore, there are monthly meetings being held between the NTA and the technocrats of W&RSETA. It is important that I highlight to you colleagues that a draft collaborative research agenda has been discussed between our two institutions that will facilitate further collaboration in a number of our research activities to be conducted here locally in South Africa, as well as back home in Namibia. As you know, TVET holds the key to technological progress, as discussed earlier, rapid industrialization, wealth creation, and poverty reduction. Therefore, investing in this important sector is capitalizing on national socio-economic development. Effective governance models for TVET involve relevant local stakeholders and business association, as we have demonstrated this morning, and in particular, close partnership between TVET institutions and the world of work through triple Ps. In conclusion, the NTA would like to wholeheartedly applaud W&RSETA for all efforts made to realize this research conference. And I must say, it was one of its kind that I have attended so far. Your tireless efforts to successfully host this event by bringing together all key industry players and academics is a clear testimony of your commitment to ensuring that the wholesale and the retail sectors take a lead in digitalizing skills development. We would like to thank you for your hospitality. The exposure and learning experiences have been amazing, and the active engagement of all relevant stakeholders has been promising, pointing toward the immense benefit to be realized through close collaboration such as this. It is therefore our wish that the next research conference will be co-hosted by our sister institutions. We remain thankful to the well-dedicated team of W&RSETA, and we look forward to working closer with you to make a success of our partnership agreement for the benefit of our two nations. Thank you. That is the official one. Now, I just want to provide a short context. I am the general manager of the National Training Fund. Now, under the NTA, we have two main pillars. The one is regulating the TVET sector. The other one is funding the TVET sector. And I'm heading up the funding arm of NTA. And what we really is struggling with is how do we offer a value proposition to those that are contributing towards the levy? It's the likes of the cliques that are contributing towards the fund and many other retail organizations. Yet they tend to accuse us that we are not able to close the skills gap effectively. Now, I think from Indongo's earlier conversation is that he pointed out it's around 20% that is really skilled in that area. So the question is, how are we actually, when we are funding, because we have a large funding budget, but the discussion is always, you are not doing enough. Are you actually spending the money where it matters? I think that's the key question that we are battling with. And I must say a huge round of applause for W&RSETA under the leadership of its CEO. I've taken a lot of lessons from today's conversations. It was thought-provoking, challenging, and very overwhelming at the same time. But I think one of the other key questions we are battling with is the inclusion of the SME sector. In our setup, the employers that are contributing are the ones that are having a payroll over 1 million per annum. So the smaller enterprises are not really taking benefit in skills development. And that is something that we are really working on, and to see, can there actually be programs where we actually bring them within the net without actually killing them? Because the levy in itself is actually also a burden in terms of cost in this economic times. So yeah, I think in conclusion, I just want to say that we're taking lessons from this conference, and it's indeed maybe a confirmation of the value of us partnering with W&RSETA. And we look forward actually to take this forward. And I must say, Mr. CEO, the most impressive thing of all was that you were able to conclude by coming with an action plan on the discussion that is taken here today. So we would like actually to take you further on that and see how you actually going to implement what you put on the table, on the board, because that is the important part. It's not the discussions, but it's what we do with the data and the information that we're getting. So thank you, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Virginia. What a beautiful insight, and what a beautiful unification of the region of Africa. Well done. I'd like to now call upon Mrs. Lerato Madela, Labor Representative and W&RSETA board member.
Go. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to follow the latest speakers, all protocol observed. My name is Lerato Matela. I'm a labor representative, a board member of W&RSETA. I'm going to be very short because I'm the last speaker just before closure. So I want to believe everything that I would have written, I'd had to adjust because it's been covered. Thank you very much. As Labour, we want to appreciate this opportunity. Thank you. To appreciate this opportunity to just give a message of support. As Labour, we remain strategic partners in skills development. We represent the needs and aspiration of our members. We also represent the fears and dreams of unemployed youth, skilled and unskilled. We want to boost their self-esteem through skills development, and through the W&RSETA, that is getting there and it's been achieved. As Labour, we fully support the theme and the key aims of this research conference. Surely it has assisted to stimulate and sharing valuable information and robust conversations about the roles of the wholesale and retail sector in the job market and creating jobs in the economy of South Africa. Hopefully the outcomes of the conference, as stipulated by the CEO, will continue to stimulate stakeholders for programs and towards shaping and contributing in the economy. Our sector is at the cutting edge of customer service, and customers are very knowledgeable about their needs, wants, and obviously their rights. With that intensification of the 4IR, technology has now managed to convert the world into a single but yet global marketplace. We are also interested in the solutions, again, presented by the CEO of the outcomes of the conference, as to how we are going to deal with the challenges confronting the SMME sector. The SMME sector remains the only, if not but sector that continues to create employment in the country, but are less benefiting in the skills development programs. Big sectors like mining and your manufacturing have started to shrink and are not creating jobs anymore. However, they continue to benefit from the skills development and skills development programs. Technology has managed to revolutionize, tongue-tied, the wholesale and retail industry. The country has witnessed a massive innovation with regards to the 4IR, and that is also between the foreign and local companies. As I close, hence I'm going to be very short, 2 minutes to be exact. I want to leave the audience with this question. Why is it so difficult for the new economic development to partner with local township economy? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done for keeping within our time. To put together and host an international conference and masterclass of such magnitude is obviously a huge effort. To acknowledge and recognize all role players, I call upon our Chief Operational Officer, Mr. Sipho Shoba, to extend a vote of thanks.
To the chairperson of our organization, Mr. Regis Beer, our board members, and other public sector officials, our most valued invited guests from all spheres of sector formations, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege and honor to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this watershed W&RSETA Research Conference. I, on behalf of the SETA family, the Retail Share Duty, UJ, Cape Peninsula, Insurance SETA, Namibian Training Authority, and our special guest, which includes the DTG from the Tibet branch, Mr. Zungu, our DTG from the CET, Ms. Fushane, and our DTG from the SETA branch, Mr. Mvalo. At my own behalf, extend a gratitude of thanks to all our highly esteemed speakers for gracing and sharing insightful discussions, opinions, and findings on various topics covered in this research conference. Thank you very much. Thank you to our keynote address, Risenga Malulega, Professor Thomas, for being very wonderful keynote speakers. Thank you very much for your efforts to share key opinions and findings on topics you covered. It is highly appreciated. I must, by the way, further express our appreciation to the panelists that participated in various topics, discussion session. We are very grateful and inspired by your great words. Ms. Van Zyl, Dr. Milan van Roy, Kokeletso Mabizela, and not to leave out the message of support that came from the DTG, Mr. Mvalo, Ms. Virginia from NTA, and Lerato Matela. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to the team that organized and coordinated the hosting of this particular conference. To our program directors, in absentia, Mr. Barnabas Masukameng and Ms. Jacobs, thank you for directing the program so perfectly. Well, Mr. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, conference like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling much more earlier for planning and to ensure a successful implementation of the conference. We have been so fortunate enough to have been backed up by our CEO, Mr. Tom Mkwanazi, by ensuring that all necessary approvals for the coordination and the delivery of this particular inaugural research conference happen. Thank you, Ndonga. Lenin once said, we must always combine theory and practice. Practice without theory is blind, and theory without practice is sterile. Thank you, Chairperson, for a successful watershed conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Sipa. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a close this hugely successful inaugural conference, and we extend our thanks to the W&RSETA for boldly organizing this conference and offering us the opportunity and platform to ventilate our ideas and exerting pressure on policy planners and industry visionaries. I'd like to leave you with a quote by Justice Malala. I read this on the 3rd of October in the Mercury, where he stated, "We're a nation of talkers, not doers, of politicians, not entrepreneurs. We analyze problems brilliantly, we solve them poorly. We're a nation of great policies, but of little implementation." Let us take guidance from those great words. We can safely say congratulations on a well-organized conference. Our message to the SETA is that we sanction and authorize that they must start planning the next conference and how we build upon this. And hopefully it'll be at home in Durban. Colleagues, thank you for being awesome participants. Travel safe and God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.